Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addicts live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for each service.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people, and people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
That was stolen as well.
Good morning. Good Friday morning. It's good to be with you all. Welcome. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you especially to Catatonic. Catatonic, who came into chat, 5 hours early. 5 hours early to be first in chat. Catatonic, you have won the internet with that comment. See you soon, folks. Hope you're here now. Hope you got some rest between when you were here first and when you got back. It's going to be great. But anyway, today, Catatonic, the internet is all yours. Everything IP related worldwide, you have to take care of it. So have a wonderful time doing that, and please enjoy the show at the same time. Which the fun part is today that Letecia is going to be sort of reliving.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
She's going to find out today. I think she's going to find out. We may have today. We may have everything we want in the rest of this trial. We may have our closing arguments. We may have the jury instructions. We may have deliberation, and we may have a verdict. All those could happen today. I say may have because officially the defense has not yet rested. And when the defense has not yet rested, things are still in play. Things like she might change her mind and say, Your Honor, last night I was thinking it over and I thought I would like to testify in my own defense. The chance of it happening, very, very slim. But the card is still playable. It's still playable. She could reverse that and the judge would say, okay, I'm going to honor your request to do that. And then we could have just more craziness ensuing. This morning, Anna, thank you, gifted a membership right off the bat. Catatonic, in charge of the internet as well, also gifted a membership. And Kelly Bobelli gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Kelly Bobelli. Appreciate that. We had a couple memberships come in early in the morning. I do apologize. I missed those right as they happened. Could the sentence happen today as well? I don't know how Colorado sentencing works. I don't know if they need to do a pre-sentencing screening or hearing or investigation to sort of see,
are we going to just
sort of like what we saw in several of other cases, basically. After the sentencing might be a month or two down the road. They might separate the two. Unless there's a mandatory sentence that goes along with a conviction, typically they don't happen at the same time. But let's see. We've got a lot going on today. Oh, it's crazy. We did start a little bit early today because we wanted to get all our morning stuff out of the way. We're expecting the judge to be in the courtroom early. He's told Boots and Backpack Lawyer to be there at 8:30, as well as prosecution. He has a few things he wants to go over. We're hoping he does that on camera. That's why we're going to try to
taking it easy.
Thank you. I'm doing that as well. It's Friday, after all. Friday. I did break the no pants rule, and I'm wearing pants today. But hopefully you guys are all celebrating Friday appropriately. Let's see. How long do you think it will take to reach a verdict? Well, we've got a poll running right now. If you look at the top of the chat section, there's a poll running. And I just wanted to...
Do you think the state could have a rebuttal?
We'll talk about that as well. Hold on one second. Not Today, Satan just gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Not Today, Satan. Continued support of the channel. You are amazing. Thank you. The question about, let's see, who asked that? Just Beth says, do you think the state could have a rebuttal? We've been told that during the time that the audio was not working, which was like just the most important part of the trial for us, which was the juror questions from Dr. Lewis, during the time the audio was not working, after the questions were done, the 7 questions were asked and the answers were given, there were a few things that happened, and one of them was the state informed the judge they did not anticipate having any rebuttal witnesses. Of course, if defense changes their mind and says, we're not quite ready to rest, Your Honor, we'd like one more thing brought in. I don't know if they have any witnesses on the list that have been approved. I don't think the judge will approve adding new people at this time. The only thing really that's sort of on their playbook that I'm aware of is Letecia possibly changing her mind about testimony.
I was kicked back,
so
taking
we'll
it
see.
easy.
The current plan, I don't think there's any rebuttal witnesses, which will mean we'll go straight from the resting today, probably to jury instructions, because some judges like to do the bulk of the jury instructions prior to the closing statements, and then you have the closing statements, and then a quick charge to the jury, and they're off in deliberations. So that's my take. I think how it's going to go. Christine Jenke, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here, as well as Miranda Price. Thank you as well. Please take your seats up in the front row, as Meg did right here. Just type !seat in chat, and that will move you right up to the front, where the view is fantastic, and you get to sit with your friends. Kelly Holt says, Recovery Addict, did you see the book? It's called Boy Interrupted. It's about GS. I have not seen the book. I've not seen it. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. See, Clan of the Cave Bear, good morning. Eggs and Spam, I see you guys there. Erica, hello, good morning to you.
Not a camel.
It's No Pants Friday. I typically do wear shorts, but today I did wear pants. I had to get up and run about this morning, and it was still a little chilly. So I made the executive decision to do the pants today. Carol Williams, good morning, addicts. Exciting day ahead. Exciting day. Woohoo! We are here. It's Friday.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I'm kicked back, taking it easy. We do have the sound effects on until court starts. Once court starts, those sound effects will be turning off so we can focus on what's happening in court, which will be just awesome. I will say there may be a time later on, not right now, but later on that we do open up the phones. When we do, just be mindful. We've got somewhere between 1,000 and 4,000 people that like to call in. And let's share the wealth a little bit. Let's share the wealth around and let some new people call as well. We've got a few friends of the program we love. We'll try to intersperse them as needed that way as well. So let's see. We need Maria.
About stuff that is not relevant.
Thank you, Judge Manning. All rise. We need Maria and her Russian accent on that stand. It would be great if we could really hear her Russian accent. Maybe we'd be convinced. Do they do victim impact statements? That probably will come right before sentencing. I don't think victim impact statements will come a long time before sentencing, so I don't think they do that today and then do the sentencing a month down the road. But if they did victim impact statements, they might have a delay for victims to be there, because we have family members on the other side of the country. Okay, because Letecia's family is over there.
I'm not a camel.
They're probably not all here. They haven't been in court very much. So the judge might allow, if they want to, allow some time for them to show up, and we'll just see how the scheduling goes. So it sort of have to play it by ear. JT Brews Crime, fabulous show last night. I have to say I lurked. I never talked in chat. I was lurking, and also in another meeting.
Have so enjoyed watching this trial with y'all.
Thank you, Shanna Riley. This has been one of those trials that just grows on me.
No dead horse go
has been. Thank you, Mr. Harpootlian. It just grew on me, and first of all, the support for Gannon has been fantastic throughout this entire thing, from all across the country, from around the world. The community in Colorado Springs is still showing strong support for Gannon as well, and they're hoping to move forward in the healing process here. But watching this trial and as it progressed, and the craziness and the factors and the back and forth and the judge and the antics and the late things, there's always been something to talk about, and it's been a good trial that way for us. Hopefully we'll have a fantastic end to it with justice being done. Not sure if you used StreamYard yesterday, but last night I kept getting shut out of Brandy's chat. She uses StreamYard. StreamYard was giving me trouble, both when I joined Brandy's chat for a wrap-up on Wednesday night, and then I tried to use it Thursday, and it just was a no-go. I had to use Zoom instead, and then use my hardware to switch instead. But we have alternate methods. We'll get on the air one way or another. Matt Graves, good morning to you. Welcome, my friend. Thanks for being here. I watched the beginning of Crazy Not Insane last night, and Dr. L basically just repeated that script on the stand. It was truly bizarre. Let's see. I think that HBO show, I think over on Discord, they have a watch party coming up. Let me just see. Watch party for that. I'm looking for the time here. let's see, Wednesday, May 10th at 7 p.m. Wednesday, May 10th at 7 p.m. They're going to do a watch party on the Discord channel. If you need that Discord channel, you just type !Discord in chat, and we can do it. And you'll see a link there that'll get you over to Discord. There's a couple steps that will get you involved and connected and informed as to how it works over there.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
That'll be a fun thing to do together for that watch party. This is the book about Gannon's boy interrupted, the murder of Gannon Stauch. Man. I definitely won't be watching Crazy Not Insane. I've had my fill of that woman. It sounds like you get to just rewatch. You could either rewatch her testimony for 2 days, or you can watch the documentary. Apparently, it's the same thing. But okay, let me get a few things just ironed out. Just 1 minute here. We have the feed up from the courtroom, but there's no cameras yet. Just want to make sure everything's good. We're praying the judge doesn't make another audio mistake. Today like he did the other day. Bring up an alternate feed as well. Okay, I have all my feeds running. This is good. Okay. All right. Shanna Riley gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much for that. I missed who the names went to, but if you just were gifted a membership, please make sure you shout out a thank you in chat. Looks like Matt Graves got a membership. Bushman 613, Car 22956, Debbie Blair, and maybe one more. Let's see who the other one is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait for it. There it is. Alicia C. 5. All right. I missed the other ones that happened earlier, but welcome to all the new members. Good to have you here. Okay. We have Janique Denise says, Recovery Addict also watched the documentary last night, and I believe in all the years she only got one person off death row because she said his altar was in the courtroom at exactly that moment. Wow. I wonder what the altar's behavior was that was so convincing to the jury that was the case. I need to close out the poll. I always forget to do that, so give me just 1 moment to get the poll wrapped up here. If you haven't voted, I'm sorry. Let's see. The question was, which phrase best describes the upcoming jury deliberations? And the number 1 option was don't blink or you'll miss it, followed by deliberate. I heard accelerate. That second place tied with we have a new world record, and in third place, I guess, or fourth, depending on how you view second and third tie, bailiff may issue speeding tickets. So that's basically where people come down. Don't blink or you'll miss it. We could do a poll on that, but many people expect this verdict to be very quick. I think we've got a very educated jury that doesn't have to go over the instructions many times. So they won't be reading the instructions over and over. I think will be a fast verdict, possibly this afternoon. Post that pic I sent to the burner from Reddit. Sheets, I've got that. Thank you for that. Thanks for the reminder. You were talking about Letecia. Here we go. This is Sheets sent me this. She pulled it from Reddit. I don't know who the source was, but they're clips from the video. This covers the evolution of Letecia during Dr. Lewis's testimony. And you can see it as it starts. You've got smiley, then stare, then unhappy, then downcast. Hair fork comes out, and finally she just melts into the table. But that is actually how it happened. This is these are not grabbed from something else. That was how Letecia responded as the testimony began. Clearly, did not go the way she had expected, judging from that initial picture. But thank you, Sheets, for that. I appreciate that. I think that's the one you were talking about, right? See, Casey Anthony's jury was there.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten. Tipsy Tracy, thanks for gifting a membership. Appreciate your support. I missed who that one went to.
I'm not a cat.
The chat is going very fast, so it looks like the Shanna's. Man, I just it's going too fast. I apologize. Thank you, Tipsy Tracy. Whoever got that, congratulations. Let it be summer. We saw it happen, right? We saw it happen live. Her behavior as soon as her defense started, she was like, "This is our show. This is my time to shine." and just all smiles, very present, hair pulled back, posture was good, or at least better, and then she just wilted like a flower. Just crazy. Okay, Debbie Wilson says, it's interesting to me that she originally said she would decide if she would testify after Dr. L's testimony, and then she was like, nope, I'm not going to testify after that train wreck. That's her decision so far, but she does still have time to change her mind. I don't think she will. Amy H51 gifted a membership. You guys are just in the gifting mood. Jackie P 1954 as well gifted another membership as well. Squirrel. You know what I forgot? I forgot my water. Here's your warning if this triggers you. I do apologize, but I need some water. Just 1 second.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a camel.
Water is good. I do in case I run out of cold water. I do have my stash of water in the milk flask as well. We can resort to if things get really bad. I promise it's water. Somebody's ringing our front bell. That never happens. We have a unique front bell. Our house was built in 1915. And the front bell has like a little twister winder that rings a bell on the back side of the door. It's actually a front bell. And so I haven't heard that bell ring in months.
I'm not a cat.
Bite Me gifted a membership.
Party popper for 20K.
Party popper for 20K. We're a ways from 20K, Dean. I think we are. I don't know if I have where we are. I think we're at 18,600 as far as subs, which is crazy because we just celebrated 18,000 this week. Let's see. 18,642. We've got a little bit to go. No party today, Dean. But thank you for the super chat.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We can do that. Jags for Life says, Recover Addict, watch the Crazy Not Insane documentary on Dr. Lewis. It actually tells you a lot about her and explains her testimony. Did it make sense? I'd like to know more. I have not watched that yet. I was going to wait till after the trial to do that. I'd like to know does anyone look at that and watch after you've watched the documentary, Jags, and then say, yeah, now the pieces fit together. Now I understand what she's talking about. Or does it just say that was more of what we heard before and it still doesn't make sense? Because I'm leaning towards the second one, but having not watched it yet, just from what I've heard. Okay. Good afternoon, Truebet Pondu. Good to have you here. All right. Did you get your second package from Amber? Mary Murphy, I did. We have a friend of the program here named Weatherwatch, and Weatherwatch is a weather buff. He's also my podcast partner. We do a podcast tonight. It will be here on this same channel and on our main channel, as we're trying to move everyone over to the main channel, the podcast channel called Not Relevant Podcast. But we're going to be doing that tonight. So good reminder there. But she sent me this my Weatherwatch tool for when Weatherwatch is not here. And it looks like this. Let me see if I can, I'll put it on the big screen as well. This might be better. It's a cow. It's a Weatherwatch cow. Sorry if I get everything backwards here. With a little piece of twine tied to it. And it says, if the tail, it's a little bit green, so you see the courthouse through it. If the tail is hot, it's sunny. If it's wet, it's rainy. If it's wiggling, it's windy. And if it's missing, head for the cellar. If it's missing, obviously the wind has ripped it off and a tornado is coming. But now I have my very own Weatherwatch for when I can't get a forecast from Weatherwatch if he's busy or, otherwise indisposed. I can just hang this up and get my own weather report from the back end of a cow, which, you've got to trust what comes out there. All right. It's BS, right? Top of the morning, going back into the full lurk mode. Thank you, Clone Blender. Thanks for lurking and being here. You had your bell rung. Apparently, Lizzie, I did. I don't know who it was. Might be a delivery of something. Okay. We want to say one thing. Today, obviously, we're at the end of trial. Okay. Anytime we get to the end of trial, we have a lot of new people who find their way in chat. There are a lot of people who only hear about a trial at the very end and then want to be there for the finale, the grand finale. So just be aware that there's a very good chance that chat is going to get a little bit crazy today.
For my two new favorite streams, Recovery Addict and 13th Juror. Such a lovely community. Some pickles. Cash baby. Two circling hearts.
Now Murdoch stole it.
And Alex Murdoch stole it. Thank you, Polly Prissy Pants, for the super chat. I love the super spicy maple bourbon pickles, the Cash Baby, and the hearts.
I'm not a camel.
Appreciate your support. I'm not a camel either. Welcome, TX Mama Bear. Good to have you here. Welcome to the gallery. Please take your seat. And Denise just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much.
Good morning from Buttercup face with heart-shaped eye, smiling face with heart, smiling face with halo face, blowing a kiss.
Let's see. That one didn't pop up yet. Tara Lolly, welcome to the gallery. Thank you, Tara, for becoming a member. Let me see if I can find Buttercup's message there. There we go. Bite Me says, rough. Good morning. Tell Buttercup good morning. Give her a good rub down from us and pat on the head and maybe a milk bone. Thank you, Rebecca. Good luck counting the mosquitoes today. Hope you find none, that they're all gone. I don't want any more mosquitoes. Chat's going to be popping. I'll try to refrain from my outbursts. That's what we're sort of getting at, Sheets. With chat popping the way it will today, there are going to be people who pop in and just start talking and just don't understand that we are a fun community, that we like each other. We're actually friends, that we can disagree respectfully and have conversations without calling names, without, dropping the conversation to that level. And so in knowing that, I would just ask that you guys be extra willing to just step away from somebody. If there's a troll, we don't need to point it out. Just say, hey, everybody block so-and-so, or mods take care of this. And the mods are working overtime to take care of that, and they'll be doing that. If we do get rid of somebody, we don't have to make a big show of it. We very rarely actually block someone on the channel. Usually what the mods will do, if you see one of your comments gets blocked, it may be for a couple things. It might be that you just had a billion emojis in there and they take up so much space that it makes chat fly by too quickly and nobody can read the comments. It may be that you might have had a cursey word in here that maybe isn't as family friendly, as we do have some younger audience that participates here on this channel as well. We try to keep it sort of family friendly that way. Or maybe you might have violated the pickles not politics rule. So we try not to get too heavy into religion or politics here. And by that we mean we keep our arm's distance in chat, because that's not the best venue for that type of discussion. It's hard to do that. It's easy for people to misunderstand what is being said. So as chat grows, let's try to stay focused more and more on what's happening on the event. And if you have to step away for a minute, we'd understand, and that's perfectly acceptable. Okay, Tara, we got you here. Welcome to the gallery. Hope you took a seat at the front row. Let's see, any questions as of right now? Luke, thank you for the super chat. Good to have you, Luke Parks. Thank you. We're getting ready to get set. Audio is turned on from the courtroom. We're early. Okay, we're half an hour early, but the judge has asked the counsel to be early. And specifically when he said, I should say specifically, but specifically when he said that, he was looking at Mr. Cook, Mr. Cook's backpack lawyer, and he has been late a lot in court. And so Mr. Cook turned red, almost as red as Boots, Mr. Tahini, when the judge said that. So I'm hoping he actually pedals extra fast and gets to court on time today. Whatever it is they're going to take care of, hopefully it's spicy. Because they have a few issues that haven't been addressed as we get this far, and we're wondering if they will be addressed or those will just be left unaddressed, or maybe they might have been taken care of outside of our presence. We're going to keep it classy. Thank you, Ari. Appreciate that.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Missy Didi, I don't use Nightbot here. I use a different tool, but we use some of YouTube's features as far as limiting emojis and holding messages for review. That way, it does take some pressure off the mods. There's a good chance when chat gets really busy that if your message has something questionable that would require mod approval before it shows up in chat, that they just won't have time to approve messages and read them one at a time. They're going to be busy with the messages that do make it through, and just make sure there's nothing fishy going on there. So pickles are way better than politics. Thank you, Anne-Marie. PG Chat's why I love this channel. Thanks. 80s Music Man has edited stuff for us with the beep button many times as Court has gotten spicy at times. So thank you very much for that. Wendy, thank you. It's going to be, honestly, this is going to be a hard day too. We try to get sort of excited and pumped up and lift each other up at the beginning of trial, but really we're going to go through in sort of rapid story form.
Lisa Wilmot just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Thank you, Lisa. We're going to go through everything that happened to Gannon and everything that Letecia did. I'm not sure who's calling right now. See if it's urgent.
From Melissa. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
I'll take one call real quick. Hey, Melissa, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great.
You might need to turn your TV down or else it'll be really confusing.
I did.
Okay, awesome.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to, get... Right now, I can watch it on my iPhone because I changed phone numbers and everything that I had is still attached to that phone number. It keeps staying enabled. Like, I can't go on YouTube. It says my account has been enabled.
I wasn't here. Did we ever get the jury?
Sorry about that.
Hello?
Yep, you're here.
That's okay. But you kept saying about the membership things that there is a $sign with a heart. I don't have that on my format that's on my TV, which is where I watch you from mostly.
You would have to be able to log in on your TV, and some TVs don't let you do that, and some just have weird screens that way. You can. You might have to do it on a computer or a phone if your TV doesn't have it. But.
Yeah, because I've been watching your channel for months and months, and I know I'm just going to go off topic from what we were just discussing, but the name of your Recovery Addict, the name of your channel, is that listening to people that had addictions, or is that how you started your channel?
Yes and no. I can answer that. We've got a big group, so I'll tell the story really quickly for you. I chose the channel name when I was using the channel for metal detecting because I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. It's because I love metal detecting. I love history that way. I do also have my own addiction story that is different than a lot of other people's because it's not a chemical or drug addiction that way. Like drug or alcohol. I was addicted to video games, and my life spiraled around them. My health, everything else was going down. I just about lost everything because of them, and so I have just mad support for people who are on their own path to sobriety and are dealing with addiction. We have a lot of people here in chat that have their own sobriety periods that celebrations that we celebrate with them that way. So although we're not affiliated with addiction recovery. I chose the name because it's something I've been through, and both as a support person as well as someone who needed to get help and right my ship, in my own life. So that's a quick version of that story. There's obviously more to it there. But
I'll give you a quick version of who I am. About 2 years ago, my oldest daughter and I had a falling out, and my mother passed away, and I started drinking, and it wasn't until about 2 years after that I realized that it was an issue. So I went into the hospital for a few days, came out, and have not touched it since. That's awesome.
That is wonderful. We're going to have to move on. We've got a couple things we've got to address in a short amount of time. But thank you so much for calling. Hope you figure out the TV so it works properly and lets you do what you want to do. So
I thought you found on the TV. I was just wondering. I just need to get my phone fixed. But I'm gonna let you go and get back.
Thank you so much. We'll see you.
I will see you later in the show.
All right.
Okay?
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you.
All right, I'm turning the phone down for now. We've got a couple things that I'm missing here. Lisa, first of all, thank you for the super sticker, for the wait for it. And I missed a super chat as well. I'm going to see if I can trigger that again. Just 1 second here. There it is right there. Tara Lally, thank you for the super chat. Is that the one I missed? Let me know if I missed something else. 3 years sober for me this August, says KT. Awesome, KT. 3 years, that is awesome. Let's see, my name is Janique, and I'm addicted to RA and Mrs. RA. Thank you, Janique. We did a fun little show, a live stream on Mrs. RA's channel last night, doing a Q&A. about homeschooling. That's what my wife's channel is about, and she's fantastic. She's an amazing homeschooling mom. She's got a lot of experience with 6 kids, and just is great at sharing it as well. Deborah, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a new member. Thank you so much. And Katrina, you're with your 4-month anniversary. RA, please say this out loud for me. Smiling pile of poo. There, I did it. Smiling pile of poo. Is that what you wanted? Thank you, Katrina. One of the early supporters of the channel. I've been here a long time. Appreciate your support, Katrina. You are awesome. Okay.
Aaron D just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
My chat is not updating very fast at all. Aaron D, thank you for the super sticker. When did she decide to homeschool? Partially through. Our oldest was actually probably 5th or 6th grade when she decided to homeschool, and she's we did some partial public private and then went full homeschool that way. Did you find the last jury question? We did. We covered the jury questions. 6 of them yesterday. I'm trying to remember what the last one was. I saw the transcript came out with that last question.
With this particular case, you just don't know what's going to happen in court today.
It could be anything. It really could be.
Bonnie Justowski just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Thank you, Charmaine, for that. We are waiting for, until the gavel drops at the end. We don't know what's going to happen. Bonnie, thank you for the salt. Pass the salt. Appreciate that. Appreciate the super sticker. Let's see. We have... Okay, let's see where we're at. Did somebody post the last question? I saw the text that came out, the transcript of the text from Court TV and the system that sort of is the unofficial transcript. I think that's what we saw. I don't remember the 7th question off the top of my head. If somebody wants to share it in chat. Oh, is there a risk of appeal based on ineffective counsel? That wasn't the question, but I would say no in this one. The defense they have, basically that was all they could go with. And they've done a very good job trying to go with that. It's just they don't have many cards to play. Roxanne Brunette, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Good to have you here. Appreciate your support. What do you think about Dr. G's theory on why Letecia killed G? He said that it's to continue being the victim as a mom of a missing child. People will be admiring her, which she loves. Eileen, we had Dr. G from Dr. G Explains on yesterday, and he talked about this both yesterday and the first time we had him on a week or two ago, and basically saying Letecia has to be a victim. In every situation she's in, she has to be the victim. And so no matter how a conversation or a question starts, asking her about what happened, she'll end up at that same spot where it goes back to me. Look at poor me. Look at what I had to put up with. Look what I've done. Look at the hardship that I've been through. And look, I burned my arm. I see that there's a little burn right there. It was awful. And he just nailed it, that she is a perpetual victim and has to seek that out. And that the motive that he sort of got at, that the motive that for her killing Gannon was to make people feel sorry for her. I think also you could also say the
Randy
motive.
Rabbit just sent a super sticker with 10.
Thank you, Randy, for the super sticker. I think you could also say the motive was jealousy
stole it as well.
Of anyone else getting Al's attention, even Gannon. Even Landon, who he had divorced. Okay, it was they had to work together because they have shared custody. Or at least they have a child together. I'm not sure exactly the term of the custody in their divorce agreement, but that's somebody you have to communicate with. It's just it has to be that way, and she was jealous of even that. Rosie from Tucson says, here's your milk money for today. Thank you very much. Appreciate your continued support of the channel, Rosie. Thank you very much. My kid's personal Uber driver. Can we get don't go before the trial starts?
I'm not a cat.
Can we get a don't go? Let's see. I've got one. Doctor does it fabulous in the documentary. I only have this one. Don't go. That's me trying to do the doctor's version, but she did it. If she does it great in the documentary, we might be able to pull that audio clip out and use that later. and make it even one that you can trigger. Have we heard any weirdness with the younger daughter, Lena? Dusty Den, thankfully, no. She has not had to sit through this and recount the events that she experienced. Hopefully, she's getting any help that she needs dealing with that, those memories and that just the pressure that's on her. That I'm glad she didn't have to go in court and testify. I don't know if we haven't heard any evidence that there was anything weird that went on in their relationship. Apparently, it was just Gannon that was the target of Letecia's anger. Amy Wright, thank you for gifting 5 memberships to new people here. Wonderful to have a few more people on the front row. Make sure you go ahead and take your seat. Seems like the Gypsy Rose Blanchard's mom needs that attention. Yes, she definitely is seeking the attention. Get this. As she
Flag
was
of the United Kingdom, happy coronation to our England friends guardsmen.
It's the King Coronation Day, isn't it? Sore throat. Is that happening? Has it already happened? Is Prince Charles now officially King Charles? That was. I'll tell you. I've spent a little bit of time in England and getting to visit, Buckingham Palace and some of the many sites around London. It is awesome. I mean, watching at that time it was the Queen's carriage go by. Just downtown, there was so much neat stuff about the history of England and the royalty in England that was neat to experience. Love it. Love the rich history there. Tony Fortune, my happy place is here with you all. Thank you, Tony. We love that you're here as well. Kiefer in Texas says, I think it's been way longer. Love you guys. Are you saying that the time goes slowly when you're here,
She says, don't
Kiefer?
go in the dock with a fun animation.
What was? We'll see what that is. Spooky Days gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Spooky. I appreciate that. Who says? She says, don't go in the documentary with the fun animation. Maybe we'll need like a video clip that can be triggered on screen. She's like, don't go, or something like that. Coronation is tomorrow. Awesome. That would be good. Tomorrow is King's Day. So does question for, it's off topic here, but for those in the under the, I guess what used to be the British Empire, what happens with the money? Does all the money change? Do you lose everything that had the Queen Elizabeth and you get new coins with the new monarch on the coins? That would be interesting to see. I love British coins. I've got a collection.
So did she decide not to testify?
Yes, she did. Who asked this? Linda James. Oh, that's coronation. Let's see. Tara.
Coronation is tomorrow, Saturday.
I'm falling behind. Thank you. Tara, she did say initially, and this happened when the mics were turned off, when the judge had inadvertently left the mics muted. She said that she did not want to testify. She went through the questionnaire and said she was not going to testify, but she still could change her mind because the defense has not officially rested. So they might come in this morning and say, hey, we talked it over. She wants to change her mind. The judge would say, probably, let me ask the questions and make sure again. And he's probably willing to do that because this is something that he's not going to just wave away and say, you had your chance type thing. This is a right she has. This is a specifically spelled out constitutional right. And so if she does change her mind, I believe he will honor that and let her testify. A very small chance of it happening, but it's still on the table. Linda, thank you for the reminder about coronation tomorrow.
Katrina just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Lisa says, yes, money will change and the king's head on money will eventually replace the queen's. I actually follow a couple of channels on YouTube that do coin roll hunting, and the ones that are really interesting to me are the ones from Australia where they have unique coins with all the coins are basically stamped out of the same material, and then some of them have enameled pictures on them, and they're like little rare collector's editions. I love that. It's fascinating to me. See, Heather, welcome to the jury, and I missed one. Katrina, thank you for that. I'll chance another phone call, but we might have to cut it short.
Smash that like button, thumbs up, face with heart-shaped eyes, smiling face with hearts, blue heart.
Hey, Tracy, how are you doing this morning?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. What are you expecting in court today?
Oh, well, I'm hoping that it goes by very quickly and the verdict comes through as guilty for sure.
All right. And what did he call to talk about? Yeah.
Actually, I just called to say that I saw something that was posted on Facebook regarding the Dr. Lewis.
Okay.
And it was actually a article from 1990 in a case that she did for a serial killer in New York, Rochester. And she did the exact same thing, then condemned the lawyers afterwards for not following through with getting EEGs and stuff like that. So she's known, obviously, to do all this stuff. And he ultimately was convicted and found guilty, not by insanity.
Yeah.
So I just thought it was interesting to let that know.
Yeah,
to you.
that this same play or the same act has been played out in another courtroom with identical script, basically. Oh man, that almost gets to that would make me think: is she at this point? Is she committing fraud? By we already suspect that she did not maybe review everything she says she did.
Exactly.
And that she might have just taken her script from a previous one and read the same things, just changed the names. That's
exactly what this article looks like. Like
Jennifer
it's
just
exactly
sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Sorry, those just happen in the background. You have to ignore them.
That's okay. That's not a problem. I'm watching you every single day through this trial. I've just found you on this trial actually from somebody on the Court TV app that was saying go to Recovery Addict. So
awesome. I hope Court TV doesn't mind. But I'm glad you found us, Tracy. Thank you for the.
Yeah, no, it was just somebody watching it. So I was like, well, I'm going there because Court TV is brutal. Awful.
I'm glad you found us here. It's a fun little group. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad too. So I just thought I'd let you know that just so that, if you wanted to look it up on Google, it was a 1990, anyway, at any time if you wanted to see it, but it's just this exact same thing. Like she's just trying to get these people off. It's almost like she has an obsession with it. It's ridiculous.
I would say I'll wrap it up here. When I see her, I think of the saying, when all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And that's how she approaches this. Everybody looks like the exact same thing because that seems to be the only tool she has is diagnosing DID. Thank you very much, Tracy. Appreciate the call.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yep. We'll see you. Bye.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Heather Buckle, welcome to the jury. Member of the jury with a padded seat. That is awesome. Virtual seat, of course. Anne Marie, thank you for the super chat as well. Let's see. We also had.
Regardless of what happens, I feel we already have justice. The mental hospital is sometimes worse than the prison system. She will see what real crazy looks like in there. I never get to IU live. TY for her coverage. Don't go.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm trying to catch up on a couple chats here, so let me try to recognize. That was Brittany saying, regardless of what happens, I feel we have justice already. The mental hospital is sometimes worse than the prison system. She will see what real crazy looks like in their gavel. Brittany, here's the possible outcomes are these. The jury's first going to determine whether she's insane or was insane at the time of the crime. If they say no, she was not insane, then they go on and determine guilt. There's a possibility, very small, that you get a Casey Anthony jury in there that says, no, she's not insane, and no, she's not guilty. That is the only situation where she will get up out of the courtroom and walk from this one. It is not, I would say it's almost impossible. It's a statistical impossibility, but Casey Anthony seemed to have it work out in her favor. If the other outcomes, they could say at the first question, was she insane? And they say yes. Then they're done. Yes, she's insane, so she's not guilty by reason of insanity. She would go to a mental hospital for treatment. If they say no, she was not insane, and yes, she is guilty, then she goes to the justice system, and then she's facing
Thank you
prison,
for all
up
of
to
your
life in prison.
coverage, your conversations and insight. I am so glad to have found your channel a few weeks ago. Great community here. Thank you very much, Melissa. I appreciate your support as well. I'm glad you found us. You are part of what makes this community great, and it wouldn't be the same without you. I appreciate Melissa. Hannah also came in and said, I never get to see you live. Thank you for your coverage. Don't go. Let's see. Don't go. There's the don't go. Okay. Not insane, guilty, life with no parole. That's what Wendy's voting right here. She's casting her vote. We think that that's going to be pretty much exactly the verdict.
Angelo says, "I've covered it. How does one get to smoke pot at the courthouse with getting no repercussions? And how does one get to participate with their mother interviewing a suspected murderer?" Well, it was Bring Your Child to Jail Day that day. And so Dr. Lewis brought her child to jail. My question, I realized that it was weird that the son was involved at all, that he was there. It's weird that he's in the documentary. It's weird that he was in the interview in the jail. It was weird that he was there filming and smoking at the courthouse. All of those things were weird. But what was worse to me was when the doctor watched the video and said, "I don't know who that is." They're like, "You don't know your son?" She's like, "Oh, yeah, I know him. He was there running the camera." That seems like a lie. What's worse to me is when the doctor says, "Your Honor," after the judge directly questions her outside the presence of the jury, and she says, "I don't have those papers. I don't have them. I've given everything over to the defense. They have everything." And then 2 minutes later, under direct testimony, she's questioned about them. She's like, "I'd have to check my paperwork. I've got them right here. Just 1 second." And she pulls out those papers. That worries me. It worries me when she contradicts herself and testifies against what she just testified and then says she didn't say it. That worries me a little bit more than the son being involved. The son maybe just be supportive. The son may be interested. Still wrong, I think, for him to be involved. But, it's him is not as big a problem to me as what she did on the stand. Bitsy55, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you as a member. Love the profile pic as well. That looks great. Did I miss anything else? No. Okay. Tower Hill Girl. Let's see. Christine Elizabeth has the same. Guilty, no insanity, life without parole. Tower Hill Girl says, recovery addict, what was her response as to why her son was in the interview? I forgot what she said. She said, Tower Hill Girl, that he was there to run the camera. But the camera was running as he got up and walked out, and then the camera stopped. So there was someone else running the camera. Probably Mr. Tahini, who it was also weird that he was there. Very wrong. So wrong. Highly inappropriate, as Brandy would say. It was extremely inappropriate, I think. Lisa says, if the LS is found guilty, she'll be sentenced right away, or will they have to do a pre-sentence report first? I don't know how Colorado is going to do that. Generally, it's a pre-sentence investigation or report or hearing. The only exception is usually when they're found guilty of a capital crime. I'm going to mute that for just a second. Sorry. When they're found guilty of a capital crime. Do we know if she will
testify hands pressed together, hands pressed together, hands pressed together?
So which one do you want? Which one do you want? Are you praying, Heather? What we know right now is that she said she won't testify. But what we also know is that she can change her mind. The decision is still able to be reversed. I forgot where we were just a second ago about the question. Remind me what I was just saying. Squirrel.
Would she be in mental hospital indefinitely?
Possibly, Lauren. We asked Dr. G about this, about what would happen if she was found not guilty by reason of insanity, and she would be, basically committed to a mental hospital for treatment, because we're saying that she, as an individual, even though she's not guilty legally of the crime because she can't be culpable for an act that she committed while she was out of her mind, we're saying that she, because she's out of her mind and can commit these acts, isn't safe to be in society. So either way, she sort of, gets in prison, so to speak. And a mental hospital, I would say, is not better than a prison that way. You're forced medicated in many situations. You've got doctors who may, mental hospitals who may have incentive to keep you there, and now that you've lied about everything, and look at the path she took to get there. What would she have to do to convince the doctor now that she's not insane, that she's not crazy? After her whole story was that she was all these different people, and that's why they lie and tell these stories. And sometimes this person says this, and now how do you believe her? Is what I'm saying. How do you then be the doctor's like, oh, now she's saying she's fine, she wants to get out, I guess we can let her go, which is a possibility. They could say we've rehabilitated her, she's now sane. I'm not a cat. We've resolved the issues.
I sent you a text. Thank you for your community blue heart.
Jeanette, thank you. Let's see. Check the burner phone here. We've got only 81 messages this morning to read, so let me see which one is yours. Was yours about the DID? I got a couple messages that don't have. Let's see. Okay, I found it. Here we go. Love your coverage. Just wanted to point out the trial from day one of jury selection took off without a problem. Entered Dr. Lewis and co., and they made a literal mockery every day. They were there, so unprofessional. Followed the story from the day poor Gana went missing. This little boy touched my heart, and I'm praying justice is served. Much love from Jeanette from Long Island. Jeanette, thank you very much for the text. I appreciate that. Thank you also for the super chat. You don't need to super chat me to get a message read, but do what Luisa Ruiz did right here. Tagging me is enough that I can try to pick it out, but it's going fast. So I do apologize for that. I'll try to read what I can. Obviously, if your question is timely to where we are in the discussion and in watching the trial, it's easier for me to incorporate those questions than some that might be a little off topic or about a different point in the trial. So Ellis is laughing and acting weird for the jury to believe she was indeed insane. Louisa, yes, I would say. And what we saw from the Dr. Lewis videos in the jail, where we actually got to see Maria, we got to see Taylor, we got to see Letecia, or let's see, who else did we get to see? Maybe Harmony, was she in there as well on one of the videos? So we got to see some of these different behaviors. We saw them switch hands and write with different hands, right? And I believe that was all contrived and even encouraged by Dr. Lewis, as you saw her hand the pen to the right hand and then hand the pen to the left hand, to try to make it look like there was a handwriting change with a personality change. We've seen that in court where she's switched pens, where she's, I'm writing with this hand very clearly. I'm writing with this hand. Now I'm switching. I'm writing with this hand. My hairstyle looks like this. Now it looks like this. Now I'm very intently looking at you and following everything that's going on. And now I have my hair forked. She's tried to have these personalities throughout all of it, and it's going to come back and bite her. Arkansas Magnet Fisher, thank you for the super chat. Good to have you and your missus with us. I believe you might both be watching together today. Thank you so much. Court is at 8:30 today. Okay, yes, the judge has asked them to come in early. We have moments before it's expected to go live. The audio is up right now. We have no image right now. This is all we have from court as we're waiting for a feed. So as soon as something does happen, we'll bring it to you. PFOG, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Love your support. PFOG, I love that you're critical of situations. Look at things from another angle. As we often may not agree on a topic, but I appreciate you sharing that civilly as you discuss things and challenge opinions a little bit in a nice, friendly way. So thank you very much for your support, and I appreciate you being here, my friend. There's a sentencing hearing after a guilty verdict in Colorado. Okay, so sentencing hearing would mean a delay, so there's no sentence. That's what I was talking about before. Thanks for the reminder, Donna. There's not going to be a sentence immediately after a guilty verdict. The only time that would happen is if there is a minimum mandatory that requires that there's no option. If there's no flexibility, regardless of any sentencing hearing, if there's no flexibility in what the judge could offer, then they will go straight to sentencing often. But usually, even then, you would probably have victim impact statements prior to sentencing. Let's see. We're gonna try to keep the burner phone usage to a minimum today because we've got a lot happening and it can get a little off the rails really quick. So, she mouthed "Happy birthday, Harley," and "I love you, Harley." She did. We saw her do that. We actually put it down in slow motion on our replay machine here, back over here, so I could walk through it frame by frame. And we walked through it. And that's what she said. "I love you, Harley. Happy birthday, Harley." The judge did not call her out for that, even though I think he was made aware of it. There's a couple times the judge has not taken action that we thought he should have. He did when she was doing all her hand things and the finger was going up every which way. He did address that and said, "Look, I control everything in the courtroom, including you." And here we go. Here we go. We've got a video that just popped up. Judge is just getting settled in. HH, welcome to the gallery. I'm going to turn the sounds down right now. So let's see.
All right, court call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. We need to talk about some jury instructions. I got a email this morning regarding a stipulated instruction that's not stipulated regarding evidentiary facts that weren't presented. So Council approach, please. I'm not inclined to give either one of the ones that were submitted. This is going to have to be a stipulated instruction. There's two of them there, so he can have one. Because this deals with evidence that wasn't exactly presented, because it would have to deal with evidence from Catherine Strobel, who was the defendant's prior attorney, and it would also have to deal with somebody, I guess an administrative person or somebody from the jail, to come in and talk about what the COVID protocols were. If there's not a stipulation as to what the language is, I'm not going to give an instruction. I can't do that.
That might have to do with the fist bumps.
It seems like we're making a mountain of a molehill.
Okay, I need to.
This issue as well, and
I need to turn this audio off. He's not allowing us to broadcast the bench discussions, and he's left the mic on, which is inappropriate. So, according to order number 28, I've got to leave that off for right now, by court order. So we're going to comply. I did see that the Ashley Portillo. What's she talking about? Let's see. She says, we just got let into the courtroom. So far, it's a full gallery. Gannon's family is not here yet. Letecia Stauch's attorney just walked into the courtroom and patted her on the shoulder. So we're watching here. Give us just a minute. They're talking about this jury instruction they want to include about COVID protocol. COVID protocol might be the explanation for why Dr. Lewis and Letecia did fist bumps in the jail. So, okay, we're waiting for people to return back to the side. I realize I'm in a tight spot. I have the audio coming to me, but by court order, I'm not allowed to play it right here. So give me just a minute, guys. Please be patient. We do try to comply with the court order because in doing so, it preserves access for future trials. As much as I want to hear every single bit of sound that is available to us, it's not in our best interest sometimes to do that. So as he walks away, now I can turn it back on.
Don't go anywhere yet.
No, need to turn it off again. Mr. Teeny needs to straighten his tie just a little bit. They're still dealing with a couple paperwork issues. He's handing him copies of different papers. Who's the gentleman on the far right? I have to fix my zoom so we can get a zoom in on Letecia and possibly the people in court as well, the gallery. Nice, clean, lint-free suit there for Mr. Tahini. Looks good. No sweaty pits, hopefully, but I don't know. Maybe we'll get another smell-fee from Mr. Cook later today. Letecia's paying attention. Interestingly, that Letecia is wearing blue today. Blue being the color that the community has used to raise awareness to Gannon when he was missing during the search, as well as the blue ribbons for justice for Gannon as well. So fascinating. Have you done a poll on how long? I love how you're butchering Tellini's name. I butcher it constantly. We'll call him Boots. We'll call him Boots. The video quality is pretty good here. I do run it through a couple systems that make it better. But I wish we could. Man, he just bumped the camera. He bumped the camera up. I hate that he does this. I absolutely hate that he keeps hitting the camera. And I think he's doing it on purpose. Because the camera can now no longer pan down to see Letecia. We can just see her head. Hopefully the cameraman, as we get started, Mr. JS, who's running the cameras in the courtroom, will check everything and adjust as appropriate as things go on. Other channels are not muting. I realize that, and I just have to say we can just do what we do. Other channels showed the autopsy pictures, and we didn't. That's what I do here. I try to comply as best as possible. Anytime I don't mute it, it can be used as an argument against me for gaining access when I'm trying to get access to media access for video feeds. So I have to be careful. I think COVID protocol means that their old lawyers couldn't see her and needed the video call before the psychiatrist told her Gannon was found. That's the WebEx that they met with her. I think they confirmed that happened, Crystal. I think that there was a record of a WebEx meeting. The nerve she has to wear blue, Carrie. I know it seems interesting choice if I just leave it at that. CC is working on sidebar. Closed caption is working on sidebar. It is. You can turn on closed captioning. There you go. How long do you think jury instructions will take? If I'm not mistaken, Brooks took a long time, but had a gazillion charges. Each counsel wants to include the aspects of jury instruction that are pertinent to the case. In Colorado, the standard jury instruction guidebook is 3,777 pages long. I have it. It was sent to me. Of that, obviously, that would take weeks to go through. It's so heavy, it's so thick. There's just so much information there, but that isn't read. The entire thing is not read in every case. They will take excerpts from each charge and the situational surrounding the situation surrounding that charge to be included, and then the judge will just read those excerpts. Let's see. Tolini just hit camera doing the sidebar, so it's cutting off defense table. Thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate the tweet there. Wouldn't it be access for media in general? Megan, it could be. A bad act by one could penalize everyone. Look at Lori Vallow. We have one media outlet that was Court TV that did something they shouldn't do, and ended up everybody lost video access to that trial. So we have to take the high road. We can't just because it's available do everything we can and get it looks good for clicks. Whoops, I thought it was turned away. But yeah, media access in general could be affected. Please make your overall channel louder. Can barely hear you even with earbuds in, says Roberta. I'm pushing negative 10 dB, which is a standard feed industry wide. I could push more, but everyone else would complain, I think. You might have some earbuds that are faulty. Jenny Lynn, happy Cinco de Mayo. Yes, I forgot Cinco de Mayo today. It's the day we all eat Mexican food, whether we like it or not, right? Cinco de Mayo Friday. And yesterday was May the 4th as well. Let's see. Sound is perfect. Volume's fine here. Okay.
I'm going to take a break while Ms. Gratiano does that. I fixed this instruction. Before we do that, though, I want to give some instruction to everybody else that's in the courtroom. And that is that the plan is that we're going to be, once we get the instructions done, we will be bringing the jury in around 9 o'clock. As I understand it, and I'm not holding you to this because I told you I wasn't going to impose time limits. I'm just trying to logistically plan, that's all. Do you have an idea as to how long your closing is going to last?
It's hard for me to predict how long mine's going to last. Mine's the rebuttal close.
No, I'm talking about, I'm mostly concerned about the front end.
I'm trying to keep it to an hour.
Okay. How long? Okay. So it may be probably what will happen is the closing arguments are going to start 10-ish. Most likely what will occur is that we get through prosecution, defense, take a lunch break, and then come back for rebuttal, would be my guess. I think it's too long to have the jury all sitting together, missing lunch and everything like that, to do it all in one chunk. So, and it's probably going to take me about 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, it'll take really takes at least that long for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it'll probably take me about 40 minutes to get through the instructions. So that's kind of what I'm planning on. If it turns out that we're way ahead, and we may be able to finish in the 12:30 hour, be ready for rebuttal.
My
if you need
preference
to.
would be that we just get them all done.
It's mine too.
I know, yeah.
I just, it's a long time for them to be there. The other thing is, for everybody who's in the courtroom, there's a couple of rules. Number one, no phones. Number two, no phones. The only people that are going to have their phones out are the people in the first 1.5 rows. Those are press people. We know who they are. If you leave the courtroom during a break, you can't save a seat. So take all of your stuff with you if you leave the courtroom, so that when you, if you don't get back in, you have it with you, because somebody else may come in and sit where your stuff is, or move your stuff or whatever. So keep that in mind. Council approach, please.
Man, they keep going to a sidebar. Try to see Letecia a little bit here. Hope they don't block the view. She's looking at a laptop. She's got, I'm not sure, she's like booking something on, oh, she's typing on the computer. She is using the computer. This is interesting. She looked to see if they were watching her, and now she's actively manipulating the laptop, which has internet access. I don't know what she's doing. I mean, it's not prohibited for her to do that, but it's interesting that she's messing with that. The white balance is automatic on this camera. That's why it gets bright like that, as the lawyer's suit coat gets in the screen.
In addition, generally, if you leave the courtroom during an argument, you're not going to be allowed back in. So the only time that you go out and come back in is during a break. I know that this is a difficult case for everybody. Jury's working hard. Lawyers have worked hard. You got decorum orders back there about the conduct that I expect. If you think that there's going to be an emotional reaction, step outside. We don't want anybody to be influenced by an improper reaction from the gallery. So we'll leave it at that. So she's working on the verdict forms. I'll take care of this instruction. I'm going to number it. I need to see. Oh, I've got them right here. And I'm going to number this an A instruction, since we've already got the other ones numbered in that way, as opposed to putting it at the end. Okay.
Okay.
And then you can just shuffle it in on the other ones. Yeah, that'll work. Right. Are they stapled?
No.
Is it
beginning or the end of the stack?
I was thinking, I guess you would have to, let me take a look here. Well, I was actually going to put it up here at like number 10A or something like that, but you'd have to go through all the stacks.
Okay. I mean,
You can do that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So court will be in recess, and when we come back and bring the jury in, rest? Yes?
Yes, sir.
No rebuttal?
That's right.
Okay. And then I will tell the jury what they can expect and how it's going to go forward. Once I read the instructions, we'll take that 15-minute break or so, and then we'll go into arguments. We'll see where we are. I mean, if Mr. Young doesn't take as much time, or Mr. Tellini doesn't, it may be that we get it done. It's not a hard and fast noon, but I sure don't want to put them in at like 1 or 1:30. And
yeah, and as far as if we can get them all done before we break for lunch, there will be a natural break anyway between Mr. Tellini and then me doing my rebuttal close. I'm going to have to rearrange a little bit here anyway.
I'm glad you brought that up. Can we turn that camera on? So that we rearranged the camera, and you can see, so you can see where you can be seen in the courtroom if you want to do that, and take a look at the camera. My suggestion, however, would be, if you're going to use this easel, that you unbury it before we start. So it'll be a little, as opposed to trying to move all that stuff afterwards. So, okay. All right. Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
All right.
This is our guy that needs to move this camera over here. That's been bumped. Okay, court's in recess. We do have a different camera angle. It seems like on the closings, this is just a short break, I believe. I don't know I don't think it's going to be very long, possibly 10 minutes. But it seems like in closings, instead of speaking sort of facing the judge and facing the witness box, the counsel is going to be turned, possibly using a lectern, and facing the jury. So they've moved out of their camera to face the counsel, so we should be able to see them. Hopefully they will stay at the podium, and we'll get good audio as well. We've had that issue throughout trial as they tend to wander. Mr. Young likes to stand next to the podium and lean on it. Mr. Tahini likes to move the microphone out of the way. Tolini likes to move the microphone out of the way completely and then stand at the podium. So we'll work with what we have to get the best picture possible. Hopefully they'll fix that camera angle as well. They have not fixed it. I can zoom in and get the top of Letecia in a little bit of a close-up, so we can do that. But it does look darker because the white balance of the ceiling is throwing it off. The camera, instead of a auto mode, is instead of a manual mode, is all audio. Speaking of which, I need to fix my camera so that I'm in focus. Probably about right there. Looks good. Okay, let's get this verdict in 3 hours max, I think, says Freck. And we'll be out of here by lunch. You heard the time frames he was talking about as far as how long people thought they would need to take. We're looking at probably about an hour and a half, roughly, for each side, including the rebuttal. And that rebuttal is not rebuttal witnesses, that's rebuttal closing. So you're going to hear the prosecution go first with closing. Well, actually, first you're going to hear the defense rest in front of the jury. Then you'll hear the prosecution go first with closings. Then you're hearing the defense go, and then the prosecution goes again. And jury instructions are going to be in there as well. That's going to take half an hour, 40 minutes. How long? How will we know when a verdict is decided? Well, Denny, we're going to be right here. That's why, because I think it's going to happen today. I don't believe the jury's going to go home and sleep on this over the weekend. I believe they've heard all they need to hear and can make a decision pretty quickly. And I think we're not going to take a lunch today. We're going to stay live with it. We'll talk about the closings during lunch. No breaks for anybody. You just all have to be here. We're going to stay live through all this, right up through when I believe the verdict will come in, which will probably be within an hour or so after lunch is going to be my bet. That's where I put my token on board for that. He wears dress boots with his suits. That's why we call him Boots. I think the smoker was the doctor's son. Someone said he smelled of weed. I wonder if Dr. L is high all the time and why she's forgetting things. Christina, I heard as well that the doctor's son was reprimanded the day before for smoking in the courthouse. He was possibly the one that they saw on camera in the stairwell lighting up. And people did say that he was possibly lighting up something other than tobacco. Maybe some of the wacky tobacco was what he was going for. Legal in Colorado for recreational use, not legal to smoke in the courthouse, but interesting. And he also allegedly was the individual who was reprimanded as the judge reprimanded everyone in court about filming in the courtroom if you're not one of the approved people who have cameras, which are very, very limited. Who's going first? Kim, I didn't listen close enough to say if is he doing jury instructions right after they rest? Is it going rest, jury instructions, then closings, or is he going to do rest, closings with prosecution first, then defense, then prosecution again, and then jury instructions? The order of the closing arguments will always be prosecution, defense, prosecution. Prosecution has the burden of proof. They get a last bite at the apple, so to speak, that way. Can the video be brightened up a bit? I wish it could, Jeff. We're dealing with an auto sensor that takes the whole image on the screen and tries to find the right white balance based on all the brightness and darkness and finds the middle ground. Well, when the camera gets knocked up to the ceiling, we see ceiling tiles that are reflecting all the light, and it's very bright. And so it adjusts to compensate and allow that to be not blown out. And in doing that, it makes the rest of it dark. So it's sad. Hopefully they'll fix the camera. How long? I think it's going to be a short break because they still want to get done before noon or 12:30ish. She was looking at the computer. She was using the computer. And she looked up to see if they were watching, and then she started using it. So I'm curious what she was doing. Are the command sounds off? I can turn it back on. Right there. Devil's lettuce. Yes, we can put in all the names for. No, Tom. We'd get my the account would be demonetized very quickly if we just started putting all the names for weed in here. I heard it was 40 minutes of jury instructions. 30 to 40, I think the judges said, so you may be right on that. I read it was the defense lawyer that was smoking on the stairs, not weed, normal cigarettes. They know better. They know a lot better. Very sad today for Gannon and his family, but also sad for Letecia, who has become... It cut off a little bit there. Rest, jury instructions, then closing. Okay, thank you, Johnny, for that. So we'll have jury instructions first. I think there will still be... Well, I'm not sure if he's going to include the charge in the jury. Usually actually reading the different charges, sometimes that's done separately. So we might have a little bit of that before they start deliberating as well. Verdict will be in before 5 p.m. Colorado time, says Patches. What time are they starting? They've technically already started. The jury has not been brought into the courtroom yet, so we're going to have a little bit of a break. I think the break will take us right to 11, so the jury's time is, they're starting on time for them. 11 is the normal start time, 9 a.m. Colorado time. So we have about 11 minutes before they start. I heard him say Pacific too. That bugged me every single time. Her alters are sure to come up on demand. Won't that help for an appeal? It may have had people believed her, but I don't think people believed her. And it seems like she's solidified that she's not changing her mind. She's not going to testify in her own defense, which, there's a very slight chance that she could change her mind. Once they rest, the decision's over. You can't go back at that point. We will be on Verdict Watch today. I believe this stream will be Verdict Watch. Melissa says, do you think the judge will address the laughing and flirting will be addressed? Do you think that will influence the jury? Melissa, if he does, it would probably be in sentencing, where he would, I guess once the verdict has been decided by the jury, he'll probably take a break. I think there's going to be a pretrial or a pre-sentencing hearing before they do that. But the judge will have a chance to come out and say exactly how he feels, and it will be during the sentencing portion, which might be a month down the road, even a month and a half later. Boots was the monkey, and Dora had the backpack. Defense team is straight out of Dora. Yes, that I think was the reference. We're all singing the song in our heads now. Thanks, Heather. Appreciate that. How much time does each side have? Brenda, he didn't set a time limit so much as he asked them how much they needed, and it was pretty much going to be even. I think they have 90 minutes each altogether. Let's see. The doctor's son was the one with the cell phone out filming. That's what some people in court have said as well. Okay, let me try to catch up here. Will they be allowed to go home? I thought once in deliberations they had to stay, not go home for the weekend. Mrs. Kravitz, typically when they are going to sequester the jury, that's what they call it when they are not allowed to leave the building. They basically have to stay at a hotel, and they're kept under close watch anytime during deliberations. When they sequester the jury, a lot of times you'll hear in the instructions before the jury's dismissed the night before, they say, hey, next time you show up, bring your overnight bag. Okay, bring your change of clothes, bring what you need to stay at the hotel, because that's where we're headed. We did not hear that, so I don't think they're going to be sequestered. They have not been thus far in the trial, and I haven't heard any requests from the council to sequester them. We need a Verdict Watch soundbite from you guys for today. What would the Verdict Watch soundbite be? I'm just thinking. Other than the don't go, it's about to happen type thing. Let's see.
There's a lawsuit.
I don't think I have any sound bites that would work well for that. There's a lawsuit. Yeah, I don't think it was the defense that was smoking. I think it was the doctor's son that was smoking and also filming. Dr. Lewis' son was on the yellow shirt yesterday, but at one point he put on a dark jacket and he also left to take a shower. Oh, my goodness. What happened on Wednesday when the audio was out? When the audio went out, this was awful, first of all. The timing was bad because we were just getting to the jury questions The judge had asked the lawyers to approach so they could review the jury questions. They had 7 questions that came in. And when the jury approaches, they do a little bench conference or a sidebar. They turn the mics off, and the judge forgot to unmute the mics. And so he went through all 7 of the questions from the jurors, all the answers. He questioned Letecia on whether she wanted to testify her own defense. She said no. They asked the prosecution if they were planning any rebuttal witnesses, and they said that most likely not. They basically went through all of that before audio came back in. So it was frustrating to miss that part. She found out. Is that the one?
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
There we go. She's going to find out. They'll reach a verdict today, so it won't be an issue. Jury watch Jeopardy theme song. That would get me a quick copyright
strike. Another one bites the dust drum with drumsticks.
Dun, dun, dun. Another one bites the dust. No, Born Again, a great suggestion. We needed a drum roll. I don't have. I think I've just got like a rim shot is all. That's it. Maybe that's more appropriate too. We need It's a KO. Clock ticking would be a good sound bite. We've got suspense. That's about it. But obviously during the trial, we're not going to be playing sound bites at all. That's just during the breaks to sort of pass the time a little bit and interject a little levity in a very heavy, serious situation, just so we don't ourselves suffer some mental camel. Breakdown. Love the suspense. That one's Move for Cash Cow. The Maria song from Sound of Music. Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead. We need a soundbite saying someone's guilty. It would be appropriate if it was Dr. Lewis, her soundbite where she said that Letecia's guilty. If you guys heard that during her testimony yesterday, that was amazing. Let's see.
Well, life's a bitch. You have to deal with it.
That one might work. I don't know. I don't have a good one for that. All right, let's see some questions. Did you live in the disco era? I did not appreciate the disco era when it was happening. I was a little too young for that.
Let's go back to talking about vampires.
Oh my goodness. Can somebody send me a clip of that, and I'll plug that in.
Back, taking it easy.
If somebody can find just an excerpt, just an audio excerpt, video clip, send me a link, send it to the burner phone or whatever. That would be good. I think somebody has already. Let's see. We've got. Let's go over briefly because this just came in. Koa News had. I don't know who sent this. Who sent me the Koa News link of the transcript just now? I want to say thank you. That we've gone over this before, but when we covered the jury questions previously, we covered them with a reporter's notes, and those notes were okay, but they weren't verbatim. And so now we have a transcript. Let me see. I need to save that image. We're going to go over that just really quickly. So we'll talk about the juror questions. I think we'll have time in the next 4 minutes to do that. Okay, here we go. So the first question the jury asked was, what, if any, significance does the defendant giving enemas to her relationship with Gannon? And she basically said it could be related to SA, but also there was no evidence really that she could be lying as well. Next question. You said the number of dissociative identity cases increased after you opened the clinic in Bellevue. Did the number drop after the clinic was closed? So basically, did the only reason that people were diagnosed with DID, did that coincide just with your appearance and your activity there? And she basically said yes. If yes, were they dependent on the existence of the clinic? And she says it's not that it's dependent on the clinic, but nobody else is trained enough to diagnose them. Let's see. What was your specific training to determine if a patient is feigning or maligning. She says, having read the study, it's my understanding there's a good definition of standard for maligning as opposed to other disturbances, and it's commonly used in courts. You'll find the diagnosis is made more commonly in forensic cases than others, but it's not well-defined phenomenon, and you have to be a little skeptical when someone suspects someone of malingering, especially when there's a penalty involved. The person is more likely to be accused of malingering. It's not a well-defined phenomenon. Did you do any tests to determine if feigning or malingering is present? Yes.
Monica just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
You said the people with dissociative symptoms are suggestible. Then why did you describe her behaviors in front of her? And she says it's an art to be to be able to inquire about symptoms or signs without suggesting them, but try to never go by what someone said. We must have data and antidates whatever we said. That's why we look at things like styles of penmanship, behaviors noted by others. If the MRI and EEG were not completed, how did you render your decisions? He says, I didn't need those. They would have reaffirmed my decision, but I can diagnose it without them. The last question that we missed that was in the transcript says, did you have additional evidence that was corroborated through time? She says, because I was not permitted to or be able to interview these people myself, I have you question some responses I got. There were people who reported to others the changes that seemed reasonable, but I haven't seen it myself, and it hasn't been well documented. In this case, I had to rely on what other people said. What was very interesting was the finding that she called herself Maria at an early age, and that behavior was a core aspect of how she behaved. Crazy. See, Amanda, we got that we need to talk about vampires. Thank you very much for that. I think that's appropriate. New Dawn Star, thank you for the super chat. Welcome. Good to have you here. Do you think that LS will have a chance for first-degree murder or manslaughter? I'd have to look at the charge. I don't even know the exact verbiage of what the charge is. We'll hear it obviously in the jury instructions when it's read, but I'm not sure. There's no chance of her facing the death penalty in Colorado. They took that off the table in 2020, and I realized they made that change after she committed the crime. After she killed Gannon, they got rid of the death penalty. But either way, they are not pursuing it. Even if they could, it would have been removed or downgraded to life in prison anyway. Monica, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate that. Appreciate you being here and your support. In other words, from Dr. Lewis, she was lying about enemas to Gannon, and I definitely believe she lied about it. She lied about so much, Kathy. I don't know who we could believe. Who watched jury selection audio? We did. It was great. It was amazing. It's funny to hear all the different excuses people give for why they don't want to serve on a jury. Okay. I'm sure it's been asked and answered, says Kiefer, but do we have a lead notion of the next trial? I know I sound greedy. Kiefer, we're still working on the details of that, but we do follow trial constantly. We will have another trial next week if we end this one this week. So we'll have that. We are trying to keep our options open for some of the big trials we're interested in. Obviously, Sarah Boone has been written in pen. She's slated for starting on July 24th, the same day Shabusiness starts up in Wisconsin. We're going to have two trials with two crazy people at the same time. So those are going to be fun. C. Morales, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a member. Love the cat picture. Thank you very much. Let's see, Non-Star, thank you very much for your super chat.
Thank you, Raw. Love your channel and work.
Thank you very much, Emski, 1977. Appreciate that. Sorry to change the subject. Did you hear about the threat to the schools? Mars House.
Mods and chat.
What state?
Y'all are the best.
What state was that, Mars House? I haven't heard about it this morning. Is that in Denver or in Colorado? Krista, thank you very much. We have the best mods. We have the best community here. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Would not be the same without you, Krista. Thanks for being here. Did I get Mighty Heidi? Thank you. You sent me a text the other day about the Karen Reed case in Boston area, and I tuned in briefly to the video you sent. The possibility of a police cover up there seems very high. If you listen to the defense side, you're just going to be outraged. You're going to just be like, holy cow, this is an injustice. She should, she's been in jail for 15, 18 months and she should be free. There's no evidence. You listen to the state side and they tell a different story, but somebody has to be lying at this point. and the defense side seems very convinced that that the evidence will set her free. Julie Weaver, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you as a new member. Welcome. Just got a jury selection paper in the mail yesterday. I have to send it in. Julie, are you excited? Some people absolutely dread it. I have to say, I've never even gotten a letter. I've got family who are not eligible to serve based on citizenship. Having not being a natural born citizen or not being a citizen of the United States. My mom immigrated from another country and retained that citizenship, and she gets letters all the time telling her that it's time for her to serve on the jury. But I never have, and I'm not sure why. Krista gifted a membership. Thank you so much.
We need get her done.
We need to get her done. Get her done. I've got that somewhere. I think it's this one.
Get her done.
You need that one. I have to trim it up and improve it just a little bit. But late start today. They're a tiny bit late. They're a few minutes late. The jury should be coming back any time now. They're expected. The jury was told to be here at 11 or 9 Colorado time. And so any minute now we're expecting court. We've got the audio turned on. As soon as something happens, we'll bring it to you. Judge Darrow has a case that just started. Pauline, I want to look at that. We may go back and watch Judge Darrow's. I would like to see if she's also streaming that from her courtroom, which sometimes she does, both the court feed and the news feed. But if the news are there, maybe she turns off the court feed. So we'll have to see. I'd like to see Judge Darrow in a case that doesn't have a SOV-sit in it. Let's see. Pizza Driver says, American and Argentina criminal trials are usually determined by 3 judges. Thought? Thanks for everything. Gracias to Maria. Pizza Driver, that would be called like a bench trial, but typically that's just one judge. 3 judges would be who looks at an appeal. You can have a bench trial. As a matter of fact, at the beginning of this trial, after the jury was impaneled, the defense came out and said, Your Honor, we want you to dismiss this jury because we don't think they're going to be, they're biased. We don't think they can be fair. And we'd ask now that instead you just hear the case as judge instead of a jury. And he turned them down and he wouldn't do that. But that was an option. You do have a right to a trial by your peers. And they went so far through the process, the judge wouldn't let them back out of that at the last minute. Any info on Letecia's mom? I don't know if she's in the courtroom. We'd have to watch the Twitter feed for that. I wouldn't recognize her if she was. Maybe some of you might if you see her in the background. She would probably be on Letecia's side if she was there.
I'm not a cat.
Will Al and Landon speak today? Alicia, it depends if they have witness or victim impact statements today or not. It might be at a later point. Let's see. C. Morales, welcome. We got you already. And Nicole Renshaw, welcome to the gallery, as well as, well, we've got you twice for some reason. Well, I think my system just welcomed you twice, but it's good to have you here, Nicole. Thank you very much. I was watching Judge Darrow this morning. I love her. She does such an amazing job. She is just level-headed. Watched yesterday. It's televised. Very weird case and mind-boggling. I'll have to look. I only looked for a little bit at that one because I got carried away in the
BTW, you look great on camera at Raw. The judge said that the prosecution and the defense go to lunch, then the prosecution would do their rebuttal.
Judge said prosecution. The judge he wants to keep it all together. That's what he's expressed previously, is he wants all of the argument to be, in one big package. He doesn't like breaking it up, but if he has to on rebuttal, he will for that. Thank you, Emsky. I appreciate that. It's all a trick of the camera lens that makes it look good. When is break over? Very soon, we anticipate, because they said that they want to be done by 12:30 lunchtime type thing, and they have 90 minutes each. So we're expecting that and 40 minutes of jury instructions prior to lunch. Should be pretty quick. Let's see. Debbie says, please welcome my great-great-nephew into the world. His name's Oliver, and he's beautiful. Congratulations, Debbie, on a great-great-nephew. That is awesome. I hope he's healthy and just wonderful, and you spoil him rotten. I'm going to have to go and binge watch the Darrow trial. I love her as a judge too. I'm never going to get a full night's sleep again. Mrs. H, that's what happens. You find this. Oh, here we go.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
They have not fixed the camera, unfortunately, so we're going to get just the top half of Letecia. I'll do what I can to make it as visible as possible.
I'm going to tell them and they can just pass them down. Camera's a little off.
Oh, he said the camera's a little off. Please fix it.
Here is a super chat. When I tried to re-up my membership, I realized I was gifted one. So take this. Thanks for all you do, bud.
Thank you, Juan. I sure appreciate the super chat. Amazing support. You guys are incredible. The gifts flow on this channel. We've got just some amazing people. So congratulations on receiving a gift if you were gifted one here. Yeah, wrong camera, buddy. Hoping they fix the other one. Mr. JS is in charge of the cameras. Judge is still adjusting things. Court is just now starting.
All rise for the jury, please.
The camera is dark on Letecia because the camera panned up to see the lights. We're hoping that JS, who's in the back of the judge right there, fixes that camera angle. If he sees it, he'll fix it. But
thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start today like we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Wednesday, we were in the midst of the defendant's case, so that's where we will resume. Mr. Tellini, call your next witness, please. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is the defense has presented all of the evidence which it intends to present for you to consider the issues in this case. I want to remind you that the defense does not have any burden of proof at any point in these proceedings. However, because the defense did present evidence, the prosecution also has an opportunity to present rebuttal evidence if it chooses to do so, to rebut any of the evidence that was presented by the defense. With that, prosecution, do you have any rebuttal evidence? Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is that all of the evidence which you may properly consider to decide the issues in this case has been presented. Here's what we're going to do going forward. Mr. Combs has some instructions for you. He's going to hand those out. So if all of you would take one and pass it down. All right, the law in the state of Colorado requires that I read these instructions to you, even though you have them with you to take back into court. In addition, because you each have your own individual copy, you can write on your copy any notes that you want to have, just like you would any other notes. Those are not discoverable. Once the case is done, again, those are destroyed. The original jury instructions that I'll give you at the end, those are the ones that need to be filled out. In addition, you'll also see that your instructions start with 9A. That's because we had an addition. So if you hold on to 9A, it's going to go right after instruction 9. Just hold on to it. We'll get there, I promise you. Okay. What we'll do is I will read these instructions, then we'll take about a 15-minute recess or so. Then we're going to come back. Then the prosecution has an opportunity to give you a closing argument. After that, the defense has an opportunity to give a closing argument. After that, then the prosecution has an opportunity to give rebuttal. It's much like rebuttal evidence. They get to comment on anything that the defense had to comment on in their closing argument. So that's the process. I want to tell you, we work almost always on a closing argument, from my perspective, a little bit on the fly, because I've not placed time limitations on the attorneys. However, I'm not going to have you guys sitting there for a 4-hour block of time either. So it may be that we do the prosecution closing, the defense closing, and take a break, a lunch break, and then do rebuttal. The other thing is that since we are here for closing, that means that this case has been concluded. That means that you will be here all day. Normally you have gone out to lunch, those sorts of things. That won't be happening today. We're going to order lunch in for you. When we take our break, we're going to have somebody come down and they'll tell you about the lunch process and stuff like that. But we're going to have you here today, and once we discharge you, or once we send you back for deliberations, you'll need to stay together for the deliberation period. Members of the jury, the evidence in this case has been completed. In a moment, I will read to you jury instructions that contain the rules of law you must apply to reach your verdict. You will have copies of what I read to take with you to the jury room. But first, I want to mention a few things to keep in mind when you are discussing this case in the jury room. Until you have returned a verdict, you must not do any research about this case or this kind of case using any source, including dictionaries, reference materials, the internet, or other electronic means. You must not communicate in any way with anyone else about this case or this kind of case until you have returned a verdict in court. This includes your family and friends. If you have a cell phone or other electronic device, you must keep it turned off during the jury deliberations. Actually, what happens is we collect all of those. You get them back at the end, and sometimes you even get back your own. But we collect them all at the end. We collect them all and we hold on to them during deliberations. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. While the attorneys may comment on some of these rules, you must follow the instructions I give you. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules of law, you must follow them. No single instruction describes all the law which must be applied. The instructions must be considered together as a whole. During this trial, you received all of the evidence that you may properly consider in deciding the issues in the case. Your decision must be made by applying the rules of law that I give you to the evidence presented at trial. Remember, you must not be influenced by sympathy, bias, or prejudice in reaching your decision. You should not allow bias or any kind of prejudice based upon gender to influence your decision. If you decide that the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, it will be my job to decide what the punishment will be. In making your decision, you must not consider punishment at all. At times during the trial, attorneys made objections. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. These only related to legal questions I had to decide and should not influence your thinking. If I told you not to consider a particular statement that was made during the trial, you must not consider it in your deliberations. Finally, you should consider all the evidence in light of your experience in life. The defendant is charged with committing the crimes of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence in El Paso County, Colorado, on or about January 27, 2020. The defendant has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. The charges against the defendant are not evidence. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove the dissatisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element of a crime has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of that crime. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of that crime. The number of witnesses testifying for or against a certain fact does not, by itself, prove or disprove that fact. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness and the weight to be given the witness's testimony. You should carefully consider all of the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. For each witness, consider that person's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while testifying. Consider the witness's ability to observe, the strength of that person's memory, and how that person obtained his or her knowledge. Consider any relationship the witness may have to either side of the case and how each witness might be affected by the verdict. Consider how the testimony of the witness is supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence when you evaluate each witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. A witness qualified as an expert by education, training, or experience may state opinions. You are not bound by the testimony of witnesses who testified as experts. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The weight you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. It is not evidence, does not prove anything, and must not be considered for any purpose. The court has taken judicial notice of a certain fact. You may or may not accept that fact as true. It is entirely your decision to determine what weight, if any, shall be given to the evidence. And this is where the 9A goes. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the El Paso County Jail was accepting WebEx meetings on March 20 of 2020. The defendant's attorney had a WebEx meeting with the defendant on that date around noon. Later that day, Dr. Moore had a conversation with the defendant about Gannon being found in Florida. A fact may be proven by either direct or circumstantial evidence. Under the law, both are acceptable ways to prove something. Neither is necessarily more reliable than the other. Direct evidence is based on first-hand observation of the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow falling might be offered as direct evidence that it had snowed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect. It is based on observations of related facts that may lead you to reach a conclusion about the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow covering the ground might be offered as circumstantial evidence that it had snowed. Members of the jury, you may discuss this case only when you are all present, and you may only deliberate in the jury room. No juror should attempt to discuss this case with other jurors or anyone else at any other time except when all jurors are in the jury room. Once you begin your deliberations, if you have a question, your foreperson should write it on a piece of paper, sign it, and give it to the bailiff, who will bring it to me. The court will then determine the appropriate way to answer the question. However, there may be some questions that, under the law, the court is not permitted to answer. Please do not speculate about what the answer to your question might have been or why the court is not able to answer a particular question. Finally, please be sure to keep the original question and response. Do not destroy them, as they are part of the official record in this case and must be returned to me when you return the instructions and verdict forms at the end of the case. One other caveat to this instruction is that takes time, because I have to reconvene the court, have to bring the lawyers in, we have to discuss the question, what the possible response is. So it's not as quick as the questions that we have when you're asking witnesses. During this trial, you were permitted to submit written questions to witnesses. If a particular question was not asked, do not guess why the question was not asked or what the answer might have been. My decision not to ask a question submitted by a juror is not a reflection on the person asking it, and you should not attach any significance to the failure to ask a question. By making legal rulings on the admissibility of questions, I did not intend to suggest or express any opinion about the question. My decision whether or not to allow a question is based on the applicable rules of evidence and other rules of law, and not on the facts of this particular case. It is my responsibility to assure that all parties receive a fair trial according to the law and rules of evidence. The fact that certain questions were not asked must not affect your consideration of the evidence in any way. Do not give greater weight to questions or answers to questions that are submitted by yourself or your fellow jurors. In making your decision, you must consider all of the evidence that has been presented. In this case, a separate offense is charged against the defendant in each count of the information. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense, and the evidence in the law applicable to each count should be considered separately, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other count. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty of one of the offenses charged should not control your verdict as to any other offense charged against the defendant. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or all of the offenses charged. A crime is committed when the defendant has committed a voluntary act prohibited by law together with a culpable state of mind. A voluntary act means an act performed consciously as a result of effort or determination. Proof of the voluntary act alone is insufficient to prove that the defendant has the required state of mind. The culpable state of mind is as much an element of the crime as the act itself and must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, either by direct or circumstantial evidence. In this case, the applicable states of mind are explained below. The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. A person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause the specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to a circumstance described by a statute defining an offense when she is aware that her conduct is of such nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is practically certain to cause the result. These next instructions have to deal with the elements that must be proven for the charges, and it makes more sense once you actually have all of the instructions because it references in instruction 21. The elements of the crime of murder in the first degree after deliberation are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, after deliberation and with intent, to cause the death of a person other than herself, cause the death of that person or of another person, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. The elements of the crime of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, knowingly caused the death of a child who had not yet attained 12 years of age, and the defendant was in a position of trust with respect to the child, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in Instruction 21. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. The elements of the crime of tampering with a deceased human body are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, believed that an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and, acting without legal right or authority, willfully destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered a human body, part of a human body, or human remains, with intent to impair its or their appearance or availability in the official proceedings, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in Instruction 21. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. The elements of the crime of tampering with physical evidence are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, believed that an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and, acting without legal right or authority, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered physical evidence with intent to impair its verity or availability in the pending or prospective official proceeding, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in Instruction 21. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of tampering with physical evidence. In this case, certain words or phrases have a particular meaning. The following are the definitions of those words and phrases. Accordingly, you are to use the following definitions where those words and phrases appear in the instructions and define crimes, defenses, special rules, and verdict questions. Cause means that act or failure to act which in natural and probable sequence produced the claimed injury. It is a cause without which the claimed injury would not have been incurred. Homicide means the killing of a person by another. Official proceeding means a proceeding heard before any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency, or official authorized to hear evidence under oath, including any magistrate, hearing examiner, commissioner, notary, or other person taking testimony or deposition in any such proceedings. Person, when referring to the victim of a homicide, means a human being who had been born and was alive at the time of the homicidal act. Physical evidence includes any article, object, document, record, or other thing of physical substance. Physical evidence does not include a human body, part of a human body, or human remains. One in a position of trust includes, but is not limited to, any person who is a parent or acting in the place of a parent and charged with any of a parent's rights, duties, or responsibilities concerning a child, including a guardian or someone otherwise responsible for the general supervision of a child's welfare, or a person who is charged with any duty or responsibility for the health, education, welfare, or supervision of a child, including foster care, child care, family care, or institutional care, either independently or through another, no matter how brief, at the time of the unlawful act. The evidence in this case has raised the defense of insanity as a defense to the crimes of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. The defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state that is an essential element of a crime charged. But care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger, revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. In addition, diseased or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Similarly, mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality, and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychoactive substance. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. The law presumes everyone to be sane. However, after some evidence of insanity is introduced, the burden of proof is upon the people to prove to the satisfaction of the jury, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the crimes charged. In order to meet this burden of proof, the prosecution must disprove, beyond a reasonable doubt, both of the above-numbered conditions. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide that the prosecution has failed to meet this burden of proof, then the prosecution has failed to prove that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the acts, which is an essential element of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. In that event, you must find the defendant not guilty and have the foreperson sign the designated section of Part A of the verdict form to indicate your verdicts. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has met this burden of proof, then the prosecution has proved the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the acts. In that event, your verdicts concerning the charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence must depend upon your determination whether the prosecution has met its burden of proof with respect to the remaining elements of this offense. Instruction 22. Concerning the affirmative defense of insanity, certain words or phrases have a particular meaning. Diseased or defective mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions which grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality, and which are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychopathic substance, except that it does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Moral obliquity refers to an act committed by a person who is capable of distinguishing moral right from moral wrong, but nevertheless acts out a perverse and culpable rejection of prevailing moral standards. Moral obliquity does not include an act committed by a person in a state of mental illness that renders the person incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the act. Incapable of distinguishing right from wrong refers to cognitive inability due to a mental disease or defect to distinguish right from wrong as measured by a societal standard or morality, even though the person may be aware that the conduct in question is criminal. The phrase incapable of distinguishing right from wrong does not refer to a purely personal and subjective standard of morality. If you find that the defendant, and this question will make more sense once you see the verdict forms. If you find the defendant guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should disregard the remainder of this instruction and sign Section A of the verdict form for that charge to indicate your verdict of guilty. If, however, I think that's a typo. I think that's supposed to be B. We'll get to it in just a moment. If, however, you find the defendant not guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree, murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should sign Section A of the verdict form to indicate your verdict of not guilty, and you should also answer the following verdict question in Section B of the verdict form. Did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? Answer yes or no. The court reminds you that the prosecution has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each element of the crime charged, including that the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the act. If you decide that the only element of the crime charge that the prosecution failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the act, you should mark yes in the appropriate place in Section B of the verdict form and have the foreperson sign the designated form in that section of the verdict form. If you decide that the prosecution has failed to prove any other element beyond a reasonable doubt, you should mark no in the appropriate place in Section B of the verdict form and have the foreperson sign the designated line in that section of the verdict form. In any trial or hearing in which the mental condition or of the defendant is at issue, witnesses not specially trained in psychiatry or psychology may testify as to their observation of the defendant's actions and conduct, and as to conversations which they have had with her bearing upon her mental condition, and they shall be permitted to give their opinions or conclusions concerning the mental condition of the defendant. This is an information instruction and must have no persuasive bearing on the verdicts you arrive at under the evidence. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of insanity, it is the court's duty to commit the defendant to the Department of Human Services until such time as the court determines that the defendant no longer requires hospitalization because she no longer suffers from a mental disease or defect which is likely to cause her to be dangerous to herself, to others, or to the community in the reasonably foreseeable future. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of insanity, she will never again be tried on the merits of the criminal charges filed against her. The question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time, may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged. In a few moments, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room, where you will select one of your members to be the foreperson. Your foreperson will preside over your deliberations and shall sign any verdict form and verdict question form that you may agree on, according to the rules that I am about to explain. The verdict for each charge must represent the considered judgment of each juror, and it must be unanimous. In other words, all of you must agree to all parts of it. This requirement applies to any determinations that you make in response to verdict questions which you conclude should be answered. Only one verdict shall be returned signed for each count. The verdict forms, verdict question forms, and these instructions shall remain in the possession of your foreperson until I ask for them in open court. Upon reaching a verdict, and if required by your verdicts, answering any verdict questions, you will inform the bailiff, who in turn will notify me, and you will remain in the jury room until I call you into the courtroom. You will be provided with 4 verdict forms. You will also be provided with 4 verdict question forms with directions that explain under what circumstances you should complete those forms. When you have unanimously agreed upon your verdicts, you will select the option on each form which reflects your verdict, and the foreperson will sign the verdict form as I have stated. Similarly, if you conclude the verdict question should be answered, you will select the option on each verdict question form which reflects your unanimous decision, and the foreperson will sign each verdict question form as I have stated. I will now read to you the verdict and the verdict question forms. You must not draw any inferences based on the order in which I read them. The verdict and verdict question forms you will receive read as follows. Jury verdict count number 1, charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation. Part A, section Roman numeral 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. Part A, section Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. If you fill out Part A, Roman numeral 1, you are finding the defendant not guilty, and you are finding the issues in favor of the defendant. If you do that, you need to fill out Part B, which asks you the question, if you find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, you should answer the following question. However, if you find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, you should leave this section blank. As to the charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation, did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? So with respect to each verdict form, you have 3 options. It can be a straight not guilty, it can be guilty, it can be not guilty by reason of insanity. So if you were to find the defendant just straight not guilty, the prosecution had not presented enough evidence to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that charge against the defendant, you would fill it not guilty and be done. If you were to find the defendant or that the prosecution had presented sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was guilty, you could fill it out as guilty. If you find her to be not guilty because she was insane at the time, you need to answer not guilty and answer this question on the back. Verdict form number 2, charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Section Roman numeral 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Section Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Again, only if you find her not guilty should you consider the question on Part B. As to the charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? Verdict form or count number 3. We, the jury, Part A, Roman numeral 1, we, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. Roman numeral 2, we, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. And the same question on the back under Part B. Jury verdict form count number 4, charge of tampering with physical evidence. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence, or Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence, and the same question on Part B. So let me go back for a moment, double check this. Section A. All right, let me call your attention back because I may have introduced some confusion. If you look back at instruction 23, and I said I thought this might be a typographical error, it is not. That is an accurate statement. If you find the defendant guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation: murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should disregard the remainder of this instruction and sign Section A of the verdict form for that charge to indicate your verdict of guilty. That's an accurate statement. What I was thinking about is that it also implicated the insanity provision. But under Section A of each verdict form, you're determining whether she's not guilty or whether she's guilty. So instruction 23 is accurate the way that it was stated and the way that it was read to you. I just didn't want to be any confusion about that, since I may have introduced some. So what we're going to do is take about a 15-minute recess. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 5 after 10, we should be able to start on time. Again, even though you've gotten the instructions, still can't start deliberating yet. You have to wait. So don't talk to each other about it. Don't talk to anyone else about it. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. We'll see you at 10 after 5 when we come back. My hope is that we will probably go until noon. We might go a little bit longer. So, because it would be better to have all of the arguments together. But again, as I said, I don't want you guys to be sitting there for a really long time either. So I'm just going to have to work that out on the fly. So with that, all rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so we have 4 charges that she's facing. There were initially a lot more that she could have possibly been charged with, but there are 4 that they're pursuing on this one. We'll go over those in just a minute. Just one second here, Ella. I need to show this.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Set up however you want to set up, and just be ready to go when we get back. What I have told both sides is that my intent at this point in time is just to leave the TV on. I suppose there might be a need to switch back and forth between sources. Pardon?
That would just be on your end, though, wouldn't
Right,
it?
yeah. So you
Plug in from there.
Oh, so
And
it'd
if-
be the same
okay.
plug then.
Okay.
Yeah, so you just need to tell me what the feed is from, but at this point in time, all of the evidence has been admitted. So I intend to, whatever is up there is going to stay up there until something else gets put up there.
Okay.
So any of this stuff that you want out, you need to move out. This is a suggestion. It is not a firm and direct rule, because I don't want to interfere too much with what the attorneys intend to do during closing arguments. I think probably the poster boards are going to be best right there on that corner of the court reporter's table. So if you want to put something up there or hold them up there or prop them up on the table, that's fine. But if you want to do it over there or on the witness stand, I don't care. So I just wanted to let you know. With that, court will be in recess then.
All rise.
Okay, so we have just under 15 minutes. Just under 15 minutes here. While court gets ready to begin with closing statements. We're going to start with the prosecution first. Sorry, that's a little better. Audio's a little funny. Yes, we will have a countdown clock. Or a count up clock. We've got our timer ready to go, and we'll have that ready. I think we'll have that in the bottom window. I think I can make that happen while they're out deliberating. So we will be timing this to see how fast it goes. I will ask for your help on that, because we will not get the word that a verdict is made until after the judge brings everyone in. So they'll know firsthand in the court. So anyone who is live tweeting this or in person will know first, and we'll hear about it on Twitter. So if you see one of the reporters that's following this, whether it's what is it, Noah or Josh, I can't remember his name. Any of the reporters that have been following this live, and we know they're there, and they send out a tweet that a verdict has been reached, let me know so we can stop the timer and get the most accurate time possible on the verdict deliberation time. So if found guilty, will this be a life sentence? Australia here. Sorry for the silly question. Lisa, yes, the worst possible outcome for her, depending on how you look on it, is life in prison without parole. Another possible outcome is that she goes to a mental hospital, an institution for the insane, where she will be treated until the court deems that she is no longer in need of treatment. That could be life in a mental hospital. I want to go over a couple. Great question though. There's Colorado does not have the death penalty. There are some states that do, but Colorado did away with that in 2020. So we have 4 charges. The first charge is murder in the first after deliberation. So murder in the first degree after deliberation, meaning it was intentionally she did it. The second one would be murder in the first degree of a child under the age of 12, and she was in a position of trust. They don't have to choose between these two. She can be, I believe, found guilty of both these charges, is my understanding. Number 3, tampering with a deceased body. And number 4, tampering with physical evidence. So those are the 4 charges they're pursuing here in this case. And that's what the jury's going to determine. Also, with that, the jury has to. Oh, thank you, Kat. Zach DuPont is the Twitter account you'll probably want to follow. He's the one that got us the questions on Twitter. He is in the courtroom following this, and as soon as there's a sentence, he's going to let us know as well. It will probably be seconds after he hears it that there will be a tweet from him. Let's see. The jury also has to decide if she is insane or not. That's the first decision, because if she's insane, they cannot find her guilty. Insanity is a defense to being convicted here. Let's see who's on the phone here. I'm not hearing anything. And I lost him. It disappeared. All right. Let's see. No court. Just realized the defendants were in blue. Are Al and Landon present? Oh, I believe they are. I can see Al for sure, and I think I can see Landon as well. They haven't been sitting together, but they are near each other. Al's there with his wife, and Landon has been nearby through most of the trial. If found not guilty by reason of insanity, could she be charged in other states because they have different thresholds for insanity? Heather, she could not be charged for murder. I believe that charge isn't a possibility. It's possible that Florida could charge her with, with everything from littering to dumping a body or something like that. I believe that they might be able to, but really I don't think it would happen. I don't think any state's going to say, well, we're going to get you for driving through our state with a body and moving a body without a license type thing. I don't think we'd see that. If she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, first of all, she's going to be in a mental institution. And so no one's going to try to add additional charges that way. I wish we could all get together for a celebration party when she was found guilty, says Cindy. Here's the thing, Cindy. Although it's going to be a relief and a welcome result for a lot of people, there's still a ton of heartache, and there's still just a ton of hurt and healing that needs to take place. And I think it's important for this to happen so that they can move on, so that we can move on, so that we can not forget about, but start to heal and start to move forward. So I don't know, even though it's the outcome they want, I don't think there's going to be much celebration that way, although there may be an outburst in the courtroom just out of sheer emotion, even though the judge said that he doesn't want any of that. Still 2 life sentences because of the first few charges. Yes, I believe both of those do carry life in prison without parole as a possibility. Does turning on gifts in this chat turn on gifts in all YouTube chats? Patches is specific to the channel you turn it on. So if you go to another channel that allows gifts, you have to change that setting yourself in that channel as well. This is not a time to party. Ivan, I agree. Sandra says, is Harley in court? I have not seen her in court since she testified. And even then, she was out in the hall until the very moment, past the moment she was supposed to be there. It took her a little bit to get into court. She was not eager to be there at all. Did she have to be insane only during the commission of the crimes? Yes, that would be the temporary insanity part of it. Temporary insanity could fall under the not guilty by reason of insanity, meaning that she is sane now, which is why she's being tried for her crimes. She can be found insane at the time she committed the crimes. So that's a possibility. Cajun Girl, thank you for the hearts for Gannon. I appreciate that. Thank you for support of him and for us. Thank you. Letecia is dead to her, White Rose. We heard that from Harley early on. I don't think Harley wants anything to do with her mom anymore, says KT. When Harley was speaking, I think she did a GoFundMe at one point, and in the GoFundMe she said, I've lost both my parents. I think she spoke truthfully there, that she felt that to her parents were gone. Just both of them were no more. If she's found not guilty, does she go home? If she's found guilty, she goes to jail. If she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, she goes to the hospital. Right. This is the least likely, the go home part. For her to walk out of this courtroom a free woman, you would have to have the jury come in and say, no, she is not insane, and then we find the defendant not guilty on all 4 charges. I don't see that happening. It would be absurd. It would be absolutely just bizarre, beyond belief. It would be much easier to accept an outcome where we had a hung jury for some reason than the 12 people get together and say she's not guilty of any of these charges. So hung jury's possibility in that case, and the state could choose to retry her, which they probably would do. Will they cuff her straight away? Probably. You'll probably see the bailiffs move right in behind her as soon as the verdict is being read. You'll see them move right up to make sure there's no outburst or reaction. Can you live stream the after press conference? Yes and no. It would demonetize my feed, which is not a big issue. But the after press conference is not the court issued or the court provided video feed. So it does cause problems that way. And someone else owns the copyright to that. If we do it all on the same stream, like if we do it all on the same stream, then it demonetizes the entire stream. And although, the money is not the issue, if I don't get any money for anything I do, then it's hard for me to continue doing this every day. Let her walk out and see what happened. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Not going to happen at all. I always feel sad after a verdict of guilty, even when I want the person to be punished. Patches, I agree. It's not a celebration. Justice sometimes is hard. It's hard to deliver, and you have to realize as hard as it is to see her as a person sometimes based on what she's done, she is a person, and we're sentencing someone to be locked up for the rest of their lives, and that is no small thing, not to be taken lightly, in spite of what she did. How does she go to the mental institute? That would have to be not guilty by reason of insanity on the first charge the jurors consider. She might finally cry when she's found guilty. I don't know, Poodle. We have not seen her show much emotion unless she was trying to act. During acting, she's been able to turn on the tears. They turn off just as quickly, and so I don't think that would be I don't think we'll see that. Yeah, I do not want to get a copyright strike, because you get 3 strikes and you're out on YouTube. It's a serious thing. I have to be very careful of that. She admitted killing Gannon, so there's no way she's going home. Yeah, Amber, the way she admitted it, if you missed this, was she admitted basically as one of her alters to shooting someone wrapped up in a cape that was the bad guy. That turned out later, that she found out later to be Gannon. Even the way she told the story didn't match up with the physical evidence at the time. So although she did admit to shooting him, it's like a hollow admission. Because even in the admission, she's lying. She's making up these fibs. And there was somebody else with me, and I grabbed the gun out of somebody's hand and shot him. And I was Maria the Protector. And so yes, it's an admission to killing Gannon, but at the same time, it's like not. It's like it almost doesn't count. Since the trial is done, can we have polls? We did a poll this morning about the verdict and how long it would take. We had that first thing this morning. If you missed that, I do apologize. Can I check the mod chat, please? I will do that. I'll turn that on. Just 1 second. I'm way behind on chat. So let's see. Give me a second. Okay. Amber, that one might get me a copyright strike too, of a different nature. Tony says,
jury for murder in my small town. The jury instructions are really important now. We had a hard time. We find her guilty right away, but there was another murder count we were unsure of.
Yeah, I was talking with a gentleman this morning, had a meeting this morning, very early this morning, and he sat on a jury in a murder trial up in Washington, just taking that on and shared a lot of his experience that way. And sitting on a jury in a murder trial is never easy, even when it's like an open and shut type case. It's never easy, and they're constantly wanting to make sure they do the right thing. I think most juries would be like that. They're very conscious of the authority that they've been given, the civic responsibility that rests upon them, and very few people would take that lightly. So it would not be surprising if this jury, as educated as they are, as we know they are from the questions we've heard throughout the trial, as informed as they are, as they've been taking notes and paying attention throughout, might go back in and read the entire jury instructions again. And sit there for 40 minutes to go over and say, let's make sure we understand what we're doing and what the instructions are for everything. And because of that same thing, they want to be sure that they're doing the right thing, and they want to be sure they're filling out the paper the right way, so that most of them have never done it before, and filling out the wrong thing, checking the wrong box might on initial quick pass think that you're doing the right thing, and then it's like, no, that's not what I meant. I thought the outcome was reversed, and the judge explained that, saying, if you check this will mean. And those sort of instructions are helpful. Thank you very much for that, Tony. Appreciate that. Heart goes out to the jury. It's not easy. Charlene, they've been there for weeks. We're on day 20, but we've had every Thursday off. Somebody has to help me with the math. This is higher math. We're like 5 weeks of trial, right? Is that where we are? Roughly 5 weeks? It's a long time to take off life for 5 weeks, and they've had nobody they can talk to about this. They can't talk to their family members. They can't talk to the press. They can't talk on their blog about it. They can't even talk to the other juror members about this. They've just had to keep it all in. Everything from the very beginning, the first when Al takes the stand, all the way through the autopsy photos and everything they had to see. They've got a lot in their minds that they're going to be considering as they make this decision. Where are we at? The finished jury instructions. Yes, Sherry, they did finish jury instructions. When we come back from this break, which will happen in about 3 seconds, roughly, according to the judge's time, we're going to have closing statements. The prosecution will go first, then defense, and then prosecution will go one more time with their rebuttal, and then the jury will get charged, and we'll start the deliberation clock at that time. So let's see. We're in week 5. Thank you, Chendrix, for that. Closing arguments is basically right now, Stacy. It's going to begin in mere moments. As soon as the camera comes on and the audio comes on, we'll jump right to it. You missed the jury instructions, Victoria. We're on closing arguments are starting in minutes or less. Probably a couple minutes, because the jury is not going to be in the courtroom. The judge will turn on the camera here. Let me show you what we've got right here. So you'll see it right when I see it. How about that? Let me actually turn this one off for a second. Turn that off. Our Letecia cam is going to be off. Hopefully they fix the camera so we can get a better view of her. I'm hoping. I don't think they have. I won't keep my fingers crossed. Will the jury get mental health support after this? Variety. The other person I talked to this morning, other than a former juror, was a therapist. And the therapist was talking about actually having treated people and seen people that just need to talk and just need to work through some things, because you can literally get PTSD from sitting on a jury. The images you see, the stories you tell, the ideas you have.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358,
Serious.
People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present. We okay? Okay. Jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And you're good to go?
Yes.
Is your feed going to be prosecution table?
Yes.
Okay. Defense, are you ready to go? And you're going to use his same feed?
I'm going to use the podium.
Podium, okay. All right. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
They're trying to fix the camera right now, so give him a second. This is Mr. JS, and he's made it worse. At least they're aware of it. Let's give him a minute here.
It's just a little high.
There we go. A little lower.
That's better.
It's better. We'll take it. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's not much better, but we've got some. Okay, sounds are off. Baby Bear, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. When the camera comes on, we're going to look. I'll try to follow the presentation. It's going to be lit funny because it's looking towards a bright light, so it will be dark. It's not looking at the witness stand. It's sort of looking at the lectern from the jury's perspective. So we'll try to see that.
If you're going to use the TVs, it's up to you as to whether you turn the perimeter lights on or off. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. At this point in time, we will start with the prosecution's closing argument. Prosecution?
Thanks, Judge. Morning. Been a long trial. You guys have sat through a lot of evidence, and you're going to have to sift through that evidence and sift through the instructions, kind of what we talked about when we're selecting you, and apply the facts of this case to the law that you now have been given. Before I start my closing, I want to just say thank you for that. You guys have been very attentive. I can see that every day. You've asked some very good questions that I'm actually going to use in my closing argument as I go forward here. One of the things about a homicide case that is true and to form in pretty much every homicide case I've done in my career is the case kind of evolves to talk about the defendant. We spend a lot of time talking about the defendant. And then when you add that the defense is insanity, you even spend more time talking about the defendant. I want to come back to Gannon in a little bit. Gannon's been in a box back here for the whole trial. This is what the trial should be about. And I'm not doing this to get sympathy from you. I'm doing this to tell you that what Gannon had to tell you in this trial through the autopsy, all you need to know. And when the defendant did what she did to him, saying at the time she did it, not only do we know how he was killed and the effort and determination it took to kill him, we also know that his body was found in Florida. Body wasn't found in Florida. Do you think we'd be talking about insanity in this trial? It's a pure fact of divine intervention that Macon Ponder happened to be searching that bridge when he did. Remember, he said he searched that bridge every 2 years. Just so happened on March 17th, 2020, out there searching that bridge and he saw that suitcase. Dr. Lewis says it was crazy to drive a suitcase across the country and dump it over a bridge in Florida. Was it really? Think about the divine intervention of Gannon's body even being found to get here to where we're at right now. And the effort and determination that she took to hide his body. We're going to talk about that quite a bit more as I go through my closing. What I'd like to do now is talk about the autopsy and his injuries. I'm not going to show you any pictures. I'm going to tell you that right up front. I'm going to use the diagram. I wonder if we can have the TVs turned on. I can start with that. To describe his injuries, because his injuries are relevant. They're not only relevant to the crimes that she's charged with, the murder counts, but they're relevant to what her state of mind was when she committed those crimes. And so what we have up on the board now is People's Exhibit 144. You heard Dr. Ignacio testify. We showed you pictures of each and every injury that Gannon had to his body. This first diagram in People's Exhibit 144 kind of depicts the stab wounds. It also depicts the gunshot wound to his left chin area. Now, at least the group that I talked to in jury selection, we talked about every day of your life, you were training to be jurors. That means you're using your common sense to make decisions, just like you're going to have to today when you go back to the deliberation room. Just by looking at these injuries, what does your common sense tell you? Without Dr. Ignacio's testimony, Gannon was defending himself. He was fighting off. Despite having hydrocodone in his system. Made him lethargic. He somehow was able to fight her off. The injuries to his fingers, the injuries to his arms. 18 times. 18 times she took a knife. Stabbed him. The locations of the stab wounds. What does that tell you? Use your common sense. It's not psychotic. It's strategic. The stab wounds are to the chest. As Gannon's fighting, the stab wounds are to his back. But it's not just stab wounds. You know that. He has to use judgment and reflection to get another weapon. What that weapon was, who knows? But she got a weapon and hit him in the skull 4 separate times. Go to the next diagram. I forgot to mention the strategic stab wound to his neck just underneath his ear, which we see in People's Exhibit 145. The diagram doesn't do justice to the skull fracture that she caused to him. And I'm not going to show you pictures, but I think, remember those pictures? Completely obliterated the skull. The amount of force it takes to do that, judgment, reflection. The next exhibit shows the injuries that he had to the top of his head. 4 separate strikes to his head. Wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough for her. So, judgment, reflection, she goes and gets a handgun. She fires that handgun 3 times. I don't know how those bullets stayed in the pillow. We can rack our brain for ages. I don't know how those bullets stayed in that pillow. I don't know that we'll ever know how those bullets stayed in that pillow. What matters is the bullet that went into Gannon. That bullet matched the gun really she used that was still in the house. She attributed to Quincy Brown using, or Eduardo using, or whatever story of the day it was. Judgment, reflection, location of gunshot wound. Talk about making ponder a little bit. Because as he drives to Florida, she checks in at about 12:22 in the morning, just after midnight, Candlewood Suites, Pensacola, Florida. Why do they drive all the way from Decatur in one night to get to Florida? Why does she want to get rid of Gannon's body in Florida? Gulf of Mexico. You drive this bridge at night, as Macon Ponder testified to, there's no lights on it. We know that sometime between, well, probably between 4 in the morning to 5 in the morning, she's out there. Look at the location where the body was found with the red arrow on People's Exhibit 63. More importantly, look at the space that she has to park this vehicle. I don't know where the pointer is, but you can
Right
see.
behind you. It's right there on the window.
Okay, thanks. You can see the shoulder here, and there's plenty of room. Why does she park there? Because she can. 4 in the morning, there's no traffic out there. Does she think there's water underneath the bridge? Is that illogical thinking as you're crossing a bridge and you can't see anything? You cross a main waterway, the Scambia River, and you continue going until you find a place to stop. She probably had to wait that there was no traffic. Gets rid of the body. Did you ever think the body was going to be found again? Go to the next slide. You see the suitcase underneath the bridge. And as Macon Ponder testified, it was where he and his coworker found it. It was clearly someone who dropped it directly over the bridge. There was an imprint that you remember seeing pictures of, and they ended up dragging it under the bridge, not knowing what the contents were. More importantly, not smelling anything. Why is that important? Harley didn't smell anything. Body had been out here since February 4th. This is now March 17th in the Florida heat. They didn't smell anything until the suitcase was open. That lends some credibility to Harley when she says she never smelled or never knew the suitcase was back in the back of the van. Anyway, they dump it out and they see probably the most horrific thing anybody can ever see in their life: scan his body in a fetal position, decomposed, wearing the same clothes that he was wearing January 7th, 2020. She killed him. Pants in a white stripe. Watch the video when they leave. See him wearing sweatpants with a white stripe. Talk about that more later. Let's talk about the law, okay? And as I go through the law, I'm going to later kind of go through the timeline of events. And I would like you to think about the mental states and sanity as I talk about those. So I want to talk about the law first. The first instruction I have up here is the elements of the crime of murder in the first degree after deliberation. You will see that most of these elements are not in dispute. That the defendant, not in dispute. In the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, not in dispute. After deliberation and with intent, those are highlighted because those are the culpable mental states that are attached to that crime. Those are the culpable mental states in the insanity definition that we're talking about. So I want to highlight those in a second. To cause the death of a person other than herself, cause the death of a person again. Those are not in dispute either. And number 7 is the issue in the case. That's the insanity defense. I'm going to talk about in a minute. We can go to the next elements. After deliberation, not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Now, some of you, before you came into court, if you've never seen this definition, you're probably thinking about premeditation, where people are planning something out and it takes days to plan out the murder and then they finally do the murder. That's not what that definition says. It's just enough time to have judgment and reflection, to make decisions, to go from grabbing a knife, to go to grabbing some blunt force object, to go to grabbing. Is she exercising judgment and reflection? And it doesn't have to be good judgment. It doesn't have to be bad judgment. It just has to be judgment. Is she making a decision? A person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause a specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. I don't want to bet money on it, but I bet you a lawyer wrote that definition. It just means with intent. What was their intent? Did she intend to kill Gannon when she did what she did to Gannon? I would suggest that that's not in dispute either. We can now go to the next crime, which is murder in the first degree, a child under the age of 12, and the defendant was in a position of trust. Now, the reason why there's 2 counts of murder, there's only 1 victim, is because this is just another theory of first-degree murder. There's several theories of first-degree murder in the law. These are the 2 that are in front of you now, okay? And as you can see, the mental state is what's different, and the age of the victim. And then the defendant has to be in a possession of trust. That's not in dispute. She's stepmom. She's obviously acting as Gannon's parent at the time that she. But let's talk about what knowingly is, because that's the culpable mental state with this crime. Person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to circumstance described by statute defining an offense when she is aware that her conduct is of such a nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is practically certain to cause the result. Stab someone 18 times, hit him over the head 4 times. When you shoot at him 3 times, striking him once, I think he might have an idea of what the result might be. I would suggest that that's not in dispute in this case. Let's go to insanity. These words mean a lot. This is not something that you're going to find in the DSM-5. This is not a mental illness. This is a legal definition. These are just like the elements of the crime that we just went through. The reason I say that is because, first of all, I'm going to start at the bottom. It says the law presumes everyone to be sane. There's a presumption of sanity. However, after some evidence of insanity has been presented, the burden of proof shifts to us, and we gladly accept it. Gladly accept it. Now, what does insanity mean? The defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if he was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the act. That's why you heard me ask that question so many times. Or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state, the ones we just talked about, that is an essential element of a crime charged. And then the next paragraph means something, because it says, but care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger. Passion growing out of anger. If you lose your temper, you don't get to claim insanity. Revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. So you can't lose your temper and come in and say, I lost my temper, I wasn't myself. We're humans. We have emotions. The next part is what's critical. It says, in addition, disease or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested by only repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. We heard a little bit about antisocial personality disorder. Who hasn't been diagnosed with that? But that's the reason why someone who has antisocial personality disorder, they have fun killing people. They lie all the time. They manipulate all the time. They have no empathy. They have no sympathy. Those people don't get to come in and say, I was living insane. Now, what does mental disease or defect mean? This is what the legal definition of mental disease or defect is. And I'm going to leave this up here for quite a while because I'm going to go through all the doctor's testimony here in a second. And I want you to look at that instruction as we talk about what they had to say. But first of all, it has to be a severe word means something. It has to be a severely abnormal mental condition that grossly and demonstrably impairs a person's perception of understanding of reality and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or drugs. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or other antisocial behavior. So let's talk about that. The word grossly and demonstrably. You think Harley might notice if she had a grossly and demonstrably mental condition? You think she might have shared that with you? You think Al Stauch might have noticed when it says it has to be grossly and demonstrably? He's got to demonstrate it, right? It's not something you snap your fingers and then all of a sudden go into a different personality. What about her brother? Howard. Think he might have noticed it? Let's talk about the doctors. I'm actually going to talk about Dr. Niederhauser first. Dr. Niederhauser was really the first doctor and all the doctors that you heard from to see her. If you recall, she saw her on December 5th, December 13th, 30 minutes each time. Came in and remember the difference between a clinical evaluation and a forensic evaluation. Clinical evaluation. I rely on what the patient says. I rely just like if they came in and said, I've got a fever, I'm going to take that at their word and I'm going to treat them for what they're telling me. She comes in and says, I've got anxiety. Treats her for anxiety. She diagnoses her with general anxiety. And she told you on the stand that she had general anxiety at the time she's testimony. A lot of people did that came in and testified. That's not a severe and abnormal mental condition that grossly and demonstrably impairs a person's perception or understanding of reality. We all experience that. In fact, you got to experience her experiencing it on video. In January 29th, 2020, when she's being interviewed, remember at the end of the interview, she had to call the paramedics and she said she was suffering from panic attacks. The paramedics came in and said, your vital signs are not only good, they're exceptionally good. You're breathing fine. Your heart rate's fine. I don't know what the problem is. I think she might have been faking that to get out of the setting. Dr. Niederhauser also tells us that she had no history of inpatient psychiatric treatment, no history other than anxiety of any other diagnosis for mental illnesses. And this is based on what the defendant's telling her. No evidence of psychosis. No reason to put her on an M1 hold. If she was experiencing psychosis in December of 2019, the doctor would have had an obligation to commit her. That's the kind of stuff that talks about severely abnormal mental conditions that affects your vision of reality. It's not there. The other thing about that visit, the timing of that visit, December of 2019. Remember, the whole purpose of that visit is so that she can get a letter to go to her employment because she didn't want to work anymore. The ironic part about it is at the second interview, the defendant tells her, I don't want to work there anymore. But I got a contract, so I need a letter to get out of it. But what else happens right before Gannon is murdered? Goes on a cruise. Goes on a cruise in January. You think that might have something to do with not wanting to go to work based on what you know about her and the statements she's made? Dr. Moore, Christine Moore, she works at the jail. She's a psychologist. She evaluates people who come in who are charged with serious crimes, perhaps their first time in a jail. They evaluate to see if they're a danger to themselves or others. It's a psychological evaluation. She said it was a clinical evaluation. They also want to know if there's any medication they might need. What the defendant tells her is that she has anxiety. I didn't do the crime, not going to be a problem. That was on March 5th, 2020, first day of her visit in the jail. Dr. Moore spent quite a bit of time with her up until January 5th of 2021, seeing her either once every 2 weeks or once every week, depending on what was going on with her. March 20th, she goes to her and says, I just want to see how you're doing. And his body was found. Never in Florida. The reason why I'm telling you this is because she doesn't say, hey, Maria Sanchez did it. Or, you know what? I got dissociative identity disorder. You're a psychologist. I need help. Nothing. In fact, she told you there was no evidence during the entire time she spent with her that she had dissociative identity disorder or any other severe mental illness that meets that definition. This was it was a little over a month after the crime, January 27th, March 5th. And then what happens on June 5th, 2020 in the jail? You recall Dr. Moore's testimony. She reviews all the deputies' notes to see what's going on with the defendant at the time, to see how she's doing. And she reviews notes from deputies that say, I'm going to start acting crazy. That's what the defendant says. And then on that very day, June 5th, 2020, she enters a competency issue into the court. That's how we get to the competency evaluations that I'm going to talk about here in a second. The timing of that. Okay, Gannon's body was found on March 17th. She finds out about it on March 20th. You know that she's read the discovery of the police reports in this case, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's entitled to read that. Point is, she's read it. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to start acting crazy. For another defense, no dissociative identity disorder, certainly no Maria Sanchez during her entire time, her entire visits with Dr. Moore for that year period of time. The first competency evaluation was done down at the state hospital. We don't pick where she goes. The prosecution, when I say we don't pick what doctors do the evaluation. Court orders it, goes to the state hospital. Doctors are chosen, they do an evaluation. What's relevant about this first competency evaluation that takes place on July 20th, 2020 is when she goes to the state hospital, is that they have a 2-week observation period for nurses, employees are watching her. He actually goes to a nurse and says, can you tell when someone's faking it? Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray actually, they do a forensic interview with her on August 4th of 2020. Again, now we're in a forensic mode. Now we're not just going to listen to what she has to say. We're going to look at collateral information. We're going to call Al Stauch. We're going to try to call Harley. We're going to try to call family members to see if we can corroborate what she's telling us. So what does she tell them? I've got bipolar disorder. I'm a manic depressant. I ramble. I'm a manic depression. That's my mental illness. Nothing about dissociative identity disorder. which according to Dr. Lewis, she's had it since a very young age. Nothing about Maria Sanchez. Remember Dr. Torres's testimony when she was talking about the competency evaluation? One of the psychological tests that she took had a question about multi-personalities. And the answer led Dr. Torres to ask her, hey, do you have multiple personalities? This is August 4th, 2020. Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres diagnosed her with specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. Talked about that a little bit. Now, does it meet that definition? How do we know if it meets that definition? Her actions, how other people perceive her. Also, Dr. Torres told you, no, it's not a severe mental disease. It's not something that affects her everyday life, that affects her ability to make decisions. No evidence of psychosis during that evaluation either. No history of inpatient treatment during that evaluation. Psychological testing. MMPI-2. Remember that test? What does that test tell you and told Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray? That she exaggerates psychiatric to the point where even people who are hospitalized for their mental illness don't answer questions that way. You think she might be faking it? Now we go to the second competency evaluation with Dr. Grimmett. Now, remember how Dr. Grimmett became involved in this case? The defense at the time, and it wasn't these defense attorneys, requested that she do the evaluation of the second competency evaluation. We had nothing to do with that. So now this happens on December 22nd, 2020. That's when Dr. Grimmett talks to her. And so I want you to think about how it's progressed now. Now she starts talking about dissociative identity disorder and bipolar disorder. When I say she, the defendant. That's what the defendant is telling Dr. Grimmett. She says she has 4 distinct personalities. None of those 4 were Maria Sanchez. Remember what Dr. Grimmett testified to? That she was, first of all, creating these names. Second of all, like Jasmine was a Disney character. Talked about vampires. Twilight. I've seen the movie Twilight. I know I hate admitting that, but I've seen it. And she cited the characters from that movie. And Dr. Grimmett said, wait a minute here. You're just telling me characters from a movie? That's not dissociative identity disorder. But she evaluated her for it because that's what she's telling. Dr. Grimmett evaluated her for DID. Said, no, not there. I don't even need any more information. I don't need to rule it out. Not there. She also diagnosed the defendant with other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. She also told you that it doesn't fit that definition. Jump forward to February of 2022. I don't know when the conversation took place, but at some point before the defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity on February 11th, 2022, they had a conversation, the counsel had a conversation with Dr. Lewis. Remember Dr. Lewis testified that I recommended you change your plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. Why is that important? Why did I ask her about that? I think that put a little pressure on her. And she says, I recommend you plead not guilty by reason of insanity, and I'll do the evaluation. Why didn't she do the evaluation right away? Why'd she wait till November? Come out and talk to the defendant. Needless to say, when she pled not guilty by reason of insanity in February, the same process happened as happened when she raised competency. Sent down to the state hospital. The state hospital chooses who's going to do the evaluation. They make a decision on who already knows the case. Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray already read all the discovery in this case. They knew the facts of the case. They knew the defendant, but they're doing a different evaluation. As you remember, competency goes to her state of mind at the time they're doing the evaluation. What's her understanding, what's happening in the courtroom, whether or not she can get along with her attorneys, that kind of thing. Insanity is completely different. Insanity, you got to go back, just like the law says, at the time of the crime, what was her mental state? So that's a much broader evaluation. You got to look at everything. So Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray, they also reach out again, call out. They attempt to talk to Harley, family members, to see what's going on with her. But what is the defendant saying now? Gone off of bipolar now. And now she's created more personalities as part of this dissociative identity disorder. Is it just a coincidence that she's consulted with Dr. Lewis prior to all this? Now Maria Sanchez comes into play during this evaluation. Dr. Torres testified, and it's in a report, that she said, there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms to the definition of a mental disease or defect. Pretty powerful language. That's powerful language. No credible evidence. What's also interesting about this evaluation compared to Dr. Lewis's evaluation is they do 2 interviews, if you remember. One was in March, one was in June. The March interview, I think I couldn't count how many questions, but it wasn't a lot of questions asked. It was the defendant talking. They just let her go. In June, they asked more questions. One of the questions that Dr. Torres asked is, can we talk to Maria? Can we talk to Maria Sanchez? She said, no, Maria just doesn't come out. There's got to be some kind of stressor. There's got to be a triggering event, which coincidentally is exactly what the DSM-5 says. I can't just summon Maria. You saw on Wednesday how that happened. It was magic, according to the Dr. Lewis. No severe abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception of understanding of reality. No psychosis, no bipolar. Because remember the first competency evaluation, they said they had to rule it out. They've ruled it out. Bipolar does not exist with this defendant based on Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. They also said no dissociative identity disorder. Didn't have to rule that out. They had enough to say there's no credible evidence. That's not there. They continued on with the diagnosis of other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray came to the conclusion that the defendant was not legally insane at the time of the crime. Let's go to the next slide, which is the credibility instruction. This instruction applies to experts as well. You may believe all the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. This instruction applies to every witness who testifies, including Dr. Lewis. I've got highlighted certain words there. Motive. Didn't see motive in the elements of first-degree murder, but you see it here. Money is a strong motivator. Having shows on HBO, strong motivator. Having your son videotape evaluations on a first-degree murder case that's gotten quite a bit of publicity for perhaps another documentary is motive. You're gonna do a documentary if she says she's saying, sorry, did what I could. Acting. Not as good as, well, not as bad as Robert De Niro, I guess she would say. But she's acting. You also have to look at her demeanor and manner while testifying. Wouldn't answer any of my questions. She wouldn't answer my questions because she didn't want you to know the answers. She wanted you to know what she wanted to say. She shows up to court late. Talk about narcissistic tendencies. Manner while testifying. I think that speaks for itself, how she testified. Especially when you compare Dr. Torres. Obviously she would disagree with my questions. Remember how many times she says it depends to me? She's not our expert. This happens to be the expert that the state hospital chose to come in to do a neutral evaluation, the truth. Dr. Lewis. She didn't know the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado, ladies and gentlemen. The whole reason she came in to testify. I'm not even sure what her opinion is anymore based on your questions at the end. Remember how she answered it? About the MRI and the EEG that she withdrew? My opinion is ongoing. What does that mean? Does that tell you that her opinion that she was legally insane at the time counts for anything? Because when you think about her report, she does this preliminary report, which was supposed to be an insanity report, 35 days before trial, that says, hey, I need more information. I need an EEG and an MRI done if I'm going to make a decision on insanity. Well, that doesn't happen. MRIs, you take someone to the hospital for 2 hours, you do an MRI, you come back. Never happened. But yet, a few days before trial, she hands over a report saying, I find her legally insane, and that's literally all she says. Don't know what standard of insanity she's using. What I do know is she didn't get the information that she needed. But you know what information she had? She had a third MMPI-2 test that Dr. Torres told you about, that a Dr. Leach took, that was hired by the defense to do psychological testing based on what Dr. Lewis requested. Guess what the results of that showed? It was the same, exaggerating psychiatric symptoms to the point where people who are hospitalized for mental illnesses would not answer those questions that way. That didn't seem to matter. I want to talk about the facts of the case, and the reason why I want to do that is because I think it's important for you to look at the defendant's actions before, during, and after she killed. I'm going to start with the video of Gannon's burns. Just get both of them.
Two, I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie, when the TMZ information.
Bannon, I promise this is the last time I'm going to ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. All right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay, so we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it? You got it? I'm just worried about my. Okay, shh. Listen. So tomorrow.
Why is that important? Why is she videotaping an 11-year-old boy who has burns? More importantly, why did she stop videotaping a little boy, Gannon? I think it might be because Gannon said, "I'm just worried about my burns." I think that was the purpose of that video. I think that's using judgment and reflection. Now, the hydrocodone. I can't stand here and tell you how that got into Gannon's system. All I can tell you is there's only one person there that could have. Did she give it to him because of the burns? I don't know. But when she gave it to him, do you think that's using judgment and reflection? January 27th. This is actually at 9:46 is when this video was recorded, Sunday night. The next morning, January 27th, 2020, at 4:36 in the morning, decision was made for her, or she made the decision to text Nick Hicks saying, "My stepfather had just been killed in a car accident," or words to that effect. Ms. Hicks responds later on saying, "I'm sorry, please let me know," and I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it memorized, but she says words to the effect, "Please let me know if there's anything we can do and when you can come in." She responds back, the defendant does, by saying, "Why are you being so insensitive? This is a family member that just died on the East Coast." Why is that important? Because that's the theory that Dr. Lewis wants you to believe. The fact that she makes this text about the stepfather is somehow tied to the killing of Gannon. Some years later. It just means she didn't want to go to work that day. Could it possibly mean that she knew what she was going to do when she said, "And tomorrow"? And shortly after that, she calls Gannon school, says he's not coming in today. And she texts Al Stauch and says, "Hey, I'm going to make up an excuse, not go to work," which she does. And Gannon's not going to go to school because of his stomach issues. Judgment, reflection. Then on that same morning at 8:14 and 8:16 a.m., she takes that picture of Gannon in bed. Why did she take a picture of Gannon in bed in his bed? And text it to Gannon's father, Al. "Look, Gannon's alive. He's here. He's sick. He's in bed." You heard Al Stauch testify a little bit about Gannon. He has ADHD. Hyper. It's still at 8:14, 8:16. I think he might be lethargic from hydrocodone. Why he's still in bed? I think she wants to prove that he's still alive because she knew how much hydrocodone she gave him. Is that a rational reason to do it? Does that make sense? January 27th at 9:54 a.m. Text Al from her phone. This was your question, by the way. She texts Al from her phone saying, I left my phone at home before she left the house. You think that's an indication that she knew what was going to happen? Is it that far-fetched to think that she knows Gannon had been poisoned and that something might happen to Gannon? Then at 10:12 a.m., they leave in Al's truck. And again, this is the video that you saw that you can see his pants with the white stripe down him when they leave. You see him get into the back seat of the pickup truck, and Stout gets into the driver's seat. They drive away. What the heck is she doing taking a sick kid out to go shopping for dog clothes? Narcissistic tendencies. Not me. Dogs. They're gone until 2:20 p.m. when they come back. You saw the videos. She drives in the back of the driveway. She's got to back in and then drive back in. Eventually, the truck comes to a stop. They're stopped in that driveway for 39 seconds. What are they talking about in that truck? Doors open. You see the leg drop. You see Gannon beeline right through the garage. You see the defendant go in after. At 2:26 p.m., you see the defendant come out and move the Tiguan from the driveway, back it into the garage. What was the need at that moment to back that Tiguan into the garage? Then you see her come out in the front of the garage, out in front, below the garage door, and look around. Back in the house. This is when the murder happens, ladies and gentlemen. 30, right in that time frame. There's no activity on her phone. And does autopsy. Axe him with a knife. Good enough. And he fought when he was born. He's fighting now. On 1 pound, 6 ounces. Get it through that. Coming after him. Goes to get a blunt force object, crush his skull. Not sound like rational thinking, but it's certainly thinking. That's the before and during. A lot to talk about. There's so much to talk about after. She stuffs him in a suitcase. She drags his body to the storage room, opens a large green suitcase, somehow manages to squeeze him in there, gets the blankets off the bed, wraps him up in that, pillows, picks up the shell casings, does something with a knife, does something with a blunt force object. She sticks him into the storage room and throws boxes on him. At 3:11 p.m., Al texted her, said, "Are you sleeping?" No response from the defendant. Lena gets home. She gets to the house about 3:15 p.m. The bus comes by about 3:11 p.m. Doesn't let Lena in the house. She makes Lena stay outside because she's got work to do. Got to clean that bloody mess in that room. Got to hide evidence. Got to tamper with things. And his dad texted him at 3:35. He said, "Hey, buddy. Having no clue what she did to him." No response to that. No one read that text until 7:40 that evening. That was the defendant reading it. 6:27 p.m., the defendant texts Al and says, Gannon went to a friend's house. He was supposed to be home at 6. He's not home yet. 6:55, she calls 911. You heard that call. How can she do this? How can she talk to Gannon's father like nothing happened? That traits of an antisocial personality disorder, the fact that you can have no sympathy, go cold and callous, and act like nothing happened. And she does it through the whole day. You guys know that. She calls Landon on Gannon's phone a couple times that night. Have a trait of antisocial personality disorder? Landon gets a call from Gannon. She knows he's missing, and it's her. Next morning, January 28, 2020, at 6:22 a.m., you see the Tiguan leave. It's gone for 10 minutes. What is she doing? Is it beyond the realm of possibility that she's doing a practice run to see if anybody's watching her? She's about to move the body. Is that beyond the realm of common sense? She again comes back, backs into the garage. Heard evidence that she'd never backed that Tiguan in the back of the garage until that day. They leave. When I say they, Bandit and Gannon's body. Go to the airport. Leave the house at 8:13 a.m. They get to the airport about 8:30 a.m. She's made the decision to rent another car. She even left the house. Is that evidence of psychosis? Or is that evidence of thinking things through? I'm going to leave Gannon's body in the back of that Tiguan at the airport. We're going to pick up a car. Al's didn't care because we're not going to put mileage on my leased vehicle. Al gets off the airplane. He's just worried about Gannon. Where's my son? You think at that moment he cared that she rented a car? But she made a big deal about, hey, I don't want to put miles on my Tiguan. She never searched for Gannon. They go to the interview at Starbucks at approximately 1:30 that afternoon. They have that interview, you heard it. After that interview, she disappears. She takes the rental car and it's gone that afternoon. No one knows where she's at. We do. Is that Life 360 app? We got her going back to the airport at 4:41 p.m. We have a parking ticket that was found inside the white Kia rental car that says she went into the airport at 4:41 p.m. Now, she must have got out of there quickly because she never had to get another ticket when she left. But we know from Life 360, and we know from the telemetry on the Tiguan that the Tiguan didn't leave, that she leaves the airport shortly after that. What is she doing at the airport? Is it that crazy to think that she's checking on Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan? Does that sound like someone doesn't know right from wrong? Does that sound like someone who's trying to get away with something? At some point that afternoon, as Al Stauch is out looking for his son, he goes to French elementary school. And he goes there because his wife, the defendant, says, I left the Tiguan there. That's a critical moment in the investigation because when he sees the Tiguan is not there, he now knows that his wife had something to do with the disappearance of Gannon. And the investigation starts to look at her. Because he has a second interview that night, he tells the police, you know, I didn't think much about that rental car until I went to French Elementary and I didn't see the Tiguan there like she told me it was. At 5:25 p.m. that night on the 28th, she tells Al Stauch, you need to get an attorney. At 7 p.m., she returns back to the airport. She parks that white Kia in short-term parking, keeps the keys. and drives off in the Tiguan and exits the airport at 7:03 p.m., very close to that time. Got the ticket. You've got the ticket. We got the telematics and know exactly where she goes. Got the text messages between her and Harley. Just clearly show that she's manipulating Harley, her own daughter. Don't let the police in. Don't talk to the police. The pizza guy? All right, you can let the pizza guy in. If she's manipulating Harley, do you think she's manipulating Gannon? Do you think she's manipulating Lena? Do you think that's manipulation, the video you just saw? We're gonna have to sell stuff because the lady's gonna be upset with us, the owner of the house. Goes to the S curve in Palmer Lake. You know that at 9:23 p.m. She's there for at least 5 minutes. We don't know why actually she's there. We know that the board was found there sometime in mid-February when we started searching there based on the information we had from her Life 360 and the telematics. We know that board had Gannon's blood on it. DNA matched it. Why is she going out to hide the body there? I don't know. Probably because it's a good location. She can't keep it in the Tiguan. She know right from wrong? At 12 a.m., 28th into the 29th, Harley drives out to her employment to pick her up. They leave the Tiguan there overnight. This whole time while she's missing and dumping Dan's body up in Palmer Lake, Detective Bethel is trying to get her to come in for an interview. Remember that? Stauch's trying to call her to get in for an interview. Her phone's on airplane. The next morning, Harley drives her to the airport. They drop off the keys to the Kia. When I say drop it off, they threw the keys to the Kia to an attendant, left. That rational thinking? That someone who didn't want to get caught? Text at 10:25 a.m. on the 29th. I'm on my way to Detective Bethel. The interview. Takes her over an hour and a half to get there. We know that the car is washed on the way. You saw photos of the water dripping off of it when she gets there. The interview she gives, you watched it. I'm not going to get into all the details. I just want to emphasize that she plants seeds. The suitcase is critical. Who says that? I think it was Eduardo at this time. Eduardo also took a suitcase when he took Gannon. She knows where the suitcase is at up in Palmer Lake. On January 30th, 2020, her family shows up. Dakota Lowry, Brenda Awkward, and Deborah Locklear, her mother. Flying to Denver, they rent that Nissan Altima and drive down to Colorado Springs. They pick them up, take them to the Extended Stay Suites Hotel. The next morning, they rent that van, Brenda Awkward does, to collect their stuff at the house. They get her suitcase, including that red or pink suitcase that we recover in South Carolina that has blood on it that happens to match Gannon, with a blanket inside it that happens to match Gannon. Pretty strong evidence. You got blood of the victim that you just killed with you when you're arrested on March 2nd. But what happens after they load things up? We know the suitcase was not there because the police were checking everything that came out of that house. We also know what Dakota said about when they exchanged vans, that he saw that very same green suitcase that was under the bridge that day, and she says she had softball equipment in it. But when she gives the interview with the KKTV reporter at 12:10 p.m., well, let's just look at her words. What are her words? We can play this video.
You are? I am Letecia Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother. You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
Uh, what what did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations. And I would never, never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know, but I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun, and my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car. I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind, and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario, and he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs, and he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. Sometimes with kids we have to remind them and things like that, and that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart. We should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens, because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
What we just heard there, that evidence that she might have some antisocial trait. Calmly talk about that to a news reporter. She's done. I failed to mention Amanda Van Nest, who was the same nurse who examined her for injuries based on what she was telling people. First interview that she was raped, and she examined her head and found no injuries. But what else did she do? She also told you about M1 holes, and if she would have noticed anything that would require her to have a doctor examine her for an M1 hold, she would have done it. No evidence of mental disease, no evidence of psychosis. And this is the 29th, 2 days after she killed him. We know that a GPS tracker was later placed on that Nissan Altima, and you know where she went when she disappeared for 2 hours and told her family that she was going to a pet store. Got her right back at the Isker. She picks up Gannon's body, puts him in the trunk of that Nissan Altima, leaves the board out there, later found, and drives back to the hotel after she goes and gets some more dog outfits. And when she gets back to the extended stay suites, she's got to move Gannon's body from the trunk to the van that Brenda Awkward rented earlier that day. We know that had to happen because of Dakota Lowry's testimony. Her and Dakota go to the budget rental van place the next morning, February 1st, and they've got to move all the suitcases from one van to another. That's when he sees the green suitcase, knew something was suspicious about it. You saw his reaction. Had to get on a witness stand. He got subpoenaed here to come here. I think he felt manipulated by this defendant. You know the rest of the story. She drives across country with Harley. She's using the Ford Motor Company to check into hotels. They got a little scheme you saw in video. Harley would go in with the dogs. She'd check in as one person. All rational thinking. It's also by social personality traits, perhaps. They drive all the way to Florida. They get there February 4th. Another divine intervention. The power up at 4:36 in the morning in between the hotel and where Gannon's body is found. Every 24 or 25 hours it happens. It happens at that moment. That tells you that van is on the move in the middle of the night. Tells you she dumped Gannon's body that night or the early morning hours of February 4th. I'm going to go through fast now because I've been talking way too long. I want to talk about the pretext phone calls. You know all the stories. I'm not going to get into the details. Eduardo, immunity, Quincy Brown, several different versions of that. Bike accident, Uncle Matt. One that significant, and she says, I'm so sorry, Al, for lying to you. I'm going to tell you the truth. I wasn't in the car when I left Petco. It wasn't in the truck. Fake pregnant lady with cash. She's laundering money. She's arrested on March 2nd, 2020. She comes up with a story of now how it's Angel, the babysitter, who did it. Suitcase with Gannon's blood found on her. We've got all the searches on her phone that I'm not going to go through. You just saw it a few days ago. But what I'd like to talk about is what people who are truly legally insane do under these circumstances. Because there are people who are truly legally insane, ladies and gentlemen. They don't act like that. If they don't have the capacity to know right from wrong, they're not going to hide the body. They're going to act like nothing happened. They may even do the crime if someone's there watching them because they don't know that it's wrong. Do you think she would have done this to Gannon if anyone was in the room with her? Of course not. They also don't lie. There's no reason to lie because they don't think it's wrong. So they come in and they say things like, my God, I heard a voice that I thought was the devil. And the devil made me do this. I had no choice. Why are you even talking to me about it? That's what we're talking about when we talk about a severe mental disease or defect. When we're talking about the capacity to form the intent or the capacity to use judgment and reflection, I'm going to refer you back to Mice and Men, the book. I read that a long time ago, but I still remember it. It's about George and Lenny during the Depression. And George is a smart one. Lenny has some severe mental illnesses. Lenny likes to pet rabbits. He's such a big guy that he doesn't even know his own strength. So he would pet rabbits to the point where he would kill them. That's what we're talking about when you don't have the capacity to form the intent to kill because the mental illness doesn't allow you to. We're not talking about someone who makes choices to get weapons to kill with. I appreciate your patience. I know I've talked a long time here, much longer than I thought, and I apologize for that. There's only one right verdict in this case. That's guilty to each and every charge that she's charged with. First-degree murder after deliberation, first-degree murder child under the age of 12, tampering with the deceased body, and tampering with physical evidence.
We're now switching to the defense closing statement.
Can we switch over?
Yeah, I did. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Sorry, my bad. There you go.
The one thing they cannot answer, because there is no answer, is motive. Motive for why this happened. Motive how we can go from this picture on a hike up at Garden of the Gods, loving, kind, to less than 24 hours later, brutal rage, 18 stab wounds, 4 blunt force trauma, shot. This wasn't a pre-planned, calculated killing for some gain. This was a psychotic break fueled by rage, attacking a demon from the past. They cannot come up with a motive because there is no motive that makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. They have tried. They have spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours trying to come up with one. They have gone through phones. They have gone through iCloud accounts. They have gone through Facebook messages. They've interviewed everybody who they could possibly think of to try to find some motive. None of what they have done in this, the biggest investigation in the history of El Paso County, has come up with a motive. No one who they have ever interviewed has ever said that she ever had a problem with Gannon. No one who they have ever interviewed has ever said she was ever mean to Gannon. No one who they've ever interviewed or come across anything has said she's ever done anything wrong to Gannon until that horrible day when this happens. That is the evidence, and the most strong evidence to know this was not premeditated murder. This is a psychotic break. That is the only thing that makes sense. And when you can pull yourself back and peel back the layers of the anger over the act, at the anger over the deceit in which it happened, at the anger over Gannon's body being driven all the way to Florida, when we take those emotions back and we try to look at this rationally, the only thing that possibly makes sense is a psychotic break. There is no other rational explanation to understand why this happened other than that. He was a special needs teacher, elementary needs teacher. That's what she'd been her entire life, working with kids with special needs. She was a mother to Harley, did everything she possibly could for Harley. She was a wife to Al. She was tried to be the best stepmother she could be to these kids. So much so that she was left with the kids for very long periods of time. In the months preceding this, when Al had gone up to Alaska, he had left his 2 kids in her care. He was gone. We were about as far across the country as you could possibly get. And based upon his relationship with her, based upon him seeing her as a loving stepmom, felt comfortable leaving his children with her alone in South Carolina. And he did that because he knew her and he saw that relationship she had with Gannon, and he felt comfortable based upon what he had seen with her. And he felt comfortable enough that when this was going on, he felt comfortable enough to leave to go to Oklahoma. Because what he had seen and what this photo shows is they had a loving relationship together until the evidence shows that she had a psychotic break. That something, mental illness from her past, got triggered, and there's a temporary period of psychosis. That's the only rational explanation that had been presented. And there is nothing else they can come up with as far as motive. Ladies and gentlemen, does it make sense that she may have Google searched maybe moving to Florida? Yeah. People have problems in marriages. Do people fantasize some about getting out by Googling stuff? But how would brutally murdering Gannon, how would stabbing him 18 different times facilitate that move? It wasn't. There's no rational basis behind the murder other than psychosis. The fact that she may have years before at some point in time done one Google search out of thousands saying, I don't like my stepson. That's not what I see there in that picture. That's not what I see there going on in the days leading up to this horrible tragedy. What it does seem to indicate, ladies and gentlemen, if we start looking at this time frame, looking at the reliable evidence that we have in front of us, is that somehow that fire set off some type of trigger. Maybe some type of trigger that had been disassociated long ago. But we have her starting meltdown right after this fire. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lewis used the term wacky a lot, maybe not the most scientific term, but when something seems irrational, when something doesn't seem to make sense, we have to consider mental illness, We have to consider possible psychosis. I would say that video that you heard up there, listen to the tenor of her voice, listen to what she is saying. She says, I'm freaked out. And when you listen to her voice, she is freaked out. And she's saying irrational stuff like, we're going to have to sell the sofa. Stuff like that to Gannon. That makes no sense there whatsoever. And then importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we also see mania starting to settle in when we start looking at these timelines specifically. Be up there, they're texting back and forth, 10:15, Harley comes home, 10:24, 11:30, she's still talking to Al. $2:48, she's texting Al. 4:36, texting the school saying that her stepfather passed away. Her stepfather who had abused her was not, and you heard it from Dr. Torres at the state hospital, they are not doubting or disputing the abuse that she suffered growing up. And that's from Dr. Torres, who had investigated this, who had medical record provided, who had family members provided, who interviewed other family members, and she says the state hospital is not disputing the horrible trauma that she grew up with. And the person who she had suffered that horrible trauma from, that's who she calls and says dies at 4:36 in the morning. What is more important by this, ladies and gentlemen, important to look at, what is also that we see, what is she not doing? She's not sleeping. She is manic at this point in time. She is texting throughout the night, 2:48, 4:36, 4:36 again, 5:03, 5:49, 7:32. She is up the entire night and not sleeping. There is something going on with her head that is not seeming right. There's stuff going on through the day. The text messages back and forth. Harley leaves for work. Other conversations are going on. And then they leave, they go up to Petco. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Young has tried to insinuate that all of this was some type of big preconceived plan, that she had made some decision earlier on at that point in time that she was going to kill Gannon. Ladies and gentlemen, does that make any sense? If she had decided at that point, early in the day, when everybody else leaves, Harley's left for work, she's just there alone with Gannon by herself. If there was a decision that was made that for some reason they cannot explain that she was going to brutally murder him, why is she taking him in the car and going up to Petco to buy Valentine's Day outfits for the dogs? That makes absolutely no sense why she would push back a timeline to just an hour or so before Lena got home, for some reason, unbeknownst to anybody, commit this brutally horrific act. Mr. Young tried to comment a lot about the hydrocodone. Be very careful when they try to put facts in their opinion or what they would like them to be that was not provided by any of the witness testimony. Dr. Ignacio testified that there was hydrocodone in his system. She never made any assertions about how much, whether it was a dangerous level, whether it was inappropriate, whether it would have been affecting him whatsoever that way. All she said is this was a tox screen, this came back. That's Mr. Young's opinion that somehow this was an overdose of hydrocodone, but there is no evidence of that by their expert. And there is no basis that would be for a brutal, horrible attack on a young 11-year-old boy that she'd just been hiking with up there 24 hours earlier. Something is going on in her mind. Something is there losing it. And something horrible occurs in the basement where there is a brutal, brutal attack. The brutality of the attack, ladies and gentlemen, I would say is the strongest evidence in this entire case of a psychotic break. That type of violence wouldn't be needed to kill an 11-year-old boy. Gannon weighed 80, 85 pounds. An 11-year-old kid, not the biggest 11-year-old kid, not the strongest 11-year-old kid. Fun, nice kid. What do we know about him? He likes to play a lot of video games, but not needing this type of brutal, horrific rage to kill him. And there is no other, again, explanation other than the psychotic break. Lena then comes home, and ladies and gentlemen, Look on that video. Lena wasn't pushed outside. Lena wasn't allowed. Lena came in the house. She's in that house for about 10, 15 minutes. And then she goes out and gets on her bike and leaves. The idea that Lena was never allowed in the house is a fantasy that is not supported by the evidence, that is not supported by any of the videos. Okay, that is Mr. Young's opinion. But look at that video. You see her going into the house. You then see about an hour later, Harley come into the house. And we know that Harley came in the house, and Harley actually went down in the basement. Why do we know that? Because she changes out of her uniform before going to the dollar store. So there is nothing in there that these kids were kept out of this house, and there is nothing to indicate that this was pre-planned that would keep this type of information away from them. What is going on in her head? We don't know. But here's the important thing, and here's what Mr. Young is trying to do. He is trying to introduce antisocial personality disorder into this. Because I would state to you, ladies and gentlemen, there are only two things that account for her actions at this point in time, for the remainder of this day and the days preceding, is either disassociation, where she has put that memory of this brutal attack of what she did to Gannon someplace that she doesn't have access to, and she doesn't understand what's going on or where Gannon is, or what she had done to him, or antisocial personality disorder, that she's some type of psychopath. Mr. Young, remember back to Dr. Torres, tried to interject many times with Dr. Torres the possibility of antisocial personality disorder, and Dr. Torres was firm. No, she does not meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder. One, there's no past criminality with her. That's an element that you need for antisocial personality disorder. Other people with antisocial personality are unempathetic to people and don't care about people. Again, for her entire career, she was a special needs teacher, teaching kids, helping kids who have disabilities. Through her whole life, that had been her career. That is not a psychopath with antisocial personality disorder. That it could be somebody with a dissociative disorder, either DID or borderline personality disorder with dissociative features, who has kept horrible trauma in her past behind her and is trying to make the lives of kids with special needs better for them. That is somebody with empathy who does that whole thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I would put before you the strongest evidence of disassociation going on here. Look at the body-worn camera of the sheriffs when they come in that night looking for Gannon. The most horrible, brutal attack has happened before there. Gannon is in the house in the suitcase. It has all been recently covered up. She's there with her daughter. She's there with Lena. And she's acting and presenting herself to these police, laughing, joking, being incredibly friendly just after this has happened. Because at that point in time, she has disassociated the horrible act that she has committed. There is no other logical explanation for how that she is doing that. And when you go back and look at these timelines, ladies and gentlemen, look and go through them. What is really important during this whole time, he is not sleeping at all. For the whole time here that this is all going on, you see activity going on her phone or things that she's doing all through the night. She is in a manic situation and her mind is not working. Again, we heard Dr. Lewis talk about irrational things that she is doing that doesn't make any sense. Ladies and gentlemen, it makes no sense for somebody who is pre-planned for whatever reason, whatever motive, to brutally kill Gannon, to then report him missing right away, and then in a matter of 3 days later, go into the police with a completely illogical, incoherent story. You've heard different witnesses. Ms. Stauch was an intelligent, above average intelligence woman, a smart woman, everything like that. To go in only 2 days later and sit down with the police and come up with the ridiculous story of Eduardo is not the actions of a sane, rational person. It is irrational belief. Even children know. If you keep saying different stories, you're not going to be believed. Even looking back at the little boy who cried wolf, which we teach children, if you keep making up things, then you're not going to believe. She changes her story, not only completely different, not only with no explanation as to really why she had made up the prior story to one that she is changing now, but comes up with this ridiculous thing that she met this Eduardo, that he was just going to come over and fix the carpet for free. She's not even planning on paying him, that somehow he is in the garage when they get there, that he then takes her down into the basement and rapes her for an hour, and that he takes Gannon in a suitcase and leads out of the home. That are not the actions of somebody who is sane and logical. That is completely irrational to believe that that kind of thing could possibly be believed. Her actions, I would say, continue to be irrational. She keeps changing her story. She keeps giving different accounts. Gannon is placed in the suitcase, driven all the way to Florida. She goes through Louisiana. She goes through all kinds of East Texas, all kinds of places where people are not around, deserted areas, long areas of desolation, many places where that suitcase could have been hidden and never been found. And she goes all the way to Pensacola, Florida, and drops it off in a dry space under a bridge right near a major city. That's not the actions of somebody who is rational, who is trying to hide that away. She then goes to South Carolina, and you can look at the Google searches that she performs in South Carolina. Face transplant near me. Like she's Googling for a McDonald's or a restaurant that's very close to her. This is going to pop up that she's going to go over there and get an entire face plant to change the way she looks. Those are not the actions of a sane and rational person. Those are the actions of somebody that is delusional. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say all of these pretext phone calls with Al are the actions of somebody who is delusional. Listen, go back and listen. Listen to those February 14th phone calls between her and Al. Listen to how her voice and tenor changes between phone calls. Listen to how her emotions switch rapidly during the phone calls with Al, and her stories switch rapidly that no sane, rational person of overintelligence could possibly expect anybody to believe. She is freaking out, and she is delusional in the thought that anybody is going to believe all the different variations that she's trying to sell them. None of that is rational. None of that makes sense. And so again, what then we're brought back to is why. What was going on? What preceded this? And looking, it's going to end up in the mental health experts. And I want to talk a little bit about Dr. Lewis. She is 85 years old. She has been doing research, treating, evaluating people with serious mental illness for over 60 years. She is one of the foremost experts in the country on dissociative identity disorder. She has been published in peer-reviewed journals well over 100 times. Things that educates other psychiatrists and things that educates other doctors, she has authored and produced. She has done, she has the HBO documentary. They don't go just to quacks to do an HBO documentary. They went and they did a documentary on her because she was groundbreaking in her field. Has she consulted on other stuff with Robert De Niro and so forth? Yes. Not because she's a quack, because she has explored and she knows more about this subject than almost anybody else in the country. Has she, in her age, some of the details, the minute things in the discovery get lost a little bit in her memory? They do. And you saw that up on the stand when she was testifying, and I'm not disputing that. But what she has is the decades and decades of experience with this, the decades and decades of dealing with people with severe mental illness who commit heinous acts. She has that experience to rely upon, and she had 14 hours of interviews with Ms. Stauch to talk with her, to base her opinion. She had notes from family members, other types of things to show this, and in her expert opinion, is legally insane. She wanted the EEG and the MRI to possibly know if there was also organic brain damage going on here. There's some type of brain trauma that was contributing to the mental illness of Ms. Stauch. What you heard at the end is she did not need those type of things to make the diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, which she was confident on and she believes upon. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you, do not discount her decades of experience. Do not discount her expertise, okay? The acting that, a woman who has pioneered this, a woman who has made her life on this, a woman who has been peer reviewed over hundreds of times in different articles on this subject, is willing to throw that all away to come down here at a substantially reduced fee to testify is ludicrous and it's insulting. They pay their experts just the same as we do, okay? Then that's why I asked their blood spatter expert, his fees. It wasn't acting like there was anything wrong with that. It's just to show both sides hire experts, both sides pay experts. Just because the expert isn't getting paid doesn't mean that they are money-grubbing liars, okay? Experts in this type of thing, to come and testify, they charge money, they charge a fee. She actually reduced her normal fee to come down and to help with Ms. Stauch and to do this evaluation. And what did she tell you, ladies and gentlemen? Ms. Stauch, of all the hundreds and hundreds of different mentally ill people that she has ever dealt with, is one of the most mentally ill persons that she's ever dealt with. And what else does she say? And I think this is key. Pay very close attention. She's not endorsing that it was definitely Maria that did this. She's not endorsing how Maria is saying this happened. What is she saying? Ms. Stauch has, in her opinion, more than likely disassociated the memory of the homicide because she can't bear to deal with it. That was actually a very good question by Mr. Young on it. And I think there's a lot of validity to that. Ms. Stauch accepting the idea that she committed this brutal, horrible homicide in the manner that was done, smashing that 11-year-old's head in, cannot deal with it. To accept that fact in her mind would crush her, would crush her soul, would crush her identity. And so she has come up with all of these delusional fantasies, trying to come up with some other thing that may have happened. And listen to her voice, listen to the tenor when she's describing that. When she's when she's talking to Dr. Lewis, I can't remember if it's Dr. Lewis or Dr. Torres, about the different versions she's given, that she was coming up into her mind, hoping and believing it was somebody other than her who did this. The facts, ladies, and we're not disputing that, ladies and gentlemen, it was her. But she was not in her right mind when she did it. And you heard Dr. Lewis state that. And you can look at the evidence and you can look at the other things that go around to realize that is the only reasonable, rational conclusion as to how this horrible thing happened, was a psychotic break. Dakota Lowry, who, when he finally realized that his older half-sister actually did this, the first thing that came into his mind, based upon what he knew of his half-sister, was there had to be some type of psychotic break that had happened. That there could be no other explanation as to why it did it, and those are people that knew her and that have grown up with her. I also want to talk a lot, or some, about Dr. Torres. And it is what is important, ladies and gentlemen, to know with both Dr. Torres, Dr. Gray, and Dr. Grimmett, is none of the experts that you have heard from that did any type of evaluation think that there's no mental illness going on here. Okay, they all agree there's some type of mental illness. They just disagree over what to call that mental illness. We have Grimmett and Torres and Gray diagnosing her with borderline personality disorder, which is a significant mental illness, which, as you said, comes from right on the border between full-blown psychosis and a neurosis. Okay, it's the most serious of all the personality disorder, and it's so serious because there are such prominent features of psychosis that go along with it. Psychosis where people hallucinate, psychosis where people become delusional, psychosis where people stop becoming irrational. All of that stuff can come and go in people with borderline personality disorder. And it comes and goes according to DSM-5, according to Dr. Torres, according to Dr. Grimmett, when people with borderline personality disorder start to experience high stress. That is why Dr. Niederhauser was important. It was not because Dr. Niederhauser made any type of diagnosis or anything with that, but she came to Dr. Niederhauser because he was experiencing high stress and high anxiety that was causing her be unable to perform at work. The stress and all of that was mounting. You can look at her Google searches. The Google searches leading up to this. For whatever reason, her stress in life was becoming overwhelming. She felt underappreciated. She felt like running away. She felt like leaving. She felt like this was all too much on her plate, that there was nobody there to help her. And you heard from Dr. Torres about how people with borderline personality disorder feel stress much different than everybody else. Things that would not be normal stressors for all of us can become extremely stressful for somebody with borderline personality disorder. And the other thing that was important that Dr. Torres, we talked about quite a bit, is it is a lot of the same things, the same type of horrible childhood trauma, the type of trauma where you have one parent who is molesting you and another parent who won't do a damn thing about it, that can cause either dissociative identity disorder or borderline personality disorder. They both come from the exact same of environment that Dr. Torres said Ms. Stauch grew up in. That type of environment is what can cause people to have borderline personality disorder, which then under periods of stress and anxiety can become psychotic. And I think one of the other things, and I think is something to look in, and it's something I want you guys to think about when you go back in that jury room, is something that Dakota Lowry said at the end. We don't know exactly all the intricacies of the trauma, of the abuse that Ms. Stauch suffered. We don't. Some of that she knows about, some of that she's come to remember, some of that is locked away, some of that is hidden by other family members who don't want to admit it. But what did Dakota talk about when he was a kid and after his stepdad has died and his mom had moved on to another abusive alcoholic in the home, and Ms. Stauch would come visit him? What would she do? She would leave him with knives to protect himself from something or someone. And the fact you can draw that Ms. Stauch sometimes as a kid going through that trauma either had to protect herself with some knives or fantasized about having a knife to protect her. And then you have the connection between Gannon being stabbed 18 times with a knife. Some of these things are hidden. Some of these things are hard to look at, but there is that association there between what we can assume was some of the childhood trauma that Ms. Stauch suffered, how she dealt with it, and how this horrible thing happened to Gannon. And I understand that Dr. Torres didn't think she was insane, but you can't discount the fact that Dr. Torres readily admitted borderline personality disorder can be a serious mental illness. People with borderline personality disorder can suffer psychosis. People with borderline personality can become irrational. People with borderline personality disorder can disassociate things that the whole person cannot deal with. And that disassociation explains all of these crazy cockamamie lies. It is a fantasy on Ms. Stauch to try to explain this horrible action that she cannot rectify in her home with. And whether you call it borderline, whether you call it DID, I think Dr. Lewis is correct. That is not necessarily the important thing. What the important thing is look at the facts overall and realize this must have been some type of psychotic action going on, because normal people, mentally healthy normal people, don't one day go on a hike, take smiling photos, and the next day stab a kid 18 times for no apparent reason. And no matter how much Mr. Young would like her to be antisocial personality disorder, and he would like that because that takes insanity off the table, none of the evaluators ever have diagnosed her with antisocial personality disorder. None of the diagnoses ever have even had the rule out antisocial personality disorder. Antisocial personality personality disorder is something that is always considered at the state hospital, but there are criteria, and she did not meet it. No matter how many times in different ways Mr. Young tried to act, asked Dr. Torres about it, she was firm and said, no, that is not the diagnosis that we have given her. That's not the diagnosis that Dr. Gray gave her. It's not the diagnosis that Dr. Grimmett gave her, and it's surely not the diagnosis that Dr. Lewis gave her. So all the antisocial personality disorder talk is a smokescreen. And when you take the antisocial personality off, the only thing that explains her conduct afterwards is disassociation, is disassociating from the horrible thing that she has done, and she's trying somehow to fix this or to get out of it. The other thing that I want to talk to you, and it's important, that was very apparent with Dr. Torres, Mr. Young would like you to believe that the only time somebody is legal insane if they commit the crime and they just stay there saying, yep, it was me, I did it for these reasons. Dr. Torres and the jury instructions from the court state somebody cannot know right from wrong, but still recognize that their conduct was criminal when it occurred. And so you heard from Dr. Torres, just because somebody in a state of psychosis, in a state of insanity, commits a horrible murder and then tries to cover it up, the covering up of the murder does not preclude insanity. And she talked about how there are cases that she has had where somebody was insane who then tried to cover up the acts that they have done because they didn't want to suffer the criminal repercussions. They are not mutually exclusive. That's not coming from me. That's coming from the instructions that you have from the court. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have been above and beyond in this. And we are very grateful for the time that you guys have given us, the thought that you guys have put all into this, the sacrifice in your lives that you have made through this long trial. I'm not going to rehash every detail on here. You guys know it. You guys understand it. You guys have heard the experts. You guys can put all this stuff in there together. We are asking you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. We're not saying set her free. We're not saying let her go. We're not saying don't hold her responsible. We're saying for you to take into account the mental illness that she suffered and send her down to CMHIP, where you see how it is down at CMHIP during those interviews with Dr. Torres, where she's shackled fully, where there's constraints, where it's a locked facility, and that's where Dr. Torres told you if you find her not guilty by reason of insanity, that's where she is going, where there is repercussions, but there is also treatment for the mental illness that she has suffered from her entire life. The other thing that is important, I just want you guys to remember, is the burden of proof. It's not whether you decide, oh, I think that she was psychotic at the time, is have they presented enough evidence before you that you can say, without a doubt, there is no way psychosis was involved here. Have they completely disregarded that? Have they completely wiped it out? And I, ladies and gentlemen, I would put before you with all the different doctors diagnosing with some serious mental health illness, with their witnesses they called diagnosing with a mental illness that has transient periods of psychosis, when psychosis appearing to be the only rational explanation, with no other motive for this horrible thing, with the overkill that was involved here, with the irrational behavior afterwards, even up and through some of these interviews, even up and through some of the trial, all of that points to mental illness. And in no way, shape, or form have they disproven that. And it is their burden. And so if you believe that it is possible that this occurred in a state of psychosis, Your legal duty, which you have sworn to do, is to find her not guilty by reason of insanity, and that is what we are asking you to do. Thank you.
Council approach, please.
Okay, we have to cut this out here. That was short. He talked for 35 minutes on his portion of closure. The state took just over an hour on theirs.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution does have a right to a rebuttal, and they are going to exercise that right. But you've been sitting there for a while, so what we're going to do is take about a little bit more than a 10-minute recess, give everybody some time to stretch, use the bathroom, those sorts of things. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10 after 12, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves, don't discuss the case with anyone else, and we'll see you at 10 after 12. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so rebuttal is going to be short, probably half an hour or less, which means we're so close to verdict watch. Songbix Lara, thank you very much. Love the G hearts for Gannon. Thank you for your support.
Obviously, the record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Reset.
Will you just turn the screen back to
us? Yes, absolutely.
We're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and close this poll out that we've got right now about the estimated time we anticipate the jury to deliberate. So if you have not voted, I'll give you just a few seconds to pop in there and choose something. It should be at the top of the chat window if you see it. Some devices do not show the polls. I do apologize if you don't see that. Do you think it was strategic that Letecia wore blue? Yes, I think it was. Sort of like it was strategic that she used Gannon's phone to call Landon when he was initially missing. I think it was very along the same lines. Okay, we're going to go close the poll out, see where we stand there. Looks like the question we asked was, sorry, it's going to scroll fast here. How long will the jury deliberate? 1 to 2 hours is 53%, less than an hour, 23%, 3 to 4 hours, 18%, and we'll be back next week was 5%. So most of us are thinking it's going to be this afternoon as a verdict. And I think we may be proven correct. I'm leaning strongly that way myself. Okay. I've been calm watching all this today, but we need that jury to deliver justice. Gannon deserves justice. Thank you, Promise. Thank you for that. Mrs. H says, is it just me or does Boots have the worst pronunciation and breathing patterns of any lawyer I've ever seen? Now that you specifically mention it, Mrs. H, yeah, he does. He does have some speech characteristics that can get frustrating. I do as well, so I apologize. Pot, meat, kettle, right? I voted 1 to 2 hours under the wire. B. Birch says, I can understand she spiraled after, but still I'm uncertain if she was insane at the time. We can never know truly, but I do know Maria is not it. Let's see. I want to go sit at Gannon's memorial here in Loris when the verdict is given. Let me show you a little picture here really quickly, and this comes from Boogie, who's in Colorado Springs. Just 1 second, let me get this ready. He drove by a memorial there outside. Just 1 second. Gotta bring that over. Downloads. Hold tight. I'll have this for you. He took this picture just outside of Lorson Ranch. This was last night as he drove by. Boogie, thanks for sending this in, by the way. The community is supporting them in a big way, seeking justice for Gannon. We've got many of those members of the community that are here. Also, sorry, I thought Boogie took it, but he saw it last night. I apologize for that, Boogie. But the community is doing just a great job down there. We're just excited that they're supporting the family so much. There's blue everywhere, says Heather. Yes. Let's see. Rudy Patootie says, my mom says I'm finally going to get on my regular walk schedule again after the trial. Yeah. She needs to learn how to watch trial while she's doing the walking the dog. That's what needs to happen. It's chat on slow mode. Members don't get slowed down. But yes, chat is on slow mode, but members can talk as much as they want. Will you start a new stream? I'm going to continue this stream through Verdict Watch. I think it's going to be quick. I really do. I think it will be very, very fast. Need to put a blue front porch light. Lots of people have been doing blue lights on the front porch for Gannon. Entered the community and abroad. Even I've seen pictures of them even overseas where we've people who are doing that to support Gannon. I saw the messages, Gemini. I saw messages like this come in just in mass from around the world as we have Netherlands, England, Denmark, Norway, Canada, Mexico, pretty much every state in the United States, just all over the place. South Africa. Australia, you guys, everyone was just showing support for Gannon. That was just amazing to see the support that this has garnered and the attention this has garnered all over the world. Slimy 1600, I'm not in Springs myself. I'm in North Carolina. Frederica Tart says, just a reminder, every American citizen has the right to a fair trial and due process. Please don't attack the defense team for doing their jobs. If they didn't exist, our country would be a scary place. Right. We believe in the justice system, and the justice system has this key part of it. It's you can't have justice and not have defense, because the two are required to go hand in hand. So we do like to see the system work well and justice be delivered, though. Pretty Mama, thank you for the game over. The game over super sticker. That is awesome. The defense closing a lot better than the opening. It's the best they could do. It was, Alice. I was actually pretty impressed with the argument they went with. It wasn't, I would say it wasn't legally sound as far as saying the psychosis, thus you need to find her not guilty. That's not what the law says. But it was the best effort they could come away with. They did completely, I didn't hear dissociative identity disorder brought up once, which was their whole defense, and they lost that point just epically with Dr. Lewis. Your thought on impact statements? Will LS speak? I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. Another burner pick, Boogie. Let me take a look. The burners is just blowing up, so it's hard to find all the pictures here. Just one second. Let's see. Oh, he sent me a picture of blue lights on the front of the house. It's not going to show up well on my screen just because it's a darker image. It's a nighttime picture. But okay. Let's see. After rebuttal, does the jury have the option to go straight to the deliberations, or do they go to lunch? The judge sets the rules as far as that goes. If they're done and he has time to give them the deliberations, and I think he will, because they're having a break right now, so they're going to come back. Yeah, they might be hungry, but they're going to come back. They're going to have the closing statements. Then he charges them, and they go to lunch and start deliberating. I can see that happening. The judge also might want to end the closing statements and then send them to lunch, bring them back, charge them, and then they start deliberating. It could happen either way. Robin E., welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Good to have you here. Make sure you take a seat on the front row. Let's see. The Undercover Mother 2020 says, our justice system is broken. I will say it's not perfect, but I have not found a better one. But I'd be interested to hear what areas need improvement from your perspective. Mighty Heidi says, found it interesting the defense seemed to realize that Dr. Lewis's testimony was not just bad for them, but possibly career-ending for her. We all sort of came to that conclusion as she was continuing. And when they start, they said, you have to understand, this is how old she is. She's done. And it's like, okay, they're waving the white flag over Dr. Lewis, and they did. I think the jury will spend more time finally being able to discuss amongst themselves than they will deliberating over her guilt. I think it will be good for them just to be able to talk about it. Mrs. Bermudez, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Robin E. became a member and promptly gifts a membership as well. So it was a buy one, get one free, apparently, for one of you. Thank you, Robin, for your gifted support. Justice is coming soon. Thank you, Sherry Baby. Lighting my blue candle for Gannon and wearing blue. Thank you, True Crime Shining Light. Good to have you here. Lots of support from all over the United States. California, Idaho, Massachusetts. See you there. Florida, just Bay Area. We've got everyone checking in. Ireland, I missed that right there. Ireland was, who said hello from Ireland? I missed it. It went very fast. I do apologize. We're not quite in jury watch yet, Eric. We've got rebuttal from the prosecution, and then the jury's going to get charged and they go into jury watch. And somewhere in there, lunch is going to happen. So that basically means that if we get the charge and then they go to lunch and start deliberating, we have to sort of count that time, because they might eat for 10 minutes and then just say, let's get it done. But they would be able to deliberate over lunch. So we're going to count the lunch hour for deliberations, because we know they're not going to be allowed to go separately out and get wherever, around town like they have before on lunchtime. This one will be provided by the court in the courtroom. They'll be kept together by the bailiffs. So that will be deliberation time. And we will start the timer as soon as they get charged. See, Rhode Island is here, Alabama, Indiana, Illinois, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, me as well, Tommy, good to have you here. West Virginia, Miami, Florida, Buffalo, New York, Utah's in the house, Washington State, Wales from Barbara, good to have you here. Iowa, Denver, from PA, Virginia, there's Georgia from Jay Clark, thank you. We had Dr. G from Georgia on yesterday on the show. It was good to have his analysis. He's an expert witness himself, a behavioral analyst, I say that wrong, and psychology expert. I can't even remember the term. Someone will remind me. I've had a brain fart. Ricky says you tried the bull butter in your voice. Thank you, Ricky. Good to have you here. Hello from Germany, Lena. I think it's Lena. Blue Hearts from France. Wonderful Woody B. Thank you very much. Reno, Nevada, Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, Northwest England, Louisiana, Missouri, South Carolina, Smoky Mountains, Reno, Nevada. You guys are just from all over the place. Welcome. It's so good to have you here. Thank you for uniting and showing support for Gannon from wherever you are. Roll call sounds like a country song. Nova Scotia, Canada, Alabama. I've got 6 kids here on the Switch playing games for G-Man. Awesome, Kelly Hall. Thank you so much. Give your kids a hug for us. Waterbury, Connecticut. Welcome, Scotty. Good to have you here. Wisconsin. Let's see. Undercover Mother 2020. I saw your comment, but I scrolled and missed it. I was not ignoring you. I can't find you now. Let's see. Ontario. Welcome, Neil. Thanks for hitting the subscribe button. I appreciate that. It means the world to me. We've got Smileys02 says, does having a psychotic break cause you to not have empathy or feel bad for what you did? The psychotic break would be that you cannot tell. Oh, sorry, it's hard. Whoa. What's happening here? Sorry, we're going to go back here. Okay, we're just back from the break. It was that quick. Psychotic break means you can't tell right from wrong, right? It's just so empathy would probably go away as well. That break was quick. I thought we had a few more minutes. The images are a little dark because the cameras are pointed too high at the ceiling, which causes the white balance to be off.
All rise for the jury, please. Oh,
I
apparently
didn't
not.
get an IM or hear anything, so.
Oh, all right.
It's rare, but we could hear Letecia there over the microphone. Normally, we have not been able to hear her voice. The defendant gets lunch provided by the jail, probably, or the courthouse. It's probably not Chick-fil-A.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will start into the prosecution's rebuttal. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the only fantasy in this courtroom is that this defendant, this stepmother who killed Gannon, has psychosis, that she was insane on January 27th of 2020. That is the only fantasy that has been brought out into this courtroom. It's been brought out by this defendant. They want to talk to you about motive. We talked to some of you in jury selection about motive. One thing you didn't hear the judge read in any of those instructions is anything about motive. You know why? It's not an element of a single crime under Colorado Code. We don't have to prove motive, and yet we did anyway. This defendant hated Gannon. You know that because she searched it. I hate my stepson. She has one stepson, and she hated him. She was planning to leave Al Stout, move back to the East Coast. She wanted to hurt Al. She wanted to hurt Landon, for that matter. She did, to the core. They will never recover from what she did to them, ever. And you know that. Think about the time frame that we're talking about. This was no snap in time. This was not an instantaneous thing. This occurred over days. She was planning to leave a week prior to Gannon's death when she killed him. Look at the searches that we talked about on Monday when Kevin Clark took the stand. We know when she was looking to leave. We know she hated Gannon. She knows she wanted out of a marriage with Al. We know that she didn't like what Landon was up to because she would manipulate Gannon about Landon. We know these things because of the evidence that we brought you. And in fact, it does prove motive. I want to ask you about why did Al leave Gannon with the defendant on that weekend? He left on January 25th, Saturday. Remember that? Why would he leave and go to Oklahoma for 2 weeks of training if he knew there was a problem with the defendant? Some psychosis. Al told you the answer to that question. He would not have gone. If he had seen some problem with the defendant, he said he would not have gone. And he did anyway, because she doesn't have psychosis. He never saw a single sign from her. What he didn't know, unfortunately, he couldn't see into her heart. He couldn't see the hatred that she had for Gannon, the motive that she had to leave and to hurt him to the core. He didn't know that it was all about her, even though he'd lived with her for some number of years. Defense wants you to speculate that the fire set off some sort of a trigger. You read those instructions or while the judge was reading them to you. It says speculation. Can't do it. And yet they're inviting you to speculate. Why is that? Why would they invite you to speculate when we're talking about an 11-year-old boy who was brutally murdered? Why would they invite you to speculate? Because they want you to ignore the evidence that was brought into this courtroom. They want you to ignore this evidence and speculate on the other hand. You can't do it. Saying she's freaked out in that phone call. Acting she's freaked out. We all get freaked out sometimes. As Mr. Young said, we're human. Go drive down the highway and you see an accident, you might freak out, you might have some rush of adrenaline, and it kind of messes you up a little bit. That's human. Not psychosis. And further, that freaking out that she's supposedly doing is her acting. It's not psychosis. It's all about Letecia. It's all about this woman who murdered Gannon throughout the whole thing. The text to the school, to Leslie Hicks, that morning, January 27th. They want you to speculate again that that's some sort of a trigger. You know what it is. It's an unassailable excuse. You tell your employer that your stepfather, a member of your family, has just died in a tragic car accident. No employer is going to make you come into work that day. She needed an unassailable excuse to not go to work because she knew what was happening later that day. He knew Gannon was done that day. That's why she calls Gannon into school later, or out of school later. The timelines that we brought to you on Monday, her internet searches tell you everything you need to know about her mental condition. She was calculating, manipulating, lying to everyone. Why? Because it's about her, not about Gannon. Deflect the blame and make herself the victim. Does it ever make sense when somebody kills another person? Can it ever truly make sense? Can it ever truly make sense when a parent kills a child? The answer to that is no. None of us in this courtroom, except one, has killed a child. That doesn't make it a psychotic act. That doesn't mean somebody's insane. Unfortunately, way too many people kill kids in this country. Why do they do it? Who knows? But it's not psychosis when this one did it. Be very careful when people introduce facts. Mr. Tellini got up here and wanted to introduce facts to you. Inviting you to speculate. Be very careful about that. He tries to brush away the effect of the hydrocodone that was found in Gannon's system. First of all, Gannon should not have had hydrocodone in his system. Dr. Ignacio told you about that. It's not typically given to 11-year-old little boys. Why not? It's an opioid. It can cause people to get sluggish, lethargic, and lead to coma, and stop you from breathing, and can kill you. All of those things that hydrocodone, an opioid, can do to you, this woman did to Gannon. Why? Because she wanted to kill him. Mr. Tellini brought up the idea that the brutality itself proves psychosis. Is that true? Does the brutality itself prove psychosis from this defendant? The evidence has the answer for you. The defendant's own actions has the answer for you. The brutality of it speaks to the abject hatred she had for Gannon and the pure determination she had to kill Gannon. This didn't start in one snap moment. When did this start? Sunday night. Sunday night with the candle. A candle incident that makes no sense, according to the way that she describes it to people, because she wants to make it Gannon's fault. Does that make sense? Mr. Stauch told you the answer to that question. Harley told you the answer to that question. Gannon didn't play with fire. He would never go downstairs and just light candles randomly. He had a long history of having stomach issues, where he'd get backed up and then have issues with it. And yet this day, he poops himself, and so he's got to go burn a candle to mask the smell, even though he'd never done it any other time in his entire life. Does that make sense? Or does it make more sense that this defendant burnt him? That's the start of the attack, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday night. And it continues with the hydrocodone, a prescription for a full-grown man, is given to Gannon. That goes into the morning time. That's why he's lethargic. He can't get out of bed early like he normally would. He's walking slowly to the pickup truck at about 10:15 in the morning when they leave the house, because he's under the influence of hydrocodone. And then she drives him around, leaving him in the car. He's probably passed out in the car. Doesn't make any sense to leave an 11-year-old boy in a car unless there's something wrong, something that she did to him. And this picture from Garden of the Gods, these two pictures that she sends Al Stauch that morning of Gannon in bed. Mr. Tellini again is inviting you to speculate as to the reason for those pictures, saying she's just a loving stepmother. What are those pictures? Think about that picture from Garden of the Gods in relation to the pictures that she sends Al Stauch. They're proof of life pictures. They're pictures that she is sending out, prove to the world that she had nothing to do with what she's about to do. Why would she send pictures of Gannon in bed to Al Stauch, except for a proof of life picture? A way to cover her tracks, and it starts early, right? They want you to think that this was some sort of a temporary snap. Said it on opening statements when Mr. Cook dramatically walks out of the courtroom, says this is way too worse, we can't handle this. It's a crack in her psychosis. And then we hear it again today from Mr. Tellini. First of all, temporary insanity is not what our insanity statute is in the state of Colorado. Look at it. That does not apply here. Second of all, there's not a temporary insanity moment in this case. It starts from Sunday night and goes all the way through Monday evening. Talking about almost 24 hours of horror that Gannon had to suffer at the hands of this defendant. What should have been the safest place in the world for Gannon to be. People who live by stories, by telling tall tales, don't stop. Why would she stop doing that once this case started, if she'd been getting away with it her entire life? Think about the manipulation that she carried out on everybody else in her life. Al told you about the manipulation. Everything this woman did in her life was manipulation to cause chaos, to make her the victim and the focus of everything. Every single thing. Harley. She didn't know how her own father died, because she was lied to by this defendant. Why would she stop lying when the biggest thing that she's ever caused in her life is being drilled into by an investigation that is the biggest El Paso County has ever seen, that involves the FBI. That's who she is. She's a storyteller. Telling fantastic stories is not psychosis. It's who she is. She starts looking up face plant surgery centers. She starts looking up, I need a new social security number. I need a marriage license. I need a replacement passport because El Paso County Sheriff's Office has mine. And she looks up fake polygraph. Why in the world would you need a fake polygraph unless you're covering your tracks? To have some sort of thing that you can anchor a legitimate story to that you didn't have anything to do with this case. Why? Who thinks of that stuff except for people like this? I would venture to guess that not a single one of us in this room ever even knew a fake polygraph website existed before now. I know I didn't. Let's talk a little bit about Dr. Lewis. She might be a world-renowned expert. She's the only expert that they could find to bring in here to tell you that this defendant had dissociative identity disorder. Not a single other doctor that testified here in this courtroom saw a single shred of evidence that she had dissociative identity disorder. Not a single one. And yet this doctor comes in and says she does have it. This doctor comes in and says she does have it, and yet she doesn't even know what the definition of insanity in Colorado is. She starts throwing around words like McNaughton and other things that might apply in other states. And she said sanity could depend on where you are, what state you're in, that kind of thing. Don't you think if she's going to come in and tell you as an expert, this defendant is insane, according to Colorado law, should know what Colorado law is, and she couldn't do it? There were a lot of I assumes, I don't knows, deflections, stories about other cases. Anytime she was pressed to justify her opinion, she couldn't do it. You saw Dr. Torres in contrast to that. She could point to specific things about her evaluation of the defendant. Compare the two. The instructions that you got from the judge are your roadmap for this case. They help you determine what the law is, and you're expected to follow the law, and you apply that law to the facts in the case, to the evidence that's been piling up over the last several weeks. The presumption of innocence absolutely applies in every single criminal case. It applies in this case. Until you are determined that the charges have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, she has the presumption of innocence. We have the burden of proof. This system doesn't work if you don't hold us to our burden of proof. We expect you to hold us to our burden of proof. We welcome you to hold us to our burden of proof. Mr. Tellini talked about proving it without a doubt. Proving this case without a doubt. You'll never see words like that in any jury instruction in the state of Colorado or in the United States. You don't have to prove cases beyond all doubt. You have to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. Because this is, after all, a human function. Nobody can ever prove anything 100%. Johnny Cochran, after the O.J. Simpson, or in closing for the O.J. Simpson case.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the reference of Johnny Cochran and O.J. Simpson.
There's no evidence of it. It's not commenting on evidence.
I'm sorry?
It's not commenting on it. There's no evidence of what Johnny Cochran did at any point in time. So
I'm actually using it to talk about the burden of proof, Judge.
Well, then rephrase it.
Well, I was about to. So in that case, Johnny Cochran said, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. What he's talking about is our burden of proof. And he was absolutely right. If a case is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, your jobs as jurors, according to these jury instructions, is to find a defendant not guilty. And we expect you to do that. If we didn't prove the case, then hold us accountable and find her not guilty. But if we did prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, the jury instructions are also very clear on that. We have proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury instructions tell you you should find her guilty. If the crime's fit, you should convict. That's what the jury instructions say. And that's the other side of the coin from Johnny Cochran's comment. If the crimes fit this defendant, convict her. Deliberations are up to you. When you get back into the deliberation room, you get to control how that deliberation goes. The only requirements are that you all have to be together when deliberations are happening. You have to do it in the jury room. But you can take as long as you want, and you can be as fast as you want to come to a conviction or to a decision. Nobody's ever going to second guess you. If you take 2 weeks or 10 minutes, it's up to you. What you should know from the evidence, that there's plenty of evidence to find this defendant guilty based on the evidence, not from what I say or what Mr. Young says, or find her not guilty because Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook say so. The evidence guides you. Let's talk about that question of sanity. It says, so diseased or defective in mind to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Can this defendant distinguish right from wrong? The evidence and her actions tell you that she can. Why do all the things she did if she didn't know what she had done was wrong? Or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state. What is evidence of that culpable mental state? As Mr. Young said, it's in Gannon. It's on Gannon's body. The evidence that Gannon's body provides you, the story that tells about what she did, shows she has the ability and had the ability to form the appropriate culpable mental state. You don't stab an 11-year-old 18 times, 11 of which are on his arms and hands as he's defending himself, unless you intend to kill him. You don't then dispose of that knife that's never recovered and hit him over the head with such viciousness 4 separate times that it cracks his skull open, unless you intend to kill him. And that blunt force object, also never found. And then you don't retrieve a handgun, a 9mm handgun, and squeeze that trigger 3 intentional times, hitting Gannon 1 time, unless you intend to kill Gannon. That's exactly what this defendant did. And that's how you know she could form the appropriate culpable mental state. This woman doesn't have a diseased mind. She has no psychosis. Multiple doctors and longtime family friends and family members answered the question of psychosis for you. This defendant knew then and knows today the difference between right and wrong. Harley said it. Dakota Lowry said it. Al Stauch said it. Every single person that knew her knew she knew the difference between right and wrong. She was of sound mind, informed the culpable mental states required. You learned about dissociative identity disorder from at least 2 different doctors in this case. Extremely rare. Prevalence in society is roughly 1.4%. But most importantly, it's marked by severe behavioral health symptoms that would be noticeable by others. Other people like Harley Hunt, her daughter who lived with her every day of her life. Al Stauch, who was married to her for 5 years. Dakota Lowry, who was her younger brother. These people would have noticed that she had something wrong with her. The forensic nurse examiner, Amanda Van Nest at the hospital, would have noticed it. This is 2 days after Gannon is murdered, and the defendant fakes that panic attack in the sheriff's office and is taken to the hospital, given the opportunity to be examined for the supposed rape story that she had. And she splits. Amanda Van Ness told you that she's dealt with people with severe mental health disorders. She's told you what happens when she deals with people like that. Called an M1 hold. It's an emergency situation where you put somebody in care for a period of time because they're a danger to themselves or to others. Amanda Van Ness saw no sign that this defendant was anywhere close to justifying an M1 hold on January 29th. Dr. Niederhauser, on the other side of this equation, about a month before Gannon was killed, the last medical professional to see the defendant before Gannon was killed, also familiar with M1 holds, and saw no signs that would justify holding her against her will because she was a danger danger to herself or others. Because she wasn't. She didn't have psychosis. Why blame others? First, it's Gannon's fault, right? He pooped all over himself, started a fire. He's experimenting with drugs. Isn't that convenient that he's experimenting with drugs? He's curious about bath salts. And there's a Swisher Sweet planted in his backpack. And he's got hydrocodone in his system. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient concoction from this defendant? Then she says he went to a friend's house and didn't come home. Or is it because he loved his mom too much? He was a mama's boy. Is that the source of her hatred for Gannon? She knew she could never replace the love that Gannon had for Landon. And she concocts Eduardo, some random Mexican guy that works at the housing development. Just gives him access to the house through the garage code. He comes in, fixes the carpet, but in addition to fixing the carpet, he rapes her. Bangs her head on the floor, no sign of injury on her. Curiously asked for boxes in a suitcase. Why'd she have to introduce the suitcase? Had to explain away why Gannon was going to be found in the suitcase she put him in. A suitcase that Al Stauch recognized when he was shown the picture. A suitcase that Dakota Lowry recognized this defendant struggling with before she drives off to Florida. We had to explain it away. Next, it's Quincy Brown's fault. You heard Special Agent Jonathan Grusing. He talked about he wishes he would have pushed her more on the Quincy Brown and let her expand on that character. Because this is the character she gave the most information about. It's a real guy. Guy that was published in the media. The most wanted people in El Paso County for sex offenses. Perfect fall guy for what this woman did. He replaces Eduardo as the rapist. Knew his name when his ID fell out conveniently and landed on the floor in front of her. Then he turns into a guy up in northern El Paso County selling a bike. Or he's laying in the road as they're driving and gets into the car and forces them to come back home and he rapes her there. Or Gannon's test riding a bike, crashes, hits his head, and then he takes off with Gannon. Uncle Matt, the least descriptive person in any story this defendant had probably ever told. Boy, can she tell some stories, can't she? Somehow Gannon knew him and he was involved, but we don't really know how. And then it's the pregnant lady with the cash baby. Supposedly 8 months pregnant, involved with money laundering for Mexican restaurants, gets into the car, starts pulling money out of her belly. Somehow she's involved with what happened to Gannon. She's pointing outward, right? Pointing any way except for her. Except that in each one of these stories, the blame for Gannon's disappearance is someone else, and she's the victim in every single one of these stories. Figuring out a way to cast blame elsewhere and situate herself as the victim as to what happened. That's a very calculated move. Every single time she does it, she's doing it to explain away why pieces of evidence are found in the case. She knows about the suitcase is going to be found. She notices that we're searching up in northern El Paso, southern Douglas County, where the board is found. So that's when the bike story comes in with Quincy Brown up in that area. She's got to explain away why her GPS is going to show her up in that area. Just up there innocently looking for a bike. But Gannon's blood is going to be found up there. Got to explain it away. Landon's fault. This is the most cruel of all, right? That somehow Landon is responsible for a Gannon because of her ex-husband. That somehow Landon is involved with Gannon ending up in Mexico. Why would she introduce the word Mexico? Because by the time she's saying this, she's already pitched Gannon over that bridge in Florida, thinking it's pitched over into the Escambia River that flows out the bay and into the Gulf of Mexico. It's Al's fault. His fault that Gannon is gone and he should be investigated. Somehow he contaminated the scene. Another cruel twist of the knife. Going after the people that Gannon loved the most and who loved him the most. Shows you the hatred that she had for these people. The hatred that she had for Gannon and how she's going to use Gannon's horrific demise against the people that loved him the most. Her stepfather, James, supposedly sexually assaulted her as a kid. It's his fault that she's the way she is. Except there's not a shred of evidence from anybody until she starts raising competency that she ever suffered any sort of ill harm by James. She never reports it to a single person for over 20 years. And yet that's the trigger. Does that make sense? There's a caped invader's fault. It's the last one, right? Standing on top of the bed, wearing a cape, then realizes it's Gannon, but she shoots him and stabs him and does all these other things to cover up for whatever. Does that make any sense? Or is this just another concoction, another way to point outwards on blame and show herself as the victim? When she realizes those external sources aren't working, Dr. Dorothy Lewis comes into play. Before she looks at a shred of evidence, in February of 2022, she's already said, yeah, you need to go with not guilty by reason of insanity. Dissociative identity disorder is the answer. Doesn't know a single thing about this case or this defendant in February of 2022. And so what does this defendant do but start creating names? There's Taylor, Harmony, Christina, Jasmine, the Frisky Princess, Little Lucia, and Maria Sanchez. Spanish-speaking Russian sniper. Knows how to kill, kill, kill. One thing we do know from this evidence, this defendant knows how to kill. Knows how to kill a defenseless little boy in his bed. There's better words to describe this defendant and what she did. Unreliable. Every person that she's ever interacted with in her life can tell you that she's unreliable, that she tells tall tales. She hated Gannon. You know that because of the injuries that Gannon suffered. You know that she hated Landon and Al. Why take away their little boy the way she did and concoct the story she did unless she hated them just as much as she hated Gannon? She planned this. A week before Gannon goes missing, she's already looking at renting a U-Haul and places to live in Florida. Sometime prior to Gannon's death, she searches, "I hate my stepson." Premeditated this thing. You know that from the proof of life photos. Those two pictures that she sends to Al on the morning of January 27th. She's setting up her excuse. Portraying Gannon as experimenting with drugs when she knows that she's drugging him with hydrocodone. She burned him Sunday night when this all starts. Gannon didn't play with fire. Not going to intentionally burn himself. In that first story about the candle incident, she talks about taking the kids outside and then having to go back downstairs to get Gannon. They all pile in the truck and drive off. That never happened. This was just a story that she had to explain away because the fire didn't work. Gannon didn't die from the fire. Then poisoned him with the hydrocodone. That didn't work. Remember, Gannon was a fighter. 1 pound, 6 ounce little boy when he was born. Overcame all the odds. But he couldn't overcome this one. But he sure did try, didn't he? She attacked him, stabbing him 18 times. Like I said, most of those are on his arms and hands because he's fighting back. Beat him over the head 4 times with some blunt object that's never found, cracking his skull like an eggshell. Shot him in the jaw, severing his spine, and likely killing him instantaneously. She then manipulated the heck out of this investigation with her stories. Her stories and manipulations of this investigation caused it to be the biggest investigation in El Paso County history. I heard that from several different investigators involved in this case. And it stretched from Colorado Springs all the way to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. She hid Gannon's broken, dead body in a suitcase in that storage room. She ran from cops when the circle was tightening. Remember that trip to Marshall's? When the cops are going there to get cell phones and get the car that belonged to Harley, and they encounter her out in the parking lot, she takes off running. As soon as she sees those guys, she takes off running, throws the keys across the parking lot, starts yelling at Harley, "Don't say anything." Why? If she didn't know she had done something wrong, why? Then fled to Florida, and then eventually South Carolina. Get as far away from this thing as she possibly could. That's why she's wanting to get a replacement passport so she can escape the country. She dumped Gannon's body over the bridge. Mr. Young talked about this. Think about how divine intervention plays a part here. Macon Ponder had been at that bridge a month and a half before then. Gannon's body doesn't get found for at least 2 years, if ever. She murdered Gannon. January 27, 2020. She murdered Gannon. This little boy deserves so much more out of this defendant. He deserved protection. He deserved to live. He deserved to grow up and become a young man and someday have a family of his own. She took it all away.
What is the exact location of the emergency? Well, 667 Linden Drive, Colorado Springs. Please say that one more time, make sure I have this here correctly. 667 Linden Drive. Okay, the phone number you're calling from? 843-655-7460. Your name? Pizza. Please tell me, sir. What happened? I didn't know if I'm supposed to call emergency or not emergency but my phone says you all at 6 o'clock and it's almost 7. And we went to like our friend's house and but he's going to be at his friend's house and they said he wasn't there and the other one said he never came there. I don't know any other people calling out and I talked to my husband, so I told him I had to call you guys as fast as I could because I don't know anyone else. And I don't know if there's like a time limit, but like he's only 11. He's 11. 11, yeah. Okay. What's his name? Shannon. Spell it for me. Open. Your last name? Stauch. Stauch. I can barely guys. I got it hard. I can barely guys. Oh. If I have it, and we have multiple questions. We have to ask, so we don't want to try out the emergency. You're not emergency. You guys never find that. I didn't know which one of them. Yeah, you know that. Okay. Let me know when you're ready for that number. Okay, go ahead. 713. Okay. Can you put me on 19 390 5555. Okay. You're welcome. Call that now. Call that now. I already have the call built. We have things to ask. So, we'll call back tomorrow. Where we left off. I think. Okay. Can I just talk with this city? How can I help you? Hi, yes. I called 911, and they said I had to call the number because my 11-year-old son was supposed to come home at 6. But he didn't. I know it's only 7, but like we went to both his friend's house and they said he wasn't there. And it was kind of like a thing, and so I was like, what's your last name? Maybe around like what time did you guys go to bed? Is it 3:30 maybe? Between 3:34 and he was supposed to be at home at 6. We let him all the time, like go to the neighbor's house, friend's house, they ride bikes and everything together. He was kind of to see him. I guess me?
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to go back into that deliberation room and start deliberating. And deserve justice. This defendant deserves to be convicted based on the evidence that was presented in this case. Gannon Jacob Stauch, 11 years old. Find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. Murder in the first degree, child under 12 in a position of trust. Tampering with a deceased human body. Tampering with physical evidence. Gannon deserves it. Deserves all of this justice that you can give him. Thank you.
Trail, can you get her?
Yes,
please. Thank you.
Spoke for 43 minutes.
All right, lady. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated earlier when I read the instructions to you, there are 4 verdict forms, one for murder in the first degree after deliberation, one for murder in the first degree, child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, one for charge of tampering with a deceased human body, and one for tampering with physical evidence. In a moment, I'm going to send almost all of you back to the deliberation room. And members of the jury, I want to thank you for listening so closely to the evidence in this case. Because Most or all of you have not served as jurors before. I would like to give you a few pointers regarding the process of deliberation. However, unlike the instructions that I gave you, these are only suggestions, and you are free to proceed in any way you wish. First, you may wish to choose your foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. You may already have a good idea of someone that you think would be fair, a good listener, and a good discussion manager. Pick someone who is willing and able to help the discussion remain organized and respectful. Remember, however, that the foreperson's opinion has no greater value than that of any other juror. Second, you should reach some agreements about how you will conduct yourselves. The foreperson shall enforce or encourage compliance with these agreements. If he or she is unable to do so or engages in this conduct him or herself, the jurors have the right to select a new presiding juror. Jurors are often tempted to hold a preliminary or straw vote at the beginning of deliberations in order to determine whether they already agree or how divided the group may be. I recommend against this procedure because it may cause some jurors to lock themselves into a position which they will then feel reluctant to change. Experience has also shown that such early votes frequently lead to disruptive, unnecessarily lengthy, and inefficient debate, and to ineffective decision-making. If you reach a particularly controversial or difficult point in the discussion, you may want to move to a less controversial or simpler area for discussion and return later to the more difficult issue. You may wish to consider secret ballots if the jury would feel more comfortable with this procedure. You each have the right to your individual opinion, but you should be open to persuasion. It helps if you are open to the possibility that you might be wrong, or at least that you might change your mind about some issues after listening to other views. Misunderstanding can undermine your efforts. Seek clarification if you do not understand or if you think others are not talking about the same thing. The foreperson or some other juror as agreed to by the jury may wish to take notes of agreements and disagreements and, from time to time, set out the items on which you agree and those on which you have not yet reached agreement. You must deliberate as a group while you are all together. In spite of your best efforts, it is indeed possible that serious disagreements may arise. In that event, recognize and accept that getting stuck is often part of the decision-making process. It is easy to fall into the trap of believing that there is something wrong with someone who is not ready to move toward what may be an emerging decision. Such a belief, however, is not helpful. It can lead to a conflict of personalities rather than a conflict of issues. It is best to be patient with one another. Taking a break can often be helpful and lead to a satisfactory conclusion. The bailiff is available whenever you need to stretch, to calm down, to clear your minds, take a walk around the building, something of that nature. As I indicated, however, these are only suggestions, and you are free to proceed in any way you wish. When we began this process, I told you that we were going to be selecting 12 jurors plus 6 alternates. The reason why we do that is because in any case that lasts for longer than a day, if something were to happen to a juror during the process, I would have to declare a mistrial, start all over on another date at another time from the beginning with a whole new different crew. This was the first trial of any length that we've had since COVID. I have had long trials before, and I understand that things happen during trial. Sometimes people have family emergencies during trial. Sometimes people get sick. Sometimes, as in this case, we had a juror who didn't know that they knew a witness until that witness got here. So we always try to plan for that because we don't want to have to put everybody through another trial at a different time and start all over without any potential of resolution and without any potential of getting through all of the evidence. However, the law only permits 12 people to deliberate in this case. The alternates in this case are chosen at random. I'm still going to refer to you as number to protect your privacy. So we have 9 people in the back, number 10, number 11, number 12. You're 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 13 through 17 will not be deliberating. I'm going to excuse jurors 1 through 12, and Mr. Combs will take you back to the deliberation room. And there should be, do we have food? No. There should be food, or food is on the way. We are working on that. So please be patient with us. But we're going to send 12 of you back now. The other 5, please remain in the courtroom because I have further instructions for you. All rise for the 12 jurors, please.
We're starting the timer now. A lot of emotion being reported in the courtroom from the family side over here on the defense side, especially as the rebuttal.
Thank you. May all be seated.
Was given.
Records did reflect that the 12 jurors have left the courtroom. We get to this point in every case, almost any case that lasts longer than a day, and I always feel terrible for the people that are the alternates, because you have put in just as much time, effort, and energy as everyone else. You have dedicated a lot of time to this case over the last 7 weeks, 8 weeks, wherever we are. But you don't get to deliberate yet, which is why it is possible, and we just had it happen last week in a different case, where one of the jurors had to be replaced by an alternate. So this is going to sound a little strange. I'm going to release you, but you're not excused from jury service. What that means is that you're not going to be deliberating back with the 12, but you still cannot discuss this case among yourselves, cannot discuss the case with anyone else, cannot do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. The reason for that is it is possible that I would still need your services if something were to happen to one of the jurors that is deliberating. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have Mr. Sproul take you back to an alternate jury room because you guys have 2 of them back there. But I want to have a conversation with you about some security things and some publicity things, and also some services that we offer. So I want to have that conversation with you before we discuss anything further. And you're welcome to stay in that jury room for the rest of the day. You're down here. I don't know what you want to do. We can talk about that, but we'll talk about all that back there. I do have certificates of service for you. And I also have a questionnaire, which I'm going to ask you to fill out. It's something that the state of Colorado sends out to jurors. So if you would take the time to fill it out, and I'll be back to talk with you in about 10 minutes or so, I'd greatly appreciate it. All rise for the jurors, please.
Sounds like Colorado does have services they provide for jurors and the difficult situation they've been through, which is great. Hopefully these jurors also get lunch. I've never seen a judge select.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom.
The alternate.
I have a couple of things, some announcements, primarily an advisement, I suppose, more than anything else. First of all, I will need contact information, clean laptop, and for anyone who's listening or interested in the ultimate outcome of the process, the plan is that once I am advised that a verdict has been reached, I will be contacting Mr. McCallum and Mr. Sarche, who are the public sort of information officers for the Colorado Judicial Branch, and they will send out a tweet. I'm going to, I will not be taking a verdict until 30 minutes after it has been announced, or I'm sorry, until 30 minutes after I send that to Mr. McCallum and Mr. Sarche. So the plan is that everybody will have 30 minutes time to be able to get back in place, and then we'll take the verdict. I also want to thank the attorneys for their presentation in this case. More importantly, I want to thank the lawyers for the presentation, or for the professionalism that they have demonstrated throughout this trial. This was a long trial. It involved difficult facts. I know it was hard on the jury. I know it was hard on the families. I know it was hard on the defendant. I also know it was hard on the lawyers. This case was logistically complex. There were lots of witnesses from lots of different places. All of that had to be coordinated to get them here. There was a lot of evidence. I think I've spoken with the court reporters. We're getting a little bit better at it, but it still takes us about 20 minutes to get all of the evidence from the courtroom into the evidence room at the end of the day. And the lawyers had to review all of that, both sides. They had to figure out how each piece of evidence related to a different piece of evidence and what witnesses related to what pieces of evidence. One side had to put all of that together, and the other side had to figure out how to defend against it. That both sides had very difficult jobs, but with the exception of one or two exceptions, at least as far as I could see, you acted professionally with each other and respected that opposing counsel had a job to do. In a case that could have been made so much worse by bad lawyer behavior, all of you rose above that. I appreciate that. From a judge perspective, it may not mean much, but from a judge perspective, I think you have put on a clinic for how cases should be tried. I've always thought professionalism among lawyers ultimately benefits the client, but I know that not everyone agrees with that. But I wanted to thank the lawyers for the presentation because I know how difficult this case was for everybody. So we need contact information for the lawyers. I've given an advisement as to how the verdict will be handled. And I suppose if there are any questions, we'll take up the issue of defendant's presence during those questions or whether she waives presence. Okay, we'll make sure that happens. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time, prosecution?
The only thing, Judge, this is potentially only anticipating issues is if the families can't get here within 30 minutes, we may be asking for you to push that out a little bit longer. There's childcare issues and that kind of thing. And I know you'll be gracious with that.
I will, and I understand that. We'll take it up if it's an issue. All right. From the defense, anything that we need to address? Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
All rise.
All right, we have begun. Let me give me a second just to get the timer on the screen so we can track that. Brandy and JT both, for those that don't know, I just got 2 super chats, one from Brandy and one from JT. They are podcast hosts of the 13th Juror podcast. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for your support of the program. You guys do amazing jobs. If you guys are following the Lori Vallow, if anyone's following the Lori Vallow trial, you need to go check out Brandy's channel. You can type !Brandy in chat, and that will bring up that link. And I highly recommend you go and do that. They do such a fantastic job with a difficult trial where only audio is available, no video from the courtroom, and they make it they make it make sense, and it's a lot of fun as well. So thank you so much. Appreciate your support as well. You guys are phenomenal. A couple new members there. Thank you, Jess. Welcome to the gallery. Give me a second to work some buttons here so we can get the. Let's see. I need this turned on that way. Okay. Get this pulled up. We're in verdict watch. That's where we are. We're 8 minutes and 59 seconds into verdict watch. The jurors are being provided lunch, but they're probably going to deliberate through it. So it might be as soon as the sandwiches are done, they're back in the courtroom. It could happen. But we're going to be watching. First of all, there are 2 people that they said to look for, and that was Mr. McCullen and Mr. Sarche or Sachet that are going to be having a tweet here. If you guys are brief, I can take some phone calls, but no long phone calls. Let's see what we got here.
Spooky Days.
Hey, Spooky Days. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, good. I just had a question. So let's say they say that she's guilty but insane, and she has to go until she's better. So how long? What if she goes in there and she's better? Because we know that she's not really sick.
Well, in Colorado, you can't have guilty but insane. If she's insane, they do not decide if she's guilty. They stop.
Okay,
right
so
there.
if she's insane, but they did say that she'd be going to a mental institution, right?
Right. She would be committed because she's, she can't be out in society because she kills people and she's not accountable for it. Okay, we can't have people who do that out on the streets, and so she would be going there.
But that's only until she's well?
Until she's well. The court deems that. Mental institutions aren't in the habit of just turning people out on the street that need to be there. And so with all her lies, she can lie for many, many years, and I don't think she'd be getting out of a mental institution.
So then they would say that she is insane and keep her in there.
Probably. It could be.
Okay. I was just wondering if she's thinking. I'm just wondering if she's thinking, hey, yeah, I'm insane. I'm going to go to a mental institution, but then I'm going to be like, oh, look, I'm better now and get out.
I'm sure she'd like that, but I don't think that's how it would happen. So
that's good to know. That's all.
Yeah.
Because I was like, that's probably her intention with how she thinks.
Yeah, but
I
honestly,
can see that.
to your point, though, going to a mental institution has at least some chance of her getting out at some point, whereas going to prison most likely does not. It would be life without parole. Is what we're looking at.
I don't think that's going to happen, though. But that was my question. I just want to know what you thought about that. So
Awesome.
I'll see you guys all in chat.
Thank you. Great question. We'll see you.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, so give me just 1 minute here. I'm desperately trying to find the right overlay for. Let's see where we want the timer. Let's go right here. Got another call coming in. Maybe I'll listen to this caller's question.
Boogie.
Hey, Boogie, my friend, calling from Colorado Springs, right?
Yes, sir.
What are you feeling from being there on the ground right now?
I don't know. It's just weird feeling just in the air. Glad it's over. I'm looking forward to the sentencing. Now, real quick, I know you don't want to take long calls, but are you going to stay on the air till verdict if there's a verdict reached today?
Yes, I believe we're going to have an early verdict, and I'm going to stay on the air for it because I think it's going to be quick. I think we'll have news within an hour.
Also, I wanted to point out, as a prior correctional officer here in the state of Colorado, I don't know if you followed the Christopher Watts case here in Colorado. He had murdered his pregnant wife and two daughters.
And the oil field, right?
Yeah. He was interstated out of the state due to the publicity of the case. So, for everybody asking, if she is found guilty, she's probably going to be moved to another state under a different identity.
Yeah. I think either way, she's going to be in some protective custody, maybe some isolation somewhere. But
yeah, and in the state of Colorado, in the actual prison systems, you're only allowed being in administrative segregation. They don't call it solitary anymore. It's called administrative segregation here in Colorado.
Okay.
You can only be in that for 15 days.
Oh, wow.
You can choose to lock yourself down and call in to the pod officers and say, hey, don't open my cell, don't do this. But at some point we start enforcing it because they decide not to shower and stuff like that. So she being here, she would only be in there maximum 15 days.
Yeah. There we go. I got the timer. Sorry. I was working on that while you're talking, Boogie. I appreciate that. You filling some time allows me to get something done on the back end. Let me clean it up just a tiny bit.
Right.
But thank you for the insight.
Well, you do your thing, and thanks for taking my call, and thank everybody in chat for being a part of this and supporting G-Man.
Awesome. Thank you, Boogie. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Right,
bye.
Call from.
She's well. The court deems that.
Goodbye.
Oh, Somebody, you have to turn down your audio so I can hear. Sorry about that. You'll have to call again. Does she have to be present for the verdict? The judge said right at the very end, does she want to be here for that? And that surprised me, but it sounded like she did want to be there. They said, we'll make sure that happens. So I think she will be present for the verdict. Jennifer Peru, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate you. You guys are absolutely incredible and supportive. It's awesome. Moved out of state under another identity. I don't know how that works. That was new to me.
Call from.
Let's see. We got Ricky on the phone. Hey, Ricky, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Doing well. We've got Verdict Watch going on. Do you have an estimate for how long you think the jury's going to take?
Well, I was thinking about 1 or 2 hours to be honest.
That seems fair. That gives them enough time that there's no question that they didn't deliberate prior to that.
Yes. And that young feller that just called you a while ago, Boogie, I believe his name is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad he said that because I didn't realize that in the state of Colorado. Because, I was in law enforcement in Texas.
Yeah.
But by God, he explained a lot of things to us that I didn't realize that was done in Colorado.
Yeah, every state's a little bit different with how the justice system is carried out. Whether it's the court system's a little bit different or the jail system as well, as they have different laws that make different treatment, either legal or illegal in the state. So, I was going to call you Boogie again.
Call me what you want, son.
Ricky,
it don't matter.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your call. Good to hear from you. All right.
Oh yes, sir.
All right. We'll see you. Bye bye. Let's see. Kathleen Tuckett says, no, the question was, does LS want to be present if jury has a question? Okay, so Kathleen, thank you for that. That makes more sense. It sounds like she does want to be present for that as well. So that was the answer there, that she does want to be present if there's a question. You got to realize this jury, the first question they asked the judge, the very first thing they sent to him was, are we supposed to be paying attention to what Letecia is doing, her behavior at the table? And the judge did not respond. He consulted with both sides and said, if I say yes, there's a problem, and if I say no, there's a problem. And so he said, we just decide to not respond and not say anything. They just left it there. We saw in Zachariah Anderson's case where the jury came out with a question. The first question they responded with, or they asked, was, what do we do about, we'd like to see XYZ evidence. And the response that went back to them was, rely on your memory. And it's sort of like it sounded like a slap on the hand, like, hey, just do your job. Don't ask for more stuff. And then they just got pretty quiet throughout most of the rest of it. So this jury has been asking questions. I think it helps that they're able to ask questions at the end of every witness. There's sort of the habit to do that. So we might have some questions, but at the same time, they may know exactly what they want to do right now. They've probably already got a foreman right now. They've been there for 17 minutes and 40 seconds. So they're probably well underway. They might have it done before lunch arrives. What is the burner phone number? If you type !burner, the burner phone number pops up in chat. We're trying to keep the calls fairly short, if that's all right. Give a lot of people an opportunity because there are a lot of people here and there's just one line. So that's, Spooky Day says, I'm anxious. Who do you follow for the Twitter notification? Let me see if I can pull that up, Melissa. The two people that are sort of, he said they're the PIOs, or the public information officers for the court there in Colorado Springs, are Mr. McCullen. Let's see. Ashley. You can also follow KOAA News. You can follow Ashley Partillo. Let's see. Hold on just one second. Zach DuPont is another great one. He's in the court there as well. So there's going to be a couple people that you can follow, but Mr. Sarche, I think it was, and Mr. McCullum are the two. So if somebody has those names, the Twitter handles, that they can link those in chat, that would be great. Barbara, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the Justice for Gannon. We've got a call coming in on the burner phone now.
Call from
Tamara Jones.
Was it Tamara Jones?
It is.
How are you doing, Tamara?
I'm doing okay. I just wanted to take a minute to tell you thank you for your wonderful and respectful coverage.
I appreciate that. I would like to say in return, thank you to this amazing community for the way you handle chat with 7,000 people in here, dealing with some really, really heavy and difficult topics. You guys are incredibly kind. You're incredibly considerate.
Everyone in chat is wonderful. But you have handled this really well, and I just want to make sure you know that we all really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Tamara. I appreciate you saying that.
All right.
All right.
Thank
We'll see you.
Bye.
Welcome, Michael Minnick. Good to have you here as well. Thank you so much. Amiss says, kudos to Toxic Orchid for the Discord. A small dream is growing. For those that don't know, early on when the channel first started about 6 months ago, Toxic Orchid came to me and said, hey, we have a Discord channel where all we do is we track the information, the cases, the dates, all the updates that are happening in all these true crime cases across the country. Would you like to join? And would your viewers like to join? At the time she offered that, it was a very small group, and she didn't know that that it would grow by over 1,000 people very quickly. They do an amazing job on the Discord. If you want access to that Discord, I believe that invitation is still there. You just have to type !Discord in chat, and it will post a link there, and you can go over there. The page is amazing. If you yourself like to research it, if you're a document hound, if you like to dig into the weeds a little bit and find out what's happening in court cases. Sorry, I just realized I've got my let's fix this. Okay. Anyway, the Discord is where it's at. Let's see.
Call from Tony Schaefer.
Tony Schaefer, how are you doing today?
I am good. I just wanted to give you kind of an insight on the jury questions.
Yeah.
When I was on the murder trial that I did, we had a murder in the first degree, and then we had a murder in the, I'm not sure how they word that, when you're doing another crime, then the murder is committed.
Right.
We couldn't figure out, we had her guilty on the murder. We couldn't quite figure out the wording of the second murder charge. We kept sending it out. We sent it out probably 7 times. They kept bringing it back saying, look at the jury instructions.
And they didn't want to tell you what to do.
We kept rereading it. Right. We kept rereading it, and we all kept looking at each other, and we're like, we don't know. Like, we can't. We must have worded it, I don't know, a lot. We worded it. We kept resending it out, and it just kept coming back. Reread your jury instructions. Yeah. So they really do not want you to have any kind of influence.
Yeah, once that deliberation starts, that's like a sacred room. The judge is very careful to not try to influence. I think that's the right word. Anything that goes on there, and so anything that he does send back there, it goes through the bailiff first of all. So there's no direct communication, and as well before it goes back there, first it's cleared by both sides, saying, "Are you guys good with what I'm saying?" Because everything is in the juror's court at that point, and the judge is hands off. His work is done at that point, just waiting until the jury decides. Thank you for that insight. I appreciate that, Tony.
Well, and what was funny is that when we finally, I think we ended up guilty on the main murder charge, and then she had killed her brother. It was supposed to be in the process. She was going there to rob her mom, and her mom was disabled in a bed. She murdered the brother. It was a whole thing. But when we got out, the prosecutor said he was scared. He thought we were going to acquit her. He's like, I didn't understand why you kept sending this out and what you guys were, doing. He's like, I was so afraid. And I was like, we were all like, no, we had the murder. We just couldn't figure out if she did it in the middle of doing something else. And I think we ended up giving her not guilty on that one because we couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. It's a tough job. Being on a jury is not a cakewalk. In some cases, are more open and shut than others, but others, you have to just study it the best you can and cast your ballot and then just be able to live with the decision you made and hope you did the right thing.
Yeah, because we had, disposing of a body. They tried to burn it. They put it in a barrel. We had disposing of evidence. They went down I-70 and were just throwing it out on the side of the road. And we had a lot of aspects to the trial, but we just had that one thing and nobody would give us any kind of guidance on
on what to do.
What we should do.
Wow.
So, but yeah, so I mean, they have a hard job. I feel bad for them. It's rough, and they've been there way longer than we were. We were only there, I think, like 4 or 5 days. So I can't even imagine how tired and just how mentally
exhausting,
distraught they all are.
And not to mention the content that you're mulling over all this time
Right.
is rough as well. Tony,
Right.
thank you so much. I appreciate the call.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I was wondering if you think that Letecia would be sent to a maximum security prison. Actually where she's held in a prison, that's sort of separate from the judge. The judge orders the sentence, but once they're in the prison system, the prison sort of runs that end of the show. The judge might have some orders or have some sway into how someone is. Well, I'm not even sure if I've got a good example of that, of how they're treated. But really, the prison calls all the shots, and the behavior, how they act when they're in prison, may influence whether they get put in higher security or not.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Chandra, my friend, my mod, how are you doing today?
I'm well. I just have a quick reminder for chat. We have a lot of people who are trying to join Facebook, but they're not answering the questions. And so we're kicking them back. And we sure don't want to do that. We want you to join, but you need to answer the questions.
All right. That is a great reminder. If you do want to join the Facebook, where we have a great community that has a lot more back and forth, and you're able to post a little bit more, type !FB in chat, and that will put the link up there on the page. Thank you, 6-Volt Bus, for doing that. And as soon as the link posts, you can click on that. Make sure you do answer the questions. You might have to scroll down on the application, just saying the request to join. They're not hard questions. This is not a trick question or anything. We just ask that. Basically, we're asking you to follow the same rules you do here, with just being polite with each other, and not attacking things, and just be nice. But that's it. So. Chandra, thank you very much. All right. You're doing a great job. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. See, a lot. Amanda says, thank you for the membership. God bless you, Michael Minnick and Recovery Addict. Thank you, Amanda. We have some amazing members that are very, very generous, and I'm so excited that you got a membership there from them. Why have we got a counting down clock? It should be counting up. The counting up clock is telling us. Right, if you're seeing it counting down, something's wrong. It should be counting up. It's a stopwatch to see how long they've been in deliberation. KT, that's what's happening there. You're probably watching in reverse if it's counting down. What does FB mean? It stands for Facebook. It's just we have commands on the channel that you can trigger. So if there's information you need, instead of me trying to say it or inject it verbally every time someone asks a question, someone can just trigger it. So if you say, hey, what's the page for Discord? You can just type !Discord, and it will pop up. And that works for pretty much everybody. There are also some sounds that can be triggered. And I'll turn those on right now. Just because we want a little bit of levity. It's been heavy for a little bit. We're hoping that the justice is done here for Gannon. We'll turn the sounds off when court comes back in session. But Ricky Watson gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Ricky. Good talking to you again, my friend. Thank you. Let's see.
Call from
Truthful London Mom.
To accept.
Was this London Mom? What was the name again?
Truthful London Mom.
Taking it easy.
Sorry, all the sound effects are going. Tootful London, Pootful Mom. I don't remember what it was.
Truthful London Mom.
Okay.
Marine Mom.
How are you doing? We'll just call you Mom. Is that okay?
Oh, that's perfectly fine.
How are you doing, Mom?
The Twitter handle is at CO Courts.
Okay, so you're talking about this is the Twitter handle that there's going to be a tweet on when the
Correct.
verdict is reached, and then the video from the courtroom won't start till half an hour after that tweet comes out. So at CO
Correct.
Courts, meaning for Colorado Courts, which is pretty easy to find. So thank you.
Correct.
Thank you very much for that. Mom, we can
All
always
right.
count
God
on you. So,
Thank you.
all right. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I apologize, Mom. Every time.
Mom 17 years ago. My son just turned 19 last month. We have an amazing relationship. I have always protected him and loved him. I will never understand how she did this.
Jennifer, the last prosecutor that went, was it Mr. Allen? I forget his name, brought this same thing up. He said, there's only one person in this room who's killed their stepchild, basically, or any child for that matter. There's only one person here who's done that. Most of us.
The wording on
can't
that charge was
understand it all.
rewritten for future trials because of that trial.
Tony, the wording on the charge was rewritten for future trials because of that trial. I've got a buffer sound going. That's the mods trying to get my attention. Twitter link in mod chat. Thank you for that. I will pull that up.
I'm not a camel.
Okay, and there's the Twitter. I'm going to follow that one. Okay. Hold on just 1 second. So we're getting everything sorted out here. Okay, Colorado Courts has followed. We've got the notifications turned on.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
See, their last tweet was 28 minutes ago. So they've been, they said, People v. Stauch. Closing arguments have been made and jury deliberations are underway. Once the jury has reached a verdict, the court will read the verdict 30 minutes later. Notice of the verdict will be sent from this account. So we have the right account. Thank you very much for that, Mom, as well as mods, Amber. Okay, there it is, Colorado Courts.
Taking it easy.
Kick back, taking it easy. Thank you, Tony, for that. Actually, Tony, I have a question about this. If you can follow up, you don't need to send a super chat, but if you can follow up with that, what charge was rewritten for future trials because of that trial? They're going to eat lunch, converse, fill paperwork, and probably be done by 4:30. I think we've got a verdict here today for sure. Michelle Mo, super excited. Just checked my mail, got my mug. Which mug did you end up going with? I have the red mug today, which is delicious, full of water.
Call from
Mr. Ivan.
Ivan, how are you doing? Good to hear from you.
How you doing, good sir? Yes, I've been lurking. As you can imagine, today is quite the festive day at the store. So
yes, it is.
Yeah. So, but I have been in the background. I have been listening, and I was actually going to say I got two quick things. I was actually pretty impressed with the, as much crap as we've given the defense. I thought his rebuttal was, or his closing was pretty effective. I thought with what he was given a first-class crab sandwich to serve, and he made it look respectable.
He's got three hands in a 5-card stud game, or 3 cards in a 5-card stud, and for what he had, he played them the best he could. I don't think that Letecia doesn't really have grounds to file an appeal for ineffective counsel.
Oh no!
I think what they did, everything they possibly could for her, and probably more.
Yeah, she will try. I'm sure that's the easiest appeal to go off, or that's the most common one, I think. But the other thing I was going to say to the caller that was wondering, or to somebody who was, or question, I think it was asked, like, how does it get decided where she goes? You're right. The judge has nothing to say with that. Once you're sentenced, you are handed over at that point to the Department of Corrections, who they run the whole show as far as placement goes. Like, unless there's some extenuating circumstance, like where the feds get involved to like hide people and this and that, which is so rare. No, they do move people out of state once in a while. I think, like the Chris Watts thing. Rumor has it he's in my state now.
They ship him up to you, put him in Dodge.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. He's up in Dodge, which I know very well. But they did it once here about 5 years ago. About 5 years ago, I don't know if you remember in Wisconsin, the Jamie Kloss case. She was kidnapped up here in Wisconsin. Both her parents were killed, and they immediately they found her she found herself. She escaped about 60 to 90 days later up in super northern Wisconsin, not far from where I'm at. But his case was so high profile here that they did the same with him. They shipped him down south. So it does happen. It doesn't happen often. I don't know if it's going to happen with her. I don't know that I've ever heard it happening with a woman because, frankly, there just aren't that many women's facilities. I mean, just to give you a quick insight, in Wisconsin, last I checked, we had 24 male prisons and 2 females. So,
wow.
I mean, yeah, there's just not a lot of options. But so yeah, once they're sentenced, they get handed over to the DOC, Department of Corrections, and they get sorted out from there.
And
it was interesting to hear.
They'll probably do like on intake. They'll probably start with a more restrictive setup, and then just
she's going to be
trial
maxed.
period.
Like, yeah, she's going to be maxed. Like what happens is you go through, at least here, and I think it's probably pretty much the same across the board. The first intake process, you get staffed, what it's called, or classified. You get a custody level. She's going to get a max. Like you don't commit, like murder in general, the murder of a child. Like she's going to get classified as max. Now, how you come off of that classification or custody level largely depends on how well you do while you're in there. And so I don't think she's going to do well or great. I see a long, there are people who don't really have any incident reports. Or I see, conduct reports that it'll take them 10 years to get off max status, even with the perfect record. So, like, she's got a long time of 23-hour lockdown ahead of her is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate the background and experience that you're able to share with us, as unique as it is.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and good luck at the store today.
It's bought and paid for.
Yep.
It's been bought and paid for, so I might as well share it.
Yeah, Cinco de Mayo is a big day at the store. Some people like to celebrate, and you're able to provide the substance that helps them celebrate. So,
yes, sir.
Good luck. Hope you do great. Thanks a lot.
All right. Have a great day, guys. Love you. Bye.
Bye. All right, nice of him to call in on a busy day there. Is RA going to be live? Mrs. RA going to be live with us for the verdict reading? Probably not. She's taken the kids to the park, actually.
Call from
Judy.
Hey, Judy, how are you doing this afternoon?
Hi, I've just got one question.
Mm-hmm.
If she's found insane, does she go to a regular insane hospital or is a prison run one? Because even though she's in an insane hospital, they got to protect other patients.
Right. And actually, the key to that gives us the answer is in the wording they use in Colorado. If she's found insane, she would be found not guilty by reason of insanity. So there is no hold that the prison has at that point. She is not guilty in the eyes of the court.
So she would go to a regular
so it would be a
one.
mental hospital. Yeah.
Oh, just a regular mental hospital. That's true.
Yeah, and they would have all the precautions that they need so patients don't attack other patients and things like that.
All right. Enjoy your show.
Thank you, Judy. Good to hear from you. Yep. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Call from
Hope LaMonica.
Hope, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm emotional. It was a rough morning.
You and me both. We knew it was going to be hard going through all the details again, and the way they did it so close together, it was a rough ride. We saw that from the family as well. Just a lot of tears from the courtroom back there.
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
I was actually went to court today for the first time, and we were in, and they needed 4 seats for security, so we had to leave and go into another room. But it was just to see everyone there were people that had red and black on, there were people that had blue on.
The judge has a blue shirt under his robe. Did you see that?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's worn it before, but I don't think it was on purpose. But it's a funny coincidence.
And then to see Al and his new baby and his wife, and that I think probably broke me down the most. Is just, he's missing his son, and he's there for the murder of his child, but he has this new little boy, and
Al has been a rock throughout this, both on the stand and in the gallery throughout this trial. Who else did you observe there as far as family? Is there anyone you saw from Letecia's side? Are there Landon present? Anything like that?
Yes, Landon was there, and I think I may have saw Lena towards the end, and they had a little room where they had his little boy at, and someone was bringing her in there, and I was like, I bet that's her, because that kind of looks like the little girl that I saw when they were doing the interview. She's just bigger now, but it was fun. We were in a separate jury. They had a room, another courtroom, and so we were all kind of sitting in there watching. It was probably about 10
10 or 12 of us. Yeah. And we were a little out of hand. But we were like, it's a good thing we weren't on the jury because we were like, that's full of crap. Why did you say? Yeah, it was
you would have probably been removed from court had that happened if you were in the full courtroom. But
the main room.
Glad you got to be there and participate a little bit. Hope, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate you calling in.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for doing this for us.
You're
All
welcome.
right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Call from
Charmaine.
Hey, Charmaine, how are you doing this afternoon?
Hey, I'm doing good. I don't want to take a lot of your time. Remember, my son was found not guilty by reason of insanity in 2004.
Yeah.
And he was sent up there indefinitely. And a lot of people don't understand. Going to a mental hospital, you're locked on a ward with 29 other inmates or patients who have committed horrific crimes. There's fights between staff and patients, and then there's patient on patients. My son has been beat 3 different times. There's lawsuits going on at Western State Hospital where he's at because it's really bad. There's not enough nurses. They get hurt. And he is now on a ward co-ed. He used to be just strictly males. He's doing really good, but it is so hard to get an attorney and then to get him out and home. You have to go through so many treatment. There's a risk treatment, and they might find you ready to go home, but the head doctor will say, no, I want to keep him here.
Yeah.
And then the judge also has to be notified that they're getting ready to let Shane come home. Yeah. And then you usually go to you usually go to some kind of a facility. You're not free like people think they are. So going to prison, if she gets found just guilty, she'll go to a prison and probably go to protective custody for her own safety.
Yeah.
I'm sure she won't last long because so many people dislike her. Yeah. But if she is found not guilty by reason of insanity, she will go to a state hospital, and it's not easy to get out. When they say indefinitely, you go through many hoops. And like I said, my son's been up there for 18 years, and just as he gets ready they say they want him to come home, the main doctor says, no, not ready. So that's just so because people are asking.
Yeah, Charmaine, unfortunately, we appreciate your experience. It's heartbreaking to go through that. But
It is because I speak to Shane 3 times a day, maybe more. He has really bad times when he was beaten in a bathroom. He was beaten in the hallway. They've had to resuscitate him. So, and then he's up there with people now he sleeps behind a locked door, but there's a couple of females up there who have kidnapped old ladies, took their car. One girl went into a patient's room and strangled him and then beat his head into the floor. And she speaks to my son to this day because she's on the ward. And I'm like, oh my God. And I can't tell my son, just don't be friendly with her because she's been charged for killing a
snap type
patient, and she got charged for hurting that 72-year-old woman and taking her car and kidnapped her. So you got people who have done horrible, horrific crimes who, like I said, it's not easy being in a mental hospital and then go to visit him. It's so strict.
Yeah.
They guard you, they watch you. I think it's worse in prison. So,
Charmaine, thank you very much for sharing your experience and story. That it's insightful for us, but at the same time, we hope that you get the resolution there with the process.
I really think the jury's going to find her just plain guilty.
I agree. I think you're right.
Too much of it. You have a great day. You're doing a great job. And hi, Mrs. Artie.
All right. Thank you. We'll see you, Charmaine. Thanks for calling.
Bye-bye.
Bye. This message from Darlene. We had Dr. G from Dr. G Explains on the channel yesterday, explaining some of the behavior from Dr. Lewis. Dr. G has his video out that he promised it was going to be dropping about the testimony, and he mentions us. That is awesome. He says some kind words about our channel. He is amazing as well. Highly recommend his channel. I believe he's listed on the Friends of the Channel page on my page as well.
Call from.
I just hung up. I just tried to turn the volume down for a second. Let's see. Okay, I'll have to watch it. I have not watched his video yet. Mods are incredible. We're approaching 45 minutes in. I'm going to keep an eye on looking for a Twitter feed for the verdict. Peter Ware, I believe Charmaine said that it was a murder trial that he was tried for and found not guilty by reason of insanity. I believe she's told us some information about that previously. Tracy L says, question, are you surprised the judge said he didn't suggest a preliminary vote as soon as they select a foreperson? Yes. I realized his reasoning. He says, I don't want people to be held down to this is my vote, this is the side. I'm team yes or team no. That we have to stick to it. But you would think that in this case, there's a very good chance that they've already decided. And why they should stretch that out before they determine they're all on the same page, I don't see the use for that. But most of his advice was very, very sound. I like the way he speaks both to the attorneys, to the jury. He just keeps everybody really appraised and instructed on what they should do. Let's continue to praise your amazing mods. Impromptu song or rap on the spot. Go. I don't do rap. Sorry. I don't do rap. I can't spit rhymes like that. Without notice. Okay, will there be impact statements? Victoria, I believe there will be. I don't think sentencing is going to happen today. That might happen at a later time. Can we please get sound bites of the judge saying stop and cook wine?
Thank you to the mods for their hard work this trial.
Cook whining about the prosecution mocking him. Yes, I think Amber sent me timestamps on those. I think, if I remember correctly. I just have not gotten around to making them and pulling the audio down. Charmaine, thank you for that confirmation on that for your son. Thanks for sharing that experience. I missed all of today. What's going on? Little recap, please. Cassie, this is the day. We just had closing arguments. The jury is now in deliberation, and they're probably eating lunch as well. They've been in there for 46 minutes. We have the timer going up on the screen for that, just so we can track it, just to see how long it takes. We're watching for a Twitter post that comes from the @Colorado Courts account. As soon as that post comes through, hopefully everyone keep an eye on it. I won't be able to watch it as often as I would like because we're doing this and I'll be answering questions and stuff. But as soon as that happens, let me know and we'll listen and stop the timer and move on to the next. The judge's voice is smooth like melted butter. He has a great voice. Andy says, I call an hour and a half. Time is ticking. We're halfway there. If that's with 45 minutes, that would take us there. Love that I am with my fellow addicts on this channel. JT says, I can't spit rhymes like that. From the things I didn't ever hear from Recovery Addict Files. Thank you, JT. Appreciate your support. You're absolutely incredible. Let's see, Weather Watch. For those that do like maybe me and Weather Watch, we have a podcast tonight. It's going to be at 8 p.m. on this channel as well as our other channel called the Not Relevant Podcast. It's a new YouTube page that we're moving the podcast over to, and it's a bit of a step back from the heavy, hard discussions of trials that we do all week long on this channel. It's a little bit more lighthearted. It is live just like this, so we take questions and sometimes phone calls and just really just have a good time, just relaxing a little bit for the weekend. So if you're interested in that, I think you can type !podcast in chat, and it will put a link to the podcast page. How many are watching? About 6,231, roughly, Karen. But it would only be 6,230 without you, so it would not be the same without you here. Good, glad to have you here, Karen. Question: how close are we to? I have not looked today. Hold on one second. We are at 18,897, so we're 103 away from 19,000, which we just celebrated 18,000 last week. So we're very, very close. It does help us when you hit the subscribe button. It helps the algorithm. It helps other people find us on YouTube. And it's free. So I appreciate those who do subscribe to the channel. I have 3 of my TVs on my house on this channel, says Julie. Thank you, Julie. No matter where you go, I'm going to be there. Missed the Twitter feed link. Is there one? Christina, if one of the mods can post the Twitter account in chat again for those that are on Twitter. I realize not everyone is. We'll update you as soon as we get an answer. But the account is the @ CO Courts. That's court with an S on the end. And that will get you the link where they're going to post the update first. Sue Travis, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for being a supporter. Good to have you here with your name in green. That is how you can tell either you have purchased a membership or you're gifted one. Your name will appear in green on the chat. The little icon next to your name is the little courthouse, and that icon will change color as your time as a supporting member increases. So your first month is blue like that, and welcome, Sue. Good to have the courthouse by your name there. There it is. Thank you, Amanda, for posting this. On Twitter, if you search for this account and you follow that account, that's going to be where the post is going to be made. Okay. Verdict announcement on Twitter right there. That's it. So there has not been an announcement yet that we know of. But that's where it's going to happen. So if you click that link, it'll work. All right, I've set a notification on LNC, and I'll let you know when the jury comes back. Thank you as well. We'll probably know a little bit before them because we don't have to go through the production loop that they have to go through. That's why our feed is a little farther advanced than theirs. B says, Recovery Act, does anyone know if it's mandatory for a defendant to be present during the impact statements? I've asked a couple times.
As well?
I believe yes. I believe the judge, at that point, they're guilty. Okay, for the impact statements, they're going to be guilty, and they need to. The judge can then compel them to be there. Let's see.
Schaefer. To accept, press 1.
I heard Schaefer. What was the first name? Who did I miss on? Who's on the phone?
Tony.
Tony. Sorry, I thought it's like that sounds familiar. I just heard Schaefer though. My volume was down. Sorry about that.
Well, I sent you the answer through twice.
Okay.
And I mean, I understand there's 7,000 people in there, so
it's going a little fast.
Yeah. What happened was that we had murder in the first degree, then we had murder while in the commission of a crime. That's the one that when we came out of, after we deliberated, after we gave our verdict, the prosecutor said that he was going to go back and rewrite the jury instructions on that crime because we didn't understand it, so he was going to go back and rewrite the jury instructions for future juries.
Wow.
So it made more sense.
That's why it changed.
Maybe.
You changed the whole system. You guys being confused made it better for everyone who came after you.
Well, I live in a really small town, so hopefully we don't have that much here. But it just didn't make any sense to us. I mean, supposedly she went there to rob, and then ended up killing him. But she had a knife and duct tape stuck down beside the side of her couch where she was sitting, so we knew it was premeditated. We didn't understand. We couldn't get there in our minds if we thought it was in the commission of something else.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Thank you for sending that answer. I did miss it on the chat, so thanks for calling in and reminding me. I appreciate that, Tony.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Shendrix posts on here, says, Recovery Addict, don't you have to pee by now? Well, good news. I guess now's a good time as any. This show is brought to you by Depends. No, just kidding. It's not. It's one of my superpowers. It's one of my superpowers. Probably by 6 o'clock tonight, I'll have to take a break. As Katrina says, he's a camel. We went there. Let's see. The only way to watch is on TV, says Andy. Plus, I have a Galaxy Note Droid on the side, big and little screen. Looks funny sitting beside my TV. Let's see. Regarding victim impact statements, remember Larry Nassar, judge made him sit for days. Yes, I think that's what we were saying immediately before the call came in. The judge can compel them to be present. Okay, because prior to that, they're not guilty yet. But once they've been proven guilty, the judge really decides what their fate is. And while they're in his courtroom, he says, okay, shackle them, bailiffs, cuff them type thing. And while you're here, you'll do what I say now. Because now you're no longer a free person. Now I have say over what you do. And so, yes, I think definitely he would make them sit there and make them listen, at least, and be even respectful during that. Is that gamer bladder? Mama drama. My previous addiction was video gaming. So yes, there is such a thing as gamer bladder, and maybe that's how I got to where I am right now. Does anyone have the link to Judge Darrow, the 87-year-old lady that was attacked by the 14-year-old? Veronica, I'm not sure if she's streaming that on her live stream. If you've gone through the court page for Wisconsin, Waukesha County, I believe it's District 2. Is going to be her link for her court. because there's media in the courtroom, they may not be streaming live. So maybe we'll have one of the mods or somebody who's familiar with that go check it and see if they're doing a live stream on their Zoom, which is Zoom to YouTube or something like that. I think Letecia will have a breakdown of her victim statements. Amanda, she's getting close. Her behavior is back. I think there was a brief bird that we saw as she was flipping her hair around. There was a quick little finger. She's been making more faces like she was before. She's been, scowls, smiles, sneers. So she's getting closer to acting out, and it might just happen when a verdict is read. Did the judge say how he will handle any jury questions? And all we know is he said that he asked if the defendant, if Letecia would like to be present when questions are read. And they said yes. And so she's going to be able to be brought in. That slows the process down a little bit.
On a lighter note, did you find your pen? LOL.
I did find my pen. It's right here. Thank you, Nancy. I have a pen, and I have a spare pen as well, in case I drop this one. This one, it's clear. And for some reason, when I dropped it on the ground yesterday, it just disappeared. And I thought it was magic, but I found it as soon as I yelled for my kids to grab me another one. Okay, what's the verdict? We don't have one yet. We're still 55 minutes into deliberation. Let's see. They're streaming live, the 87-year-old woman. Lucy, so is that on the District 2 Waukesha County page for Wisconsin courts? What is Recovery Addict streaming next? Please, after this is concluded. It may be Judge Darrow. I have a soft spot in my heart for her. We'll have to see what the duration is. We'll probably have a shorter trial. And try to line up a larger one afterwards. We have a couple cases that we are, keeping on reserve for that like Sarah Boone is coming up in July. That nothing's going to overlap that, except for Shabusiness. So,
Call from
Cruiser Chris.
Hey, Cruiser Chris. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, and how are you?
I'm doing just great. What's on your mind today?
First of all, I would like to talk about Dr. Lewis and that whole fiasco. The couple of days ago.
Yeah, I was trying to forget all about her, but go ahead.
Yeah. I think that there's no possible chance that anybody can let her testify in another court because of the fact that her testimony was just unreliable.
I'm not sure if she won't be allowed to testify, but I'm not sure if anyone would want her to testify.
Yeah, I don't think any other legal people will want her to be testifying, especially with all of the sideshow that she comes with.
Yes.
Yep. That's right. I just wanted to say thank you for all of your hard work. I have the Cruiser Chris World Network YouTube channel that I'm doing. So I'm sitting out here in my garage crushing cans right now, watching you on my telephone. So.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate you calling. Thanks for sharing that. Good luck with your channel as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Verity says, what are the victim impact reports to help the judge decide on sentencing? Yes, and also just to allow the victims to get some closure. Sometimes the process of, the judicial process as it works its way through the justice process, it leaves you feeling empty. And a lot of times a victim says, there's something I want to, when do I get heard, right? When do I get my piece told or my story told? Because it wasn't told in court, as Landon's story really wasn't told in court. Al's story was told somewhat, but, all these victims, all these people have something that they need to say. And that's when those reports are heard. It can impact the sentencing, and the judge will usually comment on it in the sentencing as well. But let's see, we've got another call coming in. Just one second.
Call from
Nurse for God.
Nurse for God, how are you doing? Thanks for calling.
Hey, good. I just wanted to give you a quick tip. I watched the video on Dr. G Explains on Dr. Lewis.
The brand new one?
It is awesome, and he gave you a plug.
That is awesome. He is amazing. He's been on the show twice now, and he's just incredibly generous.
Yes.
You've got to realize.
Yes, we love him. I just wanted to let you know he gave you a plug,
and his assessment on Dr. Lewis is spot on.
Yeah, he is absolutely amazing. He is an expert witness that could charge $800 an hour for his time. And the fact that he can come on our channel and he does it for free and just answer your questions and my questions, it is amazing. What an amazing guy. If you live in Georgia and need a psychiatrist, you need somebody to help you.
I'm in Charlotte, outside of Charlotte, North Carolina, so I'm near you. But I'll hang up. I just wanted to let you know to have the people. I put it in chat to watch his breakdown on Dr. Lewis. It was fantastic.
I cannot wait. He's amazing. I was waiting for that to drop. He said he was going to release it here before the weekend.
Yeah, it came out this morning, and I watched it when I was at my doctor's office.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you letting us know.
Okay.
We'll see you.
Thanks, R.A.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Let's see. Wisconsin court is streamed on WISN 12 News. Okay, so that's going to be a news feed. That's good and bad. Anytime we have a feed that we take from a news station, all the news stations are members of the Associated Press. It's basically like that's the club they're part of, and so those feeds are copyright, even though it's a public court session. The feed is copyright by the camera.
And I truly appreciate your coverage and how you approach this trial.
Oh, Jags for Life, thank you very much. A very, very generous super chat. Jags for Life, James, I appreciate you very, very much. What an awesome super chat. Anyway, we're saying the WISN, if they're covering that, they own the copyright to that, and it's sort of managed by Associated Press. So if I borrow or use fair use to use their feed, they could hit me with a copyright claim. And usually Associated Press will use a claim instead of a strike, which just means I can keep using it, and they're fine with that, but they take all the revenue from the channel, which we'll do. If there's a court case we need to follow, I'm fine with that. I'd rather follow the court case and not get the revenue, and that's not a problem. But we do like to take the feeds directly from a court if we can. It seems to be a great way to go. Ricky, you're blowing up my phone again. What's up, man? Hang on one second. We try to do the one call per person thing here, so let's see what Ricky's got going on.
Ricky Watson.
To accept, press 1.
Hey, Ricky. Ricky, are you there?
Hey, bud. I ain't gonna take long, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you can save my number or not.
I'd rather you don't say it on the air, but...
Oh, well,
I've got your number.
I didn't know if you could save it on your phone or not.
Okay, yeah, I've got it on my phone. What would you like me to do with it?
Okay. Would you mind giving that to Ivan Victor? I'd really like to talk to him one of these days.
I will do that, and Ivan actually said the opposite. He said, have me give you his number. So I'll make sure that happens probably after the live stream today, if that's all right. It takes just a little bit to copy it back and forth. But I'll put you two in touch with each other.
All right, that sounds good. Right. I apologize again for asking. I didn't know if you got my message.
No, that's what I'm here for. Sounds good. Thank you so much.
All right, bud.
All right, bye. All right. Let's see. Feel bad for all, including the defendant, especially Gannon, his parents, and Harley, very much. Verity says, Recover Reddick, really appreciate your answer and what's the great thing that the court does for the victims. Big thank you for all your coverage. Thank you, Verity. When I heard that the court has services for the jurors, possibly for for mental health or support that they can have somebody to talk to after they've been through a difficult
case. Are you covering Courtney Cleaney?
Awesome. Who asked that? Hang on. Toyo Toys, thank you for being welcome to the gallery again. Good to have you here. Thank you so much. Amazing on Twitter. We've got a celebrity in our midst, guys. Toyo Toys is big on Twitter. Who asked about Courtney Cleaney? Linda James. Here's Linda. Here's what the Courtney Cleaney trial is also known as the OnlyFans trial, the OnlyFans murder trial, where there's an OnlyFans. What do you call those actors? No.
I'm not a cat.
OnlyFans is a website that in theory, when they created it, they said this is for everybody to just come and share, whatever content you produce and get paid for it, except no adult content. Well, guess what? It became an adult content only website, and there's a couple exceptions there. But this Courtney Cleaney lady is is an adult performer, I guess you could say. And she is quite a character. She made quite a bit of money, in the millions, doing what she does on that website, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't recommend going to. As a matter of fact, don't go to it at work. You'll get fired. But she ended up killing her boyfriend, or allegedly killed her boyfriend, by throwing a knife or stabbing him or something, and he bled out and died. There's a lot of video in that one. The problem about covering that case is the evidence. A lot of the evidence are the videos that were up on her website. So if we thought Mark Jensen was bad, if we thought that those occasional pictures and drawings and photographs that would slip into court there were bad, Courtney Cleaney is going to be that times 10. And that's something that violates YouTube's terms of service if those get shown. So if the court is just presenting stuff and the camera's on and suddenly they pull something up and we had no warning,
Alex stole it as well.
Suddenly I'm out of channel. And people start getting banned permanently because of that. So as interesting as that case is, I like it for the murder aspect, just what's happening. I want to see how they can prove that the knife was thrown or stabbed. It went so deep in her arm. I want to hear that discuss his arm. I want to hear all that. But all the other peripheral information and video and images, we need to find a way to not have that go out over the air. So we'll have to hear a little more about the judge's ruling about some of that evidence as we get closer, and we'll see how that goes. Great question, though.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Let's see. Taking a moment of silence for Gannon Strong, justice for Gannon, to pray over family, jurors, judge, and prosecutors. Thank you, True Crime Shining Light. Appreciate that.
Just wanted to echo the thanks to you, RA. You are the most gracious host I've watched. It really is a pleasure to be on here with you, and everyone. Here's to 19K, then on to 100K in about 2 weeks. Purple heart, purple heart.
Oh, you're funny. We are getting close. I think we're 71 away from 19K. So it just might happen here before the verdict is announced. See, their claim is bogus if your content is transformative. Don't shy away from additional content. Content lasagna, I realize that, but one of the factors that has to be considered for fair use, and which can only be decided by a judge. So basically, the only way I can prove that I'm using this under fair use is that the judge has to rule in my favor. But one of the factors is the amount of material that I use. And generally, when we follow courts, we follow all of it and then explain everything in between. So there's a vast majority of the material that I use, and I realize the type of content weighs into that as well. It figures heavily into the equation. Also the impact of what I do on the originator's content or their profit can also weigh in. So the bigger I get, the more of a concern that becomes. So, but we do constant transformative information. That's why we include your comments on the screen. That's why, as you guys have questions and analysis, I put them up like your comment right here. If you had asked a question that applied during court, I'd put that up so that we could have that discussion, and I add that throughout all of it. And I believe that is that meets the definition of fair use for that reason.
Thank you, Ari and mods.
Thank you, Evangeline. Thank you very much. Appreciate the super chat. The mods are absolutely incredible. Charmaine says tomorrow's my daughter's birthday.
Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday. She said all she wants is justice for Gannon.
That is awesome. That's just amazing. Can you operate on a delay? I can. We do operate on a delay, but it's a short delay. So if we borrow video feed, we'll take a live feed in and rebroadcast it out. So the delay is actually put in place by YouTube, and it can make it longer by how I set up the stream. But generally, it's going to be within a couple minutes of it being live. One of the ways I also am transformative when we have to take a case that's followed by the news media, and there are say multiple cameras obtaining footage at the same time, is I'll bring them in I'll bring in all the camera feeds, like I've done this with car chases, and I'll sync all of them together. So even though they're all live feeds, they're all sort of a little bit off in time. I'll sync them all together so we can have multiple views and we can jump around and switch. And we might have, something from, WISN and something else from WFLA and something else from, another station that way. So we can jump around and see it that way. But that's what all this equipment up here allows me to do. Thank you.
Super impressed with everyone here, including our mods and fine host. This is the best feed for sure. Justice for Gannon Blueheart.
KT, thank you so much for the kind words. Appreciate your support. Thank you, my friend. Maris90, welcome to the gallery. Make sure you move up to the front row. We have the largest front row on the internet. We have room for everybody. And, reserved seating on the front row is not something that's easy to find everywhere. So, let's see. Just past we're past almost at 70 minutes now for deliberation. So I'm going to need the mods to use the buffer sound as soon as we have a tweet. Let's see. Sarah Boone will bring the subs to 25 by the time it's done. Sarah Boone is going to be insane. For those that don't know what we say when we say Sarah Boone is the lady down in Florida, in Orange County, Florida, that is accused of putting her boyfriend in a suitcase when they were playing a game. They were playing hide and seek, and she put her boyfriend. Yeah, there's a lawsuit. Put her boyfriend in the suitcase and left him there for, I don't know, was it 11 hours, something like that, and then went back in the morning and he was dead. He had positional asphyxiation. Had not been able to breathe, and passed away. Now, on its own, if those were the only facts of the case, we'd be like, okay, that accidents happen. Weird game, really strange. I'm not sure why you would do that, but that,
thank you for everything, RA. Sense. Sorry, my husband calls so much. LOL. We love you all.
Country nurse, your husband is Boogie. Thank you. Appreciate both of you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Going back to Sarah Boone, that wasn't all. What happened was, when Sarah Boone put him in the suitcase, or when he got in the suitcase, which I believe he probably got in willingly when they were playing a game, I believe alcohol was involved that may have, influenced his ability to make a rational decision at that point. But after he got in the suitcase and she zipped it up, first of all, I think the suitcase was pushed down the stairs then, because he sustained some blunt force injuries to his shoulders and head and things like that, which would have been, consistent with that sort of event. Then Sarah Boone also pulled out her cell phone and filmed George in the suitcase, begging, screaming for help, pleading for help, saying, "Sarah, I can't breathe. Please let me out. Sarah, please." And she's sitting there filming him struggling on the ground. The suitcase is moving on the ground. He cannot get out. And she's berating him. She's yelling and swearing at him, saying, this is how I feel when you cheat on me. This is how I feel when you choke me. You should have thought of that sooner. That's my name, save your breath type thing. And those videos were found on her phone. She, through all of this, believes that him dying was not intentional on her part, and so she should not be held accountable for his death. And she's fighting it all the way through the court system. Her attorney, Mr. Frank J. Bankowitz, is possibly the oldest practicing attorney in Florida, and he has some serious health concerns. She has serious concerns with him because he doesn't communicate very much with her. Now, that on itself would not be a problem, but Mr. Bankowitz has been reprimanded in the past for not communicating with his clients. And so
Buttercup says RA rocks and he is phenomenal. Rough smiling face with hearts, dog face, blowing a kiss, red heart, blue heart, blue heart.
Thank you, Bite Me. Appreciate that. Thanks for taking a break from counting mosquitoes to send that, give Buttercup a pat for us. Anyway, so Sarah Boone has written many letters of complaint to the judge as well as to her lawyer saying, hey, why am I still sitting here? I've been here for 3 years in jail waiting for trial to go forward. She claims that she has not agreed to anything. She's like, why am I not being brought out for my hearings? Why am I the last person to know anything? Why do I have to find out from people who write me letters in jail about what's going on? And so she's got this an arsenal of, at least from her vantage point, accusations against her lawyer that may actually give her some ground for an inadequate defense appeal if she gets convicted, which I believe she probably will. But so that's going to be a fascinating case. And if you've ever watched any of the body camera footage of the police showing up at her apartment, and her just like, oh, can I just go and get my Pepsi? Is that all right? And, I just need a drink. I'm really thirsty. And her story changes. We didn't have any alcohol. Oh wait, I blame it on the alcohol. I left the bag open. I thought I could get out. Then I just forgot about him. I was waiting for him upstairs.
SBLF.
I fell asleep. Yes, Sarah Boone Letter Fund. That's also a factor. She wrote a letter to the governor of Florida, to Governor DeSantis, and we are waiting for our Freedom of Information Act request to come through so we can have a copy of that letter because that is public information. So we're hoping that arrives before court starts. Hope, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for joining as a new member. Good to see you in green there. Thank you. The front row has become the Great Wall of China at this point. You can see it from space, JT. It's fantastic, and it's all friends too. Time to light up for Gannon, everybody. Thank you, Julie Ekstrom. I wanted to put an L in there, Julie, for some reason. I'm not sure why. It says, just catching up.
I'm not a camel.
I could listen to the judge's voice all day long. In fact, I'd like to request he puts out Reading the Night Before Christmas. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house. There's actually two versions of that, Julie. The more fun one would be, 'twas the nocturnal segment of the diurnal period immediately preceding the annual Yuletide celebration. And throughout our place of residence, kinetic activity was not in evidence among the possessors of that potential. That's a fun one as well. I had that whole thing memorized at one time. It's the scientific version. But I shall not bore you with that today. I'll bet she gave the jury the finger. Cheryl, I think we're going to see a little bit of outburst from her, if not vocal, some sort of gesture or facial expression for sure. It's going to happen. Tara Lally, I missed the judge closing. Can you please do a recap on what he said?
I missed judge closing. Can you please do a recap on what he said?
The judge is going to save his thoughts on this case and on Letecia until the sentence comes in. After the sentence, he's going to be able to speak freely, but until then, he can't. So he has not said anything other than give jury instructions and just give them sound advice and recommendations on how they should proceed in an orderly manner to go about their duties and their responsibilities. I will say, I have never seen
Now
before.
tell everyone about Shabusiness.
Shabiznes. I know less about Shabiznes. Shabiznes is a girl that attacked her lawyer in court, open court. The video's online. It's crazy. Her trial starts the exact same day as Sarah Boone, and she's up in Wisconsin, I think. Why is it always Wisconsin, Ivan? Why is it always Wisconsin? But she's going on at the same time, so those two trials will be, back to back. I won't sleep that month, is what's going to happen, but we'll cover that. Pamper Glamper says, love RA, love these mods, love the addicts, and justice for Gannon. Thank you. Congratulations on your 3 months anniversary chat there. Who asked about Shabiznes? Eileen? I don't know the details about Shabiznes. It's also a murder trial. I think there could have been a pretty brutal murder trial, if I remember correctly, maybe even a dismembering. Am I mixing up my trials? But it's going to be interesting as well. And another wild card. You never know what's going to happen. I think that'll be a crazy, crazy case. Okay, so Dancing with Daffodils has done the math on the jury. She says 5-minute walk each way, 5-minute potty break, 1 hour lunch, 10-minute paperwork, so back by 85 minutes. Okay, we're going to hold you to that. I thought it would be less than an hour, so I'm already out of the mix. Kim Marin says, I joined yesterday but had a free membership, so thank you to the person that gifted me that. Awesome, Kim. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Good to have you here with your name in green as well. Let's see, the July 24th, the Taylor Shabiznes trial starts in Green Bay, Wisconsin. She decapitated her boyfriend. Thank you, Ari. I knew there was some pretty disgusting facts that went along with that one. That's going to be another rough case as far as the autopsy photos are going to go. But were you just speaking in Russian? So, Peter, it is almost Russian. It's almost Russian. Do they have her drugged with something? Letecia has not been drugged. As a matter of fact, the judge asked her specifically yesterday if she was on any medication that would impact her ability to make a decision, and she said no. So I don't think she's drugged with anything. Tiffany Burnett, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as well. Thank you so much. Let's see who we have. The judge is going to give it to her with respect. I can hardly wait. This one just came in from Red Pen. Let's see.
Listen to the bot say Shabusiness, Shabusiness, Shabusiness. Then, record that for a soundbite. Add recovery addict.
Shaw busyness. Yeah, it's interesting. You might have noticed you can experiment with the bot, and sometimes it will pronounce things funny. And if you spell it
Did
wrong
they
in
discuss
chat,
how late they can stay tonight?
no, but I think it's going to be the standard time. I don't think the judge is going to go late unless the jury somehow gets a note through the bailiff to the judge saying we're almost done. And then they might. I can see that possibility of extending late that way. Otherwise, it'll be over the weekend, and we'll be back here on Monday. Cashy Flamingo gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Cashy Flamingo, for that. And Kelly Moore, welcome to the jury. Padded seats on the jury, guys. No hard bench for you. Kelly, thank you so much for being a supporter. Appreciate that. We've got a call coming in right now. Let's see who's calling.
Call from
Buck State Bay.
Buck State Bay? Is that who we're speaking with?
Yes.
How are you doing? This is Recovery Addict. I mumbled my name. Recovery Addict. There we go.
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm actually
Just
calling from
cause.
Colorado Springs.
Smiling.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I'm actually calling. I'm from Colorado Springs.
Oh, right. Have you? Let me ask you first. Obviously, being in Colorado Springs, you can't miss this trial. It's probably every top story of the news and has been for quite a while as this developed. What was your involvement in the case? And how soon, or if any, when did that happen?
Well, actually, good old LS used to be the teacher at my son's school. My son went to French Elementary, and he's a special needs student. Thankfully, he was not in her class because of his age.
Wow.
At the time, he was a lot younger, so I had some interactions with her. I've been meaning to call for like 2.5, 3 weeks now.
I'm glad you did today. Can you share a little bit about your experience?
Sure. Well, first of all, the school actually is a really good school. I like the principal a lot. So having her testimony and things where she did not like the principal was not new to me. I watched her interact with the principal, and she always seemed as if she was above the principal and really anybody else. I actually remember my last interaction with LS was outside of a dance that they had for the children at the elementary school in March of, was that March? It was back in 2019.
Okay.
But they had a dance for the kids, and that was my last interaction with her. She did speak to my son. She acknowledged him. She knew his name. Kind of caught me off guard because of her demeanor, that the way I've seen her in previous days and how she's interacted with other teachers and the principal. I hate to say it, but she seemed really nice to my son, but there was always something about her that did not sit right in my soul about her.
Wow. Incredible. And so her behavior with other people, when you say she always seemed like she was above people, was that like the doctorate in her coming out? It's like, I'm more educated than you, I'm above you, I'm smarter, like a superiority complex type thing?
Absolutely. And you could see that, like I said, in previous interactions that I saw her have with the principal, it just was it caught me out, off guard. Like, okay, this is the woman that you come in and you report to daily. And the way she would speak to her was just odd. It was atrocious. I never saw her behave in any sort of demeaning way with the children, but with adults, absolutely.
So can you confirm the year that would happen? Well, when would this?
That was in 2019.
2019.
Yeah. My child went to school there from, I think he started in 18, and he ended there sometime in it was after the quarantine, so.
Okay. What was the job that she, because there was one job she just got hired on, right? That wasn't the French Elementary one?
This was at French Elementary. She was working with special needs kids.
Okay, so I might be confusing this. I thought for some reason that the French Elementary was the job that she just got hired on, and she just called in like one of the first days she was working to say she wasn't going to show
No,
up.
that was out at Grand Mountain. That was out in Lorson Ranch. They had built another school. The district had built another school, and Grand Mountain had opened the fall of 2020, I believe.
Okay. Awesome. That's new information for me. I did not know any of that. thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I wish I would have been on the jury because, well, no, I don't. Never mind. I can't stop watching. I do appreciate, the coverage that you're given. I'm addicted. I am a recovery addict now. So Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for calling in.
Sure. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Let's see. These were our votes. Thank you, Kingdom, for posting this. We've had a couple polls in the past where 95% of us said it's going to be guilty, and roughly 1 to 2 hours of deliberation is what we anticipate it will take. Harley Hot Topics, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for that. Love the picture there, the profile pic. That's awesome. It's a couple comments I'm trying to catch that I missed. I think they've reached a verdict already. They just want to look like they're taking their time. I don't know how there would be a reasonable doubt left. The first hour could have been lunch. And if they just said, hey, let's just have lunch first and then we'll start, then they've only been deliberating for 25 minutes. Let's see. Can we do a poll for guilty, not guilty? We can do another one. We've had the poll go up before. It was going to be, hang on 1 second. Start a poll. Maybe if it works right. What is the verdict? There are a couple options on the poll. Let me see. Somebody's calling in. Let's see if they can talk while I type the poll questions because I can't do both. Hold on.
Call from
Fractured.
Hey, Fractured Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Great. What's on your mind today?
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you to you and your chat for covering this story so well. I think I've talked about it in chat before, but so my daughter, like in 2017, she was held hostage and tortured for 5 days. I'm sure everybody in chat knows or has heard me talk about, and I've posted pictures of my mini little recovery addicts. Mm-hmm. They're all your fans, my kids, my grandkids. But that's why I raise my grandchildren is because of the things that have happened to my daughter that have damaged her mind. And I got into true crime because justice wasn't served for her. Like she didn't pass away or anything, but she's just so damaged. And like the people, the support for what she went through was nothing like this. Like the chat is just so amazing. And I wish that when I was going through all of my stuff with my daughter, that like I knew even half of you guys, and just the way that you cover these trials with such tenderness, you're amazing. And I hope you don't ever forget how amazing, how many lives you touched with just the way you handle these cases.
Fractured. Those are some nice words. I just know that there are good people out there. A lot of times the loudest and the brashest people seem to get heard the most on the internet, and we tend to think that everyone's like that. But most of us, if we sat down and met each other and just talked about our past and everything, most of us have, a big, heavy burden on our shoulders of some kind, whether it's a health burden, whether it's, just, some things that just weren't fair in life that happened to us. Almost everybody has something like that. And we don't put it out there. We put out our Pinterest, our Instagram version of us on the internet. But when it comes down to it, we have so much in common. Even with all our differences of beliefs, with our differences of what political, whatever it is, we have so much more in common than we have different among us. And this community is just incredible because it is so accepting and it is so kind, and they give you the benefit of the doubt, and just it's wonderful. I am so happy that you have discovered us here. I'm so happy that I discovered all of you here, because I believe you guys existed before I came. It's not me, but thank you.
Oh, you pulled us all together though, and that's what makes it so special. Like this group is so because when I went through all my stuff, everybody was like, all of the social media was like, where's this girl's mother? How did she let this happen to her? And like everybody trashed me, and I was like, I had nothing to do with any of this. It was so like, and like the support for Gannon, the support for like everyone in the chat with all of their stories, because we all have stories, like you said, you know, it's just amazing. And you've brought in like a fantastic group of people together and given us all a place to feel comfortable and feel safe. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
Fractured, thank you so much. Thanks for sharing something that's obviously very personal and very deep. It's not easy to open up to perfect strangers, and for you being willing to do that here and help us by doing that is it's not lost on me. It means a lot. Thank you very much. And know that in chat, I'm just seeing tons of messages of people just trying to send you hugs as well.
I'm watching it, and I didn't call you for like to, you know, I mean, I love chat. They know I posted on the Facebook this morning about loving them. But I wanted to tell you like how special you are to so many people. I don't know if you know that. I hope you know that. But anyways, before I start crying, I got to go get my babies in a second.
Fractured, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right.
Have a
You
wonderful
stay
day.
blessed. Thanks for
You
blessing
too.
us.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay.
You guys are too kind, honestly. I look at what I offer, and it's not much. And I look at what you guys do every day in chat, and it is incredible. Thank you for being who you are. That's awesome. TW, welcome to having a new color there on your courthouse name. Thanks for that. Denise, welcome. Let's see.
Call from Notorious Emu. To accept.
Is this the Notorious Emu?
It is.
How are you doing? This is Recovery Addict.
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Although this timer, the higher it gets, the more worried I'm getting.
I know, wrong. Me too. I'm stressing. I've got snacks and I've got cats, and yeah, my day's set. So I just wanted to say that thank you so much for this channel. I found you actually through Law and Crime. Someone had posted that you had an excellent channel. So whoever that was, thank you. And it's been pretty interesting for me because I'm in Canada and I have a background in corrections, and it's been quite interesting seeing the difference between the court proceedings in the States as opposed to here. It's a lot to learn.
Yeah, it's very different. We've had that question posed a couple times, like, will you ever consider following a case from out of another country? And I think we would, because we have so many people from all around the world that watch this and say, I'm fascinated by American judicial system. I would love to see, and I realize a lot of other countries don't have the same openness in their courts, but I would love to see a trial in Canada or a trial in England if they would allow video to come out that way. But
oh, absolutely. We have a lot more stricter laws as far as when it comes to we have a lot of publication bans. I actually, when we had the, now my brain's not working right now, but the gentleman that, well, I can't say gentleman, but that murdered a number of people.
Use the term
Picton,
loosely.
sorry, Robert Picton.
Yes.
When Robert Picton trial happened, we had a publication ban out here, and the only way a lot of us learned about the trial was through U.S. media.
Yeah.
And often that happens. And so it's kind of frustrating sometimes, but I do know police out here are slowly getting body cams. So hopefully, we'll get that. Yeah.
I think I'm a big fan of openness. I'm a fan of openness in the judicial system. You're on the video. Hey. She's letting some light in here. Mrs. R.A. is back, opening the window.
Hello, Mrs. R.A.
They say hi, by the way. I am dying. It's like 90 degrees in here, and I haven't been able to leave, so it's the lights. But you've got snacks and cats. Is that? I've never heard the two go together, but I guess with the two things, you can pet the cat when things get hard and difficult, and you can have a snack if needed as well. So maybe I need to get a snack.
Exactly.
I've got a snack and a cow. Does that count?
The cow counts, absolutely, 100%.
Notorious Emu, thank you so much for calling.
I will let you go.
I appreciate it. Good talking to you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Bye-bye. Call from. To accept, press 1.
Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Joseph.
Joseph, how are you doing?
I'm doing great today.
Awesome. What is on your mind?
So about the Gannon trial, didn't the murder take happen before the death penalty law was placed in Colorado?
Yes, it did. The law was not, the death penalty was not done away with until the middle of, I'd say maybe the first quarter of the middle of 2020, and the crime happened before that. So you've got a period of time where technically she could have been charged with the death penalty. I think they saw yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say, so she can still get the death penalty?
It would, they can't now that the law's on the books, they can't go back to do it. But also they had the option at the time to charge her, and they chose not to with the death penalty. I don't know what went into that decision. It could have been that they knew that the law was going to be changed, that was already in the process of being changed. So they might have done it that way. Because if she had, anyone who has the death penalty now, their sentence has been sort of rolled back to a life in prison. They're not going to execute anyone else in Colorado, even if they were convicted. So there really isn't a chance for her to face the death penalty. I know some people are disappointed with that.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Awesome. Joseph, where are you calling from?
Florida.
Florida. Can I ask how old you are? You don't have to tell me.
13.
13. Awesome. You officially are the youngest caller on the program so far. There should be an award for that. And you did a great job, by the way. Great question.
Thank you for your time. I'll let you go now.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's awesome. One of the reasons why we have a family-friendly program, it's awesome to have Joseph here on the phone as well. Let's see. We had Charmaine, who upgraded to jury status. Thank you so much. We also have Tony Schaefer, who upgraded to jury status. Thank you, Tony. You guys are too kind and too generous. We've got the poll out right now. I did sort of slide the poll into chat without announcing it about what the verdict would be. The numbers so far are trending in line with what we saw in previous polls, even though we have a few higher participants on this poll. So that's good. Statistics-wise, it looks the same. Let's see. A couple people came. Yeah, Joseph sounded very mature. Did a great job. It's awesome.
Call from A-Tuck.
A-Tuck, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing today?
Hey, good. How are you today?
I'm cooler now that my wife opened the window for me. It's better.
Well, I'm also in North Carolina,
Oh,
so
wonderful.
I feel you.
Yeah, it's 73 degrees outside. Beautiful day. It really is.
Yes, beautiful day. I don't really have a question. I just wanted to call in and say I found your channel a couple of weeks ago, so I've been watching you every day. And big true crime, addict. But this one was just different. It's just been really heavy, and I think we're all just ready to have it be done and Gannon to get the justice that he deserves. And I just want to thank you for your coverage, and just this community that you have here is incredible, and I've just really enjoyed getting to be a part of it, and I'm going to keep watching.
A-Tuck, one of the reasons the community is so incredible is because you're a part of it. And you and what you do, that's what makes the community incredible. So thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate you very much for your call, and good to talk to a fellow North Carolinian. Is that what we are?
Yes.
I've sort of been adopted.
Yes, sir. That's what we are. That's what we are.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right.
You
bye.
too. Bye-bye.
Stephen P., welcome. Good to have you here, my friend. Welcome to the gallery. Let's see. Send Joseph a mug. Is Joseph's parental figure on? Could we get some confirmation that way? Let's see. I feel bad because I asked the kid where he was from, and I'm like, don't talk to strangers, but at the same time, I'm curious. So, let's see. Welcome to all new subscribers. Thank you for the kind words, Jana. Appreciate that. Yes, says Missy Paxton. Is that you, Missy, is Joseph related to you? Joseph wins the internet. This is what I'm trying to do. I need to find Joseph's parental figure, because it would not be right for me to get information from him without permission from a parent. But we can definitely do that. So can somebody keep an eye on chat and see if we can see. I can't see. I might be missing it. I'm looking for it. Keep an eye on that. I could call back, but I don't want to reach out to a juvenile. Quite honestly, I'd like to talk to a parent first and get their permission. It's just sort of maybe this is carryover from the training when I was in scouting, but parental permission is very important. So, Joseph's parent, please call now. Please call now. Let's see. Could you tell me what time it is there and how long into the night it could go? It's 9:40 p.m. here in Scotland. Vivian, right now it is 4:42 on eastern North Carolina. Colorado is 2 hours behind us, meaning it's only 2:42, and they typically end around 5 p.m. So by my time, let's see, it's 2:42, so they've got about 2 hours and 15 minutes. Does that sound right? I think we could still do it tonight. I think we can still get a verdict. We just passed the 100 minutes, and then my chat didn't work well. I've got to fix my key here. Just 1 second.
Call from
Chris Carroll.
Hey, is it Crisco?
Chris Carroll.
Chris Carroll. How are you doing, Chris?
Yeah. Good. Back to Joseph's question about the death penalty.
Yeah.
Can't the federal go in and get the death penalty where she took him across state lines?
Federal does have death penalty. I don't know if how do you get tried for the same crime twice? Wouldn't that be a violation of your rights to be double jeopardy, basically, to be tried again for the same thing?
I didn't
Even
think
though
of it that way.
It might be technically a little different wording of a crime. I think she might be exempt from that. I don't see that happening that way. But
okay.
But I think federal could have charged her, and then we'd never see anything because feds don't share any video from their trials.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you keep up the good work, and I'm gonna keep watching.
Yep. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. We'll see you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
All right, I've got to fix the timer so that it is not getting cut off here. Let's see. Super source. I'm getting a lot of message about the Joseph thing. There's a way I can find out for sure who it is because I have a record of the phone number that called, and I can, after talking, I can have a certain message sent from them. So I can verify that one. But let's see. We've got box 1 needs to be a little bit bigger. Why is it not? Oh, let's shrink it down. That's no good. Guess what? It's actually, this app is, that's how the app looks like on the screen. This is the edge of the screen is cut off like that. So we're gonna just have minutes right here. I'm gonna crop it to right here. Does that work? We're on 102 minutes, and I'll keep a track of the timer, because if I were to show it without the crop, it just looks like that on my screen. So poorly designed app, bad choice on my part. It looks great when I first viewed it, but I didn't anticipate it not to render on higher numbers. Didn't earlier the judge say something about setting up deputies, etc. if deliberations went late? If he did, I missed it, Shelley. If somebody else caught that, please let me know. Matthew Harris Law just came in with 5 gifted memberships. Matthew Harris, a great friend of the channel. He has his own YouTube channel as well. Everything I know about law, I learned from Matthew Harris. I need that in a shirt. Everything I know about law, I learned from Matthew Harris Law. Great friend of the channel. He you can go check out some of his amazing videos as well. Matthew, I'm not sure if you're busy and if you wanted to chime in a little bit. I know you're busy because you're a mod, but
Bad juju.
Let's see.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hold 1 second. Let's see. To accept.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
I'm pressing 1 and it's not letting me. Hello? Bad Juju, are you there? I tried. I'm not sure why it did that. When 2 calls come in at once, sometimes the burner phone just can't handle it. Let's see. Marsh says, what size shirt do you wear? I'll make the call. I'm a big guy, Marsh. I'm a big guy. I wear a 2X. 1 second.
Call from
Tommy.
Is this Tammy or Tony?
Tommy.
Tommy. Okay, I was wrong on both. Tommy, how are you doing?
It's girl Tommy in Lorson Ranch.
Yes.
Just a quick reminder to everybody, she's got 2 more whatever trials or charges or whatever. She's got the trying to escape jail charge, and then she's also got the assault on the police officer when they were transporting her. So she's not done.
Yeah, the assault on the officer, do you know if that's going to be done in Colorado, or would they try that in Kansas if they had to?
That's a good question, and I do not know the answer. Don't I sound like Dr. Lewis?
Come on, I'm trying to pin you down here. No, yeah, because it happened in transit, I realize it was an assault on a Colorado officer. But generally, when a crime is committed, and this is the reason why the murder trial is being tried in Colorado and not in Florida, where the body was found, you want to go back to the jurisdiction where the crime was committed. So I'm not sure if Kansas ever will pursue that. If she's found guilty here and sentenced to life in prison without parole, Kansas is going to write that off. They're going to say, we're not going to pursue that. But they may still address the issue about her attempted escape and things that way. But yeah.
Right. No, just a little reminder.
Yep.
Hello, everyone, and prayers for Gannon.
Yes, thank you so much, Tommy.
And his family.
Yep, thank you. We'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from
Muggs.
Muggs, are you there?
I am.
Oh, wonderful. I hit the wrong button and it worked anyway. So I'm not going to touch anything.
Great.
What's on your mind today, Muggs?
This is like the most exciting time of any trial that you get invested in.
Yes, this is,
in my opinion.
We have the emotional investment in all of this. We have all the information. We have our own vote, how we would vote if we were on the jury.
Right.
And then we're just waiting. We're anticipating something. Hey, verdict in, says Andy. Verdict, let me double check that. That would be 106. 106 would be the time, if that's right. I'm not going to stop the timer just in case we have a miscommunication. But let's check here.
It is in.
I'm checking. Let's see. I'm not seeing it yet. Colorado courts. I saw something in there, but I'm just looking. Let's see. I don't have confirmation yet. Let's see. I just saw it go through on chat. I have not seen it. Colorado Courts has not tweeted that there's a verdict yet. So that's a false alarm, I think.
Right.
So we'll keep the timer
well,
going.
And I think with this, it's like it has to be emotional for the families and the people that knew Gannon, and for anybody who's been invested in this. I saw, the same thing going on with LS, that head down prosecution, head up defense.
Yeah.
It was just that whole thing, but there was no funny business. I thought she was going to pull something crazy.
Yeah.
Just to be like, hey, I'm insane.
If she does the wrist thing and the head starts going, then that we're be on guard, because Maria, the Russian sniper, is coming in, and anything can happen at that point. But man, we all are keyed up at this point, and that's why I love about this community, because we can lean on each other. We can say, hey, this is heavy, but at the same time, I can't walk away right now. I need resolution from this. We need to make sure this finishes. The timer has not stopped. The timer is still going, for those that are asking. We're at 108 minutes and 20 seconds.
And hopefully it'll be like another Murdoch thing where the judge is like, see you on Monday.
Yeah. It's like, hey,
You
have
know,
a good weekend.
ready to go with conviction on Monday, because any victim impacts, people are going to be like, I'm on the fly, like I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
You've got the weekend.
Yeah, they're not going to be deliberating over the weekend. If the judge does send him home, he's going to say, set this aside. Don't talk about it to anybody. I know you've started deliberating. Just stop. Wait,
Yeah, but if they come to a verdict today, they could absolutely get everybody set in place by Monday or the latest Tuesday.
Yeah.
But I don't think it would be anything that would be like, okay, let's, reconvene in a month.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree, Muggs, 100%. We're all keyed on edge. We might want to play music, but I want it to be respectful. I'm not sure if I have the right music to play in the background. My history is like filming sports and things like that. Music at a key moment in the game, like you've got 10 seconds left in the game. It's the last timeout. You're down by 2. Your team's got the ball. That's what it feels like here. Is that we're just at this moment waiting for what we hope to have happen. And I think
it does, but at the same time, if you're thinking about, we're all thinking about Gannon, we're all thinking about his family, that's not appropriate. It's just like, this is, I can't imagine how Al feels right now. And Landon and their daughter. I can't imagine.
Yeah. Yep. I hear you. Thank you so much, Muggs. I appreciate that.
All right.
We'll go back to watching here. We've had a false alarm in chat. We'll be a little more cautious about that now. So everyone,
how's your cash cow doing?
It is eyeless. It has no eyes. It has most of no nose. It's
practically obliterated.
It's been a rough day for the cash cow. So.
All right. Have a good weekend.
Yep. You too. Bye.
Thank you.
All right, guys. No more false alarms. You can't do that to me. Don't put verdicts in unless there is one. And we're watching the verdict. We should watch officially is going to be the Colorado court page that says CO courts. Let's see. And I have not seen it yet. We've got somebody calling in here from.
Call from
Caroline.
Hello, Caroline. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. How are you?
I am doing great.
Awesome.
What's on your mind?
I'm just so surprised at how long this is taking. I anticipated a verdict a lot sooner than this.
It's we're at 2 hours basically.
I know.
8 minutes shy of 2 hours, and lunch was an hour. Lunch was an hour.
And I just started yelling because I thought the verdict was in, and then turns out that it was a false alarm. So I guess we get ready and
I'm
just
seeing
keep
that
waiting.
There's some false alarms going out there on Twitter, so people are seeing it, and it's not they're trying to just be malicious, but people are trying to get eyes and attention out there on Twitter, and they're putting information out that's not true. But we'll try to verify carefully before we go an alarm here.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to thank you so much for this channel. I actually found it because my mom started watching you.
Oh, nice.
And so she was getting really into it. And then I started watching as well. So we've kind of both been like longtime watchers, but this is the first time I've called in. So
awesome.
Hope you're having a great Friday. And thank you so much for letting me speak with you.
Well, thank you, Caroline. And say hello to your mom. I appreciate that.
Okay.
She did a good thing.
Sounds good.
All right. We'll see you. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Okay. I missed a call from Amber. If we can give her just a second, see if we can get her back on. There she is. Amber, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm on nerves. I'm frazzled.
I know. The anxiety is climbing here. I've got a bone to pick with you, and so do the rest of the mods.
What was it? I have not been paying attention to mod chat at all. I'm sorry.
Well, it's okay if you don't.
What's up?
But we can't use the buffer if we don't turn it on.
Okay, I'll keep the volume down a little bit. I did turn it off. I've got somebody calling, I think, from England right now. Can you hold on for a minute, Amber?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Call from
Emma.
Emma, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Oh, I got through.
You did. You tried several times. I saw you trying, and I thought I see the area code. I realize that you're calling on your own dime there. That's not cheap. What's on your mind?
It's worth it. So, as you can probably tell, I'm from England, and I just want to say how fascinating it is to watch these trials live. It's amazing, because I think we had our first live trial about a month ago. Wow. We don't have it in the UK. Yeah. So that was the first thing. Second thing, love your channel, obviously. Watching you, phoning you from England.
Yes, thank you.
Also, oh goodness, you've caught me off guard because you actually picked up and I can't remember what my question was.
Can you tell me what part of England you're calling from?
I live in the southeast. Have you heard of Stansted Airport? It's the third London airport.
Yeah, I flew into it.
I live near there.
Yep.
Oh, well, so. I see the planes taking off and landing from my living room window, so I live very close to there.
That's wonderful. That's beautiful.
But yeah, lovely. And I've completely gone blank. I'm a little bit starstruck. That's just really silly.
Well, Emma, you've got a lot of fans that love your accent.
I remember.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. It's the only one I have. That's what I was going to say. I think this judge might have taken over my heart from Judge Newman.
Really? He's that good? Is it the smooth voice or his style?
Everything. Everything. I mean, he may be on a tie with Judge Newman because they're both so compassionate and so fair, and they both have voices as smooth as silk. Yeah. It's just gorgeous.
I would say
I just mainly
what this judge has done has really a credit and to the memory of Gannon. The way he's handled this case, the way he's even reminded people and just said, hey, remember why we're here. This isn't about you filming or you're a book or a story or an HBO documentary. There's an 11-year-old boy that lost his life and the his stepmom's accused of taking it. That was a poignant moment. I think we're going to see more of that in the sentencing, which will follow, where we actually get to hear what the judge feels and says, and he gets to put his emotion into it. And I think that is going to be amazing to watch. Can't wait to see that.
I think he's going to let it rip. And in fact, I made a comment much like that. Well, earlier on today. By the way, my name isn't Emma on your stream. It's Fun and Funky. I'm not. That's actually what is it called? Defamation. I'm not Fun and Funky.
But false advertising is what it is.
False advertising. That's the one. All right. Anyway, thank you so much
Emma,
for taking my call.
I appreciate it. We'll have happy Coronation Day tomorrow. So.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right.
By the way, can I ask you what this 5th of May thing in Spanish is? I don't speak Spanish, but I know it means 5th of May.
Cinco de Mayo, in the United States, we celebrate it as everyone just eats Mexican food. But I believe it actually has, it's like a Mexican Independence Day, I thought. So it's a very...
Oh, okay.
It's a big day. I'll be corrected in chat if I'm wrong. So watch for that and trust them, not me. Thank you, Emma. Good to talk to you.
Thanks so much. Keep doing you.
Thank you. We'll see you. Bye. Amber, are you back?
I'm still
here. Did I save you? I've never had 2 calls on the phone at once like that. So
that's awesome. I was just hanging just in case it actually worked.
It worked. Okay, so I've got the volume turned up so that you can use the buffer sound as soon as. Are you going to be watching Twitter for us?
Yeah, of course I am. Okay. How would I not be watching Twitter?
Can I ask then that none of the mods use the buffer sound unless we have a verdict? Is that fair?
Oh, well, that was the plan. But okay. I had the buffer sound comment that went through for having caught Joseph's grandma's comment in the chat.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to lose it.
Awesome. You caught the... I did not even see it. It's gone.
I caught her name, and actually, if she's still listening, I'm actually in the process of sending a Facebook Messenger message if I have found the right person. So,
okay. If you can, you verify, and then maybe if she can verify the number that he called in, because I have that. And if those two match up, we would like to get an address where we can send a mug out. So just have her choose one of the 5 colors, and we'll get a mug sent out for him. Does that work?
Absolutely. So if Joseph's grandma is still tuning into the show, can you just check your Facebook Messenger messages, your other inbox, because that's probably where it'll go. I'm also getting tagged in a bunch of comments in our mod chat. Matthew is asking if you can open Zoom.
I'll open Zoom. Give me 2 seconds here. He's probably waiting. Okay, it's opening right now. I'll bring him on here in just a minute. Does that work?
That's perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you.
All right, bye.
Bye. Okay, we'll see if we can get Matthew Harris on here. Just 1 second. Bring this over. Ooh, Matthew's already on. Holy cow. Hold on, Matthew. I'm not ready for you. Just 1 second. To bring you over here. It takes just a tiny bit of work to get Zoom to work. It's not natively, doesn't play nice with my system. Turn my camera off. And make you full screen, pinned. Wait for it, Matthew. I've got your sound off for just 1 second. Hang on. Start video. Actually, I'm not hearing any audio from you. Are you muted or? Oh,
you hear me?
There, I got you now. Okay, so hold on.
There we go.
Okay, so Matthew's on my big screen. Let's switch to. I don't even know where to switch. I'm just going to bring you on full screen. Does that work?
That works for me.
There we go. Matthew Harris from Matthew Harris Law. Welcome to the channel. Thank you very much. Thanks for putting up with my slow connection there. We're in Verdict Watch, and I think you got to watch all the closing statements. Walk us through it from a lawyer's perspective. How did they do?
I got to catch most of the opening statements. I had to take a couple of calls.
For closing,
I think, number one, I think that the prosecution did a fantastic job of coming out strong, pointing out the fact that Gannon was in a box behind him, and that was the point of us all being here. And that was just such an impactful statement that captured the room, and he held it for his entire closing argument. The defense, I think they actually did a really good job for the evidence that they have. This was a very terrible case for them, but I think that for what they have, they did a really good job of weaving that together to at least make a plausible argument for a defense. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, I know that it's going to fail, but I think that they ultimately did a good job, though.
Yeah. Going back to the Gannon in a box, that moment, so many of us throughout this trial have said, where's Gannon in this? Why did we not start with that? But I think really the way they presented it, saved it to the very end, say, this is Gannon. Here's his picture. And this picture is still sitting up in the courtroom right now. It's sitting there facing the jury box. It was facing the jury box. You know, the defense can't tip it down. They can't get rid of that exhibit. And it was a smart move by the prosecution. But it's also everything we wanted, that we want, this is the memory of Gannon that we want to preserve. This is what we want to show last and have you think about. 100%, I agree. That was very, very impactful for me.
That was the trump card there. That was the final card to be played. That was what everyone had been wondering throughout the trial of, well, what has happened to him? Because we hadn't heard anything about his funeral, the memorials. Well, they saved that for the very end, and that's when it mattered the most. That's when we needed that information. This is when the jury needed that information. And so he comes out, lays that down, and I bet you that you could have heard a pin drop in that room.
Yeah, it touched me at that moment. It's like, oh my goodness, it was so impactful when he delivered that message, and it wasn't just a show. I mean, you can tell this prosecutor has lived this story for 3 years, as they've been, they said it's the largest investigation that the county's ever done. This is so many law enforcement. This has been everything for them. And the emotion that I felt in his voice was real, and just, it was palpable. You could feel it.
I want to know what your thoughts were, though, on the defense's closing statements, because I know that everything that I do is colored with my lawyer glasses. But for you and for the chat as well as lay people, I want to know what your thoughts were for the defense whenever they were putting on their argument.
I was actually impressed with the defense. The way they came out, they didn't have much. I've said they have 3 hands in a five card game. They have three cards, enough 3 hands would be better. They had 3 cards in a 5-card draw, and so without anything, they didn't really have a solid Dr. Lewis. Their one witness, who was really supposed to be for them, was a big flop and almost backfired. So they had nothing. So they went with what they could, which I think they tried to steer us to the line that if she had a moment of psychosis, then you should find her not guilty. By reason of insanity. And they've admitted, they said, look, the only 2 options on the table, we know you're going to find her guilty of something, either guilty of being insane or guilty of her committing the crime. They didn't even consider the option that you might find her not insane and not guilty, because we know she admitted it, basically, even though she admitted the events happened a little bit differently. But I think they did the best they could, and even in a respectful way. A lot of times you'll see defense come in and be a little bit harsh. The judge, to his credit, said, you guys did a good job. The way you handled each other, interacted, it was great. But they weren't disrespectful to Gannon, even though they're trying to obviously get their client the lightest sentence they possibly can. And it's part of the justice process. And we love to hate them, but I think they did a great job.
I think you're right. And if I can just briefly tell you about what I thought was one of the most impactful, it's not this trial, but one that I was actually a part of, one of the most impactful closing arguments that I saw from an attorney who took a different approach. The attorney came out to the jury after the jury verdict and as the jury was getting ready to decide the punishment, and the defense attorney just was, how could you do that? I don't see how you could punish this innocent man. I don't see how you found him guilty, and just riled him up, like got admonishments from the judge. The judge pulled him up to the bench and said, we will not be acting like that. And so he riled up the jury, and then you could see the moment that he switched and he said, you know what though? My feelings don't matter. Don't take out your anger on me, on my client.
Yeah.
And that's when the light bulb went off, and then the jury came back with nothing but probation.
Yeah.
And so the ability of the attorney as the actor up there in front of the jury can't be discounted. And so what we saw throughout the trial through the defense was kind of a show your belly defense. They really weren't putting on much of a fight.
Yeah.
And then it looks like they saved all of their gunpowder for the closing argument for, let's tile this together and see if we can just create that one reasonable doubt.
Yeah, that's all they need is one. So we'll see if they reach one. If they did, the number, which currently is 126 and a half minutes, that's going to go a lot higher, because hung juries generally take a while to reach that point. I like the judge's instructions about this, about the process for the jurors as they're trying to reach that. He told them to be willing to reconsider, to be willing to work together, to not hold so tight to a decision just because you were there before. Maybe rethink things, and hopefully the jury's doing that now, and we get a verdict out of this.
I have never once, out of all the jury trials that I've done, I've never once had a judge provide those sorts of instructions after the fact. Most of the time the judge reads the charge, and the charge is sufficient. It's legally sufficient. But for the judge to come out and say, these are not your official instructions, you don't have to follow these, but these are some guiding principles that I find helpful. And oh my goodness, that was fantastic. I'm going to go back and I'm going to write those down, and I'm going to present those to some of our judges and say, Judge, I think that this would be fantastic to present to the jury after the instructions and just before deliberations, because hopefully you can avoid some of those deadlock juries.
Yeah, I would recommend, I'm not sure if you caught it, at the very beginning of the trial, after the jury was impaneled, the judge also had some instructions to them. And I'd say watch those as well, because there you saw a side of him that I've never seen, but he talks about one example was circumstantial evidence versus direct evidence, and he gave an example. He's like, if the cookie jar at home, if the cookies are half eaten, I can look at it and I can deduce a couple things. I can tell that it wasn't my 15-year-old son, because there are cookies left, and he would have eaten all of them. I can tell you that, and he went through and he just put it in like a real sense. So many times, I know you're a lawyer, you understand the words of the law. That's why you study it. That's why you get paid the big bucks. That's why you're Mr. October on Brandy's calendar. but so many times those words seem a little bit hard to understand for us lay people, and he really just took that and made it something that the jury could grab hold of and say, that makes sense to me, and they could run with. So I'd like the judge for that.
Here's something that actually made me laugh during the closing instructions, or just the reading of the jury charge, is whenever he gave the circumstantial evidence example, he explained the snow, that if you saw snow falling outside your window, that's direct, and you see snow on the ground, that's circumstantial that it snowed. That's what's so funny about that, is that that's such a Colorado thing, because here in Texas, we use hoof prints and horses for our circumstantial and direct evidence.
You've got to go with the climate. With I guess you get more snow up in Colorado than horses. They have their fair share. I mean, it's western as well, but I guess maybe more on the west slope instead of the Denver area. But awesome. Anything else you wanted to share or give a shout out to?
No, nothing else. Well, shout out to all of my fellow mods. They have been working overtime. A shout out to the chat. We've had such an extremely respectful chat here, and as a mod, that makes our lives so much easier. And I sincerely appreciate everyone being civil here. That's what makes this community so great. And final shout out to you, because it's this community that you've built and helped bring so many people together.
Well,
it's nothing that you find anywhere else on YouTube, and I appreciate that.
I'll tell you, this community was not built by me. We had a couple people who found me early on, about 13 of them, and they went and they got their community of friends, and they knew who they wanted to watch with, and it was one person talking to another, inviting them that made this, and thank you to everyone that's made that possible. This is a dream come true for me. I know you have a great job, but I have the best one in the world. so thank you, Matthew.
Well, I'm going to get started on that shirt for you that you ordered a little while earlier, so don't you worry.
You might have to put an extra X on there. I've been quite sedentary here, just sitting, so I might.
Well, I think that I just need to make a whole bunch of those shirts and sell them on the channel, truthfully.
Hey, it's a great idea. Run with it. That would be great. Matthew, thank you very much. Thanks both for being a mod and a lawyer, and for teaching me everything I know about law. You're a wonderful friend as well. You've helped me both on and off the air, and for that I really say thank you. So I appreciate it.
My pleasure. The same to you.
All right, thank you. We'll see you.
All right,
Bye.
See ya.
Matthew is just amazing. And that whole time I was blurred to him, and he never mentioned anything. This is funny. Can you see my screen over there? That's how I looked to him, because I had the blur background turned on, and he just runs with it. What a great guy. All right. Let's shut this down because it'll eat up resources here. End meeting and close it down. Okay. There we go. We need to have end meeting for all. Trying to get our video back up from the court in the background just in case, because I use the same feed. There it is. Okay. We're all good. Okay, so still no verdict yet. Let's see, where are we at on time? Let me bring that up. There's our timer. We're at 132 minutes, which if you divide that by 60, it puts us at 2 hours and 12 minutes, if I did my math right. I think that's right. There's your timer, Heather. Sorry for that. We've got it back on. Nikki, we did hit 19,000. We'll celebrate another time. I don't feel like today would be an appropriate day to celebrate, and there will be other times. There will be other things. Today's about Gannon, and I just don't feel like throwing a party in the middle of a verdict watch for his trial, or the trial of his accused murderer would be appropriate. So we'll pass on that for now. Thank you, though. I appreciate every one of you. Let's see. I think I'll move to Texas. This is Nancy. I saw a couple comments in there. Yes, Matthew was featured on Brandy Churchwell's channel. She had a little calendar that she put together of hotties, and he featured prominently on that. I think he has his own month now. Weather Watch might be on there as well. So Okay. We'll open the phone up again if you'd like. We'll keep listening for the that buffer sound. They had an hour lunch as well. Yes, they did, but we thought they would be discussing everything during lunch as well.
Call from
Melissa.
Hey, Melissa, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Good. What's on
I
your
just
mind?
have a for, I guess, Matthew, the guy that you just had on. I wish I could have got through. He was on the screen. How does he feel about the way the defendant was acting with her attorneys? And does he think that the judge will say something about that when he does sentencing? Because he has not addressed the laughing and the flirting and all of that with her attorney. Is he going to do that at some point?
I can only answer for myself. Obviously, we'll have to give Matthew a break here. He has a busy life, so I don't expect him to jump back in right here. But for myself, I was a bit offended that it was going on. It may not have been sort of like against the rules as far as court goes. The judge sets the decorum, but it sure was pushing the line through a lot of it. It seemed inappropriate, if nothing else.
It seems very disrespectful.
Yes.
And I mean, infuriating watching it.
I think if this comes back with the guilty verdict that we expect, we will probably we'll see at sentencing the judge be able to comment on that, because then everything's fair game. He can talk about everything. We saw it with Judge Doro when she was able to finally comment on Mr. Brooks and all his behavior and just what an offense it was to the court and how he treated people. I think we'll see that as well, but I think we'll see it in a very eloquent manner, consistent with what we've seen with the judge so far.
Well, I hope so. And I look for deliberations to go about 3 hours. I figure an hour for lunch, 2 hours for them to talk, at least an hour. That's going to be over Dr. Lewis. And then they'll be back.
If they're talking about Dr. Lewis, they better order some stronger drinks than what they provided for lunch. I think they'll need it.
Go ahead.
Yep. Oh, that is awesome. Thank you very much, Melissa. I appreciate you calling in.
Bye.
Bye. All right. We'll keep the phone calls going here as we're on Verdict Watch. Let's see. Wait for it. Oh, I lost it. I think I hung up on that one. Sorry about that. I apologize. Let's see. Bonnie, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I didn't see who that went to, but thank you very much for that. I need to end the poll. We have a poll going right now that's been going for a long time. So let me end the poll right there. And this was our what is the verdict poll? We have guilty at 94%. So we dropped 1%. I guess the time is we've lost a little faith in ourselves. Not guilty of 2%, and not guilty by reason of insanity is 2%. So out of 1,100 votes on that, that's still a very solid conviction. We've got Michelle calling again. Just one second. Michelle, how are you doing?
Scott, how are you doing, Scott?
I am doing great. What's on your mind?
I wanted to ask, this might be a silly question, but what happens if she is found insane and she's reevaluated and they find that she's not insane? What happens in that situation?
Okay. In this situation, you might have to turn your sound off a little bit because it's going to be really confusing.
Yeah, I just realized that.
Okay. We've got a few seconds of delay. But what's going to happen is it's all in the hands of the jury right now. And the jury is first going to determine whether or not she is sane or sane at the time of the crime, because they're only concerned with her guilt at the time of the crime. It's already been determined that she's sane to stand trial, that she's fit to stand trial right now. So if they determine that she is insane or was insane at the time of the crime, their job is done. There is no further search for guilt or any of the charges. The 4 charges, they just sort of disappear. They say she's insane. They say it's done. She's insane. And she is not guilty would be their vote. She is not guilty because she's insane. Then she goes to a mental hospital, and she will stay there until the mental hospital and the court deems that she's fit to be released. When she's released, there is no further chance. They don't go and retry her again. They don't bring her back and say, well, now you're going to go to jail. Now we want to see if you're going to be guilty for the charges. So you can't be charged for that again. We've already determined by a jury of her peers that she is not guilty because she was insane. So if she's found insane for that reason, she'll go to the mental hospital until they release her, which may never happen.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that answer. I kind of thought, that if she was found insane, that, what you said was right on target. But I just didn't know if, she gets reevaluated once she goes to the hospital, but it doesn't sound like that.
They'll constantly evaluate her there as far as her treatment goes, but they won't be doing anything as far as guilt to this crime. If she goes to that hospital, it's because she's not guilty in the eyes of the law.
Okay.
All righty.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate you.
You.
Thank you so much. Bye. Awesome. We're now at 138 minutes in. I wish it kept hours and minutes, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We've got basically an hour and a half more of deliberation time before the end of the day. So we'll see if this comes down to squeaks in the last bit of trial for the day or not. Avemos. How do I say that? Avemos. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Ivan Redhart, justice for Gannon Redhart.
Appreciate you joining. Thanks for your support as a member, as well as Mary Bell. Welcome to both of you. Please take your seats. Just had a comment I missed. Sorry. That was from Dean Sparks. Someone check on Ivan. He's good. He's working, actually. For those that don't know, he runs a liquor store. And
Gleaves?
It's very busy on Cinco de Mayo. Gleaves, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm getting ready for a Cinco de Mayo.
You are?
Get together. Yeah, I'm not sure what to wear.
What time do I come over?
Oh, I'm not sure. Just come anytime. I just want to let you know, I know we have a bunch of people waiting for the verdict.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, looking. I text Zach DuPont and asked him to, as soon as I feel like he's just there.
Yes.
I asked him as soon as he knew there was a verdict to let you know.
Yeah, we're watching his account as well as the Colorado courts. There's also another Portney, I think is her name, another reporter that's been there pretty much the duration of the trial, and we're sort of watching all of them. They'll probably all find out basically at the same time.
Probably that Ashley. I went and I liked all that stuff. Zach said that within an hour he had 1,000 extra followers from you.
The funny thing was he was the only reporter in the room really when the audio went out on our live feed. And so suddenly we needed him, and he had kept notes on 6 of the 7 questions. And of course his phone was just blowing up as everyone's like, Zach, we need the information.
He stays so busy.
Yeah.
That just shrilled through the phone. I hope I didn't hurt your ears.
No, you're good.
Anyway, I'm very frustrated with the whole thing. I think everything went well. She just makes me sick. Yeah. And I hate to say that where everybody can hear me, but she just really, she was putting on the whole time they're doing this is me. Thinking that. Looking at her, she's acting, which she's already proven she's a good one since she can speak Russian and probably 85 other languages. But
I don't think she can speak more than about one myself.
No. I thought I could do that.
Yeah.
But anyway, they'd probably lock me away right then. They wouldn't do like they did with her. They'd come in with a white jacket. Anyway, I'm anxious to see what happens, and I really think it's going to be. I hope it's not a hard decision for them. But these are always hard decisions. For this is somebody's life. But then you look at the other side, and I just have a real weak spot for people in general, but especially children.
Yes.
I just can't imagine. I don't want to imagine what Gannon, especially what Harley shared.
Yeah.
She's lived through that, and she was frightened. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to let you go.
Gleaves, thank you so much for your call. I appreciate you calling.
Okay, happy Cinco.
You too. We'll see you. Bye. Gleaves reminds me of something I tried to bring up and we got interrupted a little bit. I've never seen in a court before the judge just select by so sort of visually, and when he said it's going to be random who the alternates are, and I'm going to go with these 9 and you over here, you 3, and that's going to be our jury. He has seen who has questions throughout this case. Oh, I just lost a call. Sorry about that. He's seen who's presented great questions. He's seen who's been paying attention, who's been involved in this, and I really wonder if it's appropriate, I guess, for the judge to say, I'm going to pick you, and you guys not. And it sounded like the way he picked it might be the standard way he does it, because these jurors sit in different seats every single day. It's just however they file in. That's the luck of the draw. But just dismissing one side of a row like that was interesting, instead of at least having a drawing or something. Ayavemos, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Just joined yourself and then giving it away as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
The Brown Barn.
The Brown Barn. Good to hear from you again. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Sitting in verdict watch with all my friends, my virtual friends.
140, almost 145 minutes here into this.
Yeah. So I wanted to get your take. I tried to get in when Matthew was on too, because I'd like to hear what he had to say about it too. But what I thought it was unusual, the compliments, I guess, that the judge gave to both the defense and the prosecuting attorneys at the end of his after he charged the jury.
Yeah, I think we saw that in Newman's case as well. Didn't he compliment the attorneys? Not, I don't think they were as deserving as the ones in this case, but
I agree.
It did seem weird. It was something I would have expected later on in the trial, maybe after a verdict, would have seemed a little better than before. But obviously, at this point, the jury's out, so they're not going to be in again. He's done interacting with them, at least directly. So it was appropriate that way. But I just think it would have seemed more appropriate at the end of a verdict afterwards, before instead of while deliberations are going on.
And I guess I heard you say earlier too, basically the job is done now, right? It's to the jury, the judge.
The job's going to come back to him. He's obviously going to decide the penalty, as far as if there's a verdict, what the sentence will be. That will be his job. He has to preside over the court while the jury's deliberating and the communications back and forth. But really, his part right now is to wait and wait patiently, and then act as a go-between. But it was interesting. Every trial we see a little different. A nuance come out of judge that wants to do. Newman liked to pick his own foreman in the Murdaugh trial. We hadn't seen that before, and so this is just one of those things. It's not that it's right or wrong. It's just that a lot of times we think that what we're used to is how it should be done, and really it's just sort of tradition that doesn't matter as much.
Good. Okay. Well, I'm new to watching these. Murdaugh was when I found you guys and started watching trials with y'all. So that was really more.
How do you like the finance stuff? That was a rough one.
The what?
All the finance, the 99 charges of financial stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I was kind of already into that story before I found you guys. So I kind of backdoored into finding Recovery Addict by looking for information on that trial. So I was glad to find a forum that was as great as this one and watch it, and now I'm hooked. But awesome. I just didn't know it was something that the judges typically do. I just was kind of surprised that there was even a comment towards the attorneys. But so I just wanted to get your take on it. But thanks. Thanks for taking my call again.
No problem, Brown Bar. Let me just say that if their behavior had not been good, this judge would not have said that. Everything he said, I think he means, and so that's good. Newman was probably more of it's just formality. I say thank you for your efforts in trial type thing, because we really saw some back and forth in there that maybe was not the best, but awesome. Brown Barn, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Happy seeing you.
The other day with the judge, whoever had their cell phone out, I was like, I put mine down.
So can you see me? Can you see through my TV? Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much for the call.
Okay, have a good one.
You too. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. I just hung up on somebody. Sorry. I do that a lot. Please forgive me. Okay, I hung up on everybody, whoever was calling. Bluebell says, how many hours till court ends for the weekend? It usually is about...
How many hours till court ends for the weekend?
Oh, and then it said it again. It's usually at 5 o'clock Eastern time, so we have an hour and a half, because it's 5:30 right now. There are 2 hours behind us. I'm getting nervous with this. Wait, let me check Twitter myself. I'm not seeing anything in chat. I have not heard the buffer sound. So let's take a quick peek at Twitter and just see if we've got any news at all coming in. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything at all. Let's see. We've got another call.
Call
here.
from
Brandy.
To accept, press 1. To
Hey,
send
Brandy,
a
are you
voicemail,
there?
press 2.
Did it work?
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hold on, I'm trying. Brandy, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you, sir?
Not bad. What's on your mind today?
I just wanted to know how many people knew, like the Cash Baby, the Quincy Brown. Those had been things that with the Cash Baby, Al Chapo had multiple women do in Colorado a year prior to her claiming it. So they were on, it's called the Colorado Gazette, that they kind of had all of that stuff on, plus the Quincy Brown stuff.
Yeah. Yes, it was. Sorry. It sounds good.
So I didn't know. No, it's cool. I just didn't know that she was just pulling stuff out of, actual, news articles that were happening. Like maybe, oh, Al Chapo's involved in this. I got involved with all these people, So I just thought that was really cool, and I didn't know any of that. Yeah.
She was.
Yeah.
We know she's a liar, but she's not a good enough liar to make up her own lies. She was even stealing her lies, which is just sad.
It was nuts to me that there was actual foundation for it, as opposed to it just being kind of out of fabrication for her. I was like, oh, she's fabricating all this stuff, but it's like she had actual reason to do it, because it could have been, oh yeah, well, she's just a part of these poor me victims of Al Chapo and all this shenanigans. So I thought it was really cool. Yeah. And so, but thank you for answering. I'm so excited.
Not a problem. Thank you, Brandy. Appreciate you calling.
All right, you have a good day, sir. Bye.
You too. Bye.
From
Mr. Ivan.
Hey, Ivan. How are you doing?
Holy smokes. I tell you what, your line is harder to get into than the Viagra booth at the senior citizen conference.
Whoa. Okay. It's a family show. Ivan.
I know. I wanted to say, I appreciated Dean's comment. We are slammed to the gills here, and it's kind of hard to believe, because as you might be able to suspect, we don't have a lot of Hispanics up here in northern Wisconsin, but I am very much appreciative of everybody who wants to come and celebrate and pay homage.
Yes. It's sort of like St. Patrick's Day. Everyone's Irish on St. Patrick's Day. We're all Hispanic on Cinco de Mayo. We just adopt the holidays.
Right?
Yep.
Right. And only in Wisconsin can I have two different vendors handing out free samples of tequila of people who drive to the store. You gotta love Wisconsin.
Did you hand it through the window? Is it just through the drive-through? It's like, here you go, take your shot, give the glass back.
It's not much different than you're imagining. But I wanted to. I'm sort of interested. Anybody getting wet feet or nervous here? What's taking so long here?
Well, we all thought that because we're so united in our opinion, 94% of us think it's guilty, that it would probably be fast. I'm not worried. It would have been really neat to see a record time conviction, just because we sort of equate that to justice for Gannon in a way. It's like we really want it to be a strong, but really, if they take 6 hours and come back with a guilty, it's the same effect.
All right.
Withdrew the request for the MRI and EKG request
Let's see.
by Dr. Lewis. Would she have a chance for an
Hang on,
appeal
we've got
for
a message.
inactive
I put
cancer?
your webpage up on the screen for people to follow you. Ivan does have his
Hey, I appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to call in and check in. I know people have been asking about me. I just stepped outside for a smoke, and I just great coverage all day. You got the bladder the size of an orangutan.
You're breaking up. Okay. Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate
Love
you.
you guys.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, Brianne Malcolm says, question, I tried to call. Sorry, Brianne, I'm trying. I really mess up on that. I want to ask if her attorneys withdrew the request for the MRI and EKG requested by Dr. Lewis, would she have the chance for an appeal for ineffective counsel? No. What we found out, Brianne, how this happened, is the attorneys didn't make the request for the withdrawal. She made the request in email to the attorneys, and the attorneys withdrew the request at her request. And that was a little bit different from the story she told it initially. And once that came out, the attorneys threw her under the bus, really, and just said, isn't it true that you asked for this to stop? And that's what happened. So that was a little interesting there. I don't think they can create their own appeal. In this case, they can't create the conditions for their own appeal. So I don't think that'll be an issue for ineffective counsel. We are worried there's a holdout, says Tanya. Hello from Idaho, following for justice for Gannon. Idaho mom, you've got your own trials going on, both right now, as well as the possibility of the trial for Brian Koberger, the Idaho 4 murder. We still don't know the date that's going to move forward. We realize he waived his preliminary trial, the right to a speedy preliminary trial. That's not the same as waiving your right to a speedy trial. So it still could be a summertime, maybe even a late summer big, heavy, huge public interest trial for Brian as that moves forward there as well. So Idaho, you're busy. You've also got Lori Vallow going on right now. You got your hands full. Thanks for supporting Colorado there, just around the corner from you. How long was the jury out for Murdaugh? Someone will have to help me on that. I'm thinking it was it 3.5, 4 hours? Does that sound right? Does somebody remember? It's in June. Girl Scout, you're talking about BK? He has a 1-week trial, 3rd week of June. Why did I not know that? Probably because I've been focusing on this trial. Koberger trial is going to keep us very busy. Okay, so June, whoa. Okay, that's a preliminary. That's his preliminary. That makes more sense. Preliminary hearing, they still have not scheduled the trial, the actual trial, the jury trial. And I think at the preliminary, he's even going to have the opportunity to plead at that point. So the actual trial itself could be years down the road or months down the road. But we'll probably be able to cover that while we wait for Sarah Boone to start in July. If we have a week in June to do that, that would be fantastic to see. Can the jury come back with a verdict of annoying because she's more annoying than crazy? Unfortunately, no, that's not an option, Danielle. June 26th preliminary. Okay, that's going to be good. That was the hearing that he put on hold, so his lawyer would have time to go over all the evidence. So that makes sense there. Okay, we're approaching. We're at 155 minutes, almost 156 right there. Whew, man, so 3 hours for Murdaugh. That sounds about right. Isn't that also what we had for DB, for Darrell Brooks? My mods just posted, help wanted, call screener, will train, competitive pay. Thank you for that. I'll try to screen this one myself here.
Elizabeth.
Hello, Elizabeth. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I am doing great. Talking to you today. What's on your mind?
I know this is probably an unpopular opinion, or maybe was earlier, but I don't think we're getting a verdict today. I really don't think it's going to come in until Monday afternoon.
Somebody was saying that in chat. Said recently we've been getting a lot of Monday or even midweek verdicts. Could happen. I don't know. We've got basically an hour and 20 minutes, and we have to take a half hour out of that because the judge says he's going to wait for half an hour. Now I realize if they come back with a verdict at 4:30 or 4:45, the judge will probably stay late to do run a little bit late over. But the later it gets, the narrower that window is, and the more chance the judge is just going to say, let's wrap it up for tonight and come back and see you here on Monday. But
my only reason for thinking it's going to be Monday is that these are intelligent jurors. They've been asking intelligent questions, and I really do see them going over some of the evidence, having intelligent discussions, even if they do all think that she's guilty. They strike me as a group of people that are going to take this really seriously, and so that's why my initial guess was sometime Monday afternoon.
Yeah. About that, Elizabeth, what would happen if the really smart people, the people who've been asking the really insightful questions, are alternates right now? What if they were the ones
you know what? I hadn't considered that.
Because they were on the front row. The people who were alternates were the people on the front row. They were the front left closest to the gallery. All those people, boom, just gone. On what, we had 5, right? We had 5 alternates. They might be the people who want to be on the front seats, who want to hear and see everything and be involved, and now find themselves on the sidelines. And now who's in charge?
That's an interesting way to picture to dismiss, because you're right. The people who sit in the front tend to be the ones that are paying the closest attention.
Yeah.
Now I'm a little bit worried.
I am as well. I wish somebody from the court could let us know as far as which jurors were selected, specifically, as well as which ones were asking the questions, and if we got all the question askers sort of together, if they're in there or not. But I don't know. Fingers crossed, right?
Fingers crossed. Well, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Gannon.
All right. Thank you. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Born Again Creations by Julie Harmon says, defending attorneys bound to represent an appeal? Not always. I believe they're not. You're going to have most likely a public defender in an appeal. Generally, people who are convicted of crimes end up having limited finances. And so often you'll see appeals brought on by public defenders. It's not always the case. Some people have money and are able to hire their own counsel. But these were appointed attorneys, publicly appointed. They're not public defenders. Meaning they're not from the public defender's office. They are being paid by the state to represent her, but they have their own practices themselves. And they probably will be done with her in this case and move on, and it would be assigned to somebody else. It's not like they own the case for the life of all the appeals, because that could be, decades of appeals that they'd be on the hook for, and I don't think that would happen. Wow, that is not funny, says Evangeline Light. I'm not saying it's funny. I'm just saying it's possible that those jurors might be off the
Cruiser
case.
Chris.
Hey, Cruiser Chris, hear from you again today. What's happening?
Hi, Scott. This is Cruiser Chris again, and I would just like to inform you that I'm now done crushing cans.
All right.
So I'm just sitting outside, and I'm to the south of where Ivan is. Ivan's in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Minnesota. So the Murdoch jury was out for about 3 hours before they came back for a verdict, and so that's the amount of time. And then I heard you were a scoutmaster.
I was.
And I wanted to let you know that I'm an Eagle Scout.
Wonderful. Me too.
And I designed and built a raptor enclosure for a disabled red-tailed hawk up here, and for one of the local nature centers up here in Minnesota. So I wanted to say thank you for your service.
Well, thank you as well. I thought about getting into falconry before I moved out here. I was looking at building a muse, and I was going to start not with a red-tailed hawk, even though that's a great start for falconers, but I was going to start with the American kestrel.
Yeah.
But that's awesome. Cruiser
Okay.
Chris, appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah.
All right.
You're welcome. And also, you can send me the bill for the call. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll see you.
Okay. Bye.
Right, bye. Let's see. Jennifer Gage. Hey, I was there. Not today. Too full. Came home, but the questions did not come from alternates. Jennifer, thank you. Well, we've seen you in court on several times. Thank you, Jennifer. You are one of our addicts who have been in the courtroom on multiple occasions. That is good to know. That is good to know that the questions did not come from alternates. So we have our thinkers are back there doing the thinking. Thank you for reassuring us a little bit. Do we know if Gannon's mom is still living? Landon? Yes, she is. Okay. Do you guys remember Casey Anthony trial? Yes, we do. We try not to think about the Casey Anthony trial while we're waiting for a verdict, though, because that one did not go the way many of us expected. Tommy, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Good to have you here as a member. Please take your seat. Is there a 2-hour difference between Eastern time? Yes. Right now it is 5:45 Eastern time, and so that would put it at 3:45 Colorado time. So they have, in 15 minutes it'll be 4, and an hour later it'll be 5 there, and that's ending time generally for the court. So an hour and 15 minutes is all we have left waiting for a verdict. Let's see. It's not a Hereford. Who texted this? It's not a Hereford. She's pretending to be Ghost Girl. We actually, somebody who just texted this to the burner phone, we actually have an emoji for that. If you're a member, you have access to an emoji of that exact picture, which is the girl off The Ring, I think it was, the movie. Or it's at least a version of that. It's meant to be her. It's not straight from the movie. It's a rendition of it. Recovery Act. Do we know if they're keeping Letecia in a holding cell while we wait? I believe they are.
Will you send notification with the verdict?
We're going to stay live if it's today. If it's on Monday, we're going to... Oh, I got cheese and crackers delivered to me by my true love. That is awesome. Not just on pepper jack cheese, too. This is awesome. For Cinco de Mayo. It has to be spicy. We're going to stay live. If it's a verdict, I can tweet it out. We can post it in Facebook. It'll be posted probably in Discord, and all that. I may be able to send a message to the community page on YouTube as well, if I remember to. But usually I get so carried away in the verdict, I won't. But we'll try to do that. We'll try to get one sent out, Shannon. Thank you very much. If she's found to be insane, can Colorado go after her for the attempted escape and assault on the officer? Yes. Yes, on the attempted escape, maybe on the assault of the officer. The officer was a Colorado officer, but I'm not sure if that is enough to give them subject matter jurisdiction, for lack of a better word, over the case. It may have to happen in Kansas, where the assault and attempted escape occurred. She had an attempted escape from jail that I think is still pending. I'm not sure exactly where that's at. But she had a plan that she was going to bust out the window with a broom, and she was going to fit through there and wiggle her way out and run to freedom or something. But it might be Kansas that tries her if she is found not guilty here. Check the burner, says somebody. Oh, wait, they want the burner number. Mrs. R.A. is a sweetheart. She is awesome. She's amazing. Backpack lawyer answered the call and will lose his practice in 7 days. I think you're joking, Jim Bob. I appreciate the humor, though. Do you think the judge might limit LS money intake like the judge did to DB? Yes, and some of you mentioned this a little bit. The Son of Sam law is designed to prevent people from profiting off their criminal enterprise, for lack of a better word.
Will hear LS speak or someone on behalf of Gannon?
Hopefully not Letecia speaking on behalf of Gannon, but you'd probably think Al would speak on behalf of Gannon. Kimmy, hold on one second here.
Call from
TW.
TW, how are you doing, my friend?
I am doing excellent. Enjoying the nice warm weather in Wisconsin today, over 70, so beautiful.
Hey,
I just wanted to say that
it's a good day.
Yeah, I'm not shoveling leaves though, so.
Yep.
I just wanted to say that I knew from the start that your channel was going to be very successful in the first few weeks that you were on the air. Your voice, your demeanor, and I do appreciate the program that you have. So I just wanted to say that to you in person.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to say it so I could have a bite to eat. But now I got a mouthful of food. Go on.
All right. The spicy maple bourbon pickles have become a staple of our cookouts now.
That warms my
Everyone
heart.
eats them in our family.
That is awesome.
Everyone eats them. We buy them and we give them to our family and friends, and they're all like, "When are you going again to get the pickles?" So, but I just wanted to share that with you. Congratulations on your success, and it's only going to get bigger for you.
Thanks, TW. You've been a big part of that from the early days, and I appreciate your support.
All right. You have a good day,
Thank
sir.
you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
TW's awesome. Been around for a long, long time on the channel here. See, we need Mrs. RA takeover whilst you eat and pee. No, it's not going to happen. We're going to hold it. We're good. We'll be covering the Brian Kohberger trial. Kayla, I would love to cover that trial. Hold on. Let me answer this and put them on hold for just a second, and then answer your question. Hey, Ellen, this is Recovery Addict. Can you hold on for 1 second while I answer Kayla's question?
Sure.
Okay, hold on. Okay. I would love to cover the Brian Kohberger trial. There are a couple things that we need to have happen first. First of all, we have to decide, or he has to decide if he's going to plead guilty or not. Because if he pleads guilty, there will be no trial. Second of all, this is going to happen in Idaho, and we've just had a big trial in Idaho that's going on right now with Lori Vallow. And media was a big issue. And so we have to watch and see if maybe the judge in the Kohberger trial takes a lead off the judge in the Vallow trial. And if they restrict access, it'll be very difficult to cover. But I am going to be watching that closely. We followed the arrest. We followed the plane as it came across the country, being brought back to Idaho. So I definitely want to follow that. So thank you for the question, Kayla. And Ellen, thanks for holding so patiently. What's on your mind today?
Well, this has been on my mind through the whole trial. How maybe that she was complicit in the death of her ex-husband, Harley's dad, and her stepfather, because she lied to Harley about his death, and she's possibly lied about all of the abuse that she received from her stepfather. And I just wondered, maybe she was complicit in those, and if she's found not guilty, could they go back and look into those cases and recharge her for, or charge her for those?
That question has popped up a lot, and it's not within the scope of this trial, clearly. It is difficult to go back in time, especially if something was looked at initially and it was ruled as just natural causes or accidental death, through an overdose or something like that. It's difficult to go back in time and get that evidence you need for a conviction. So it's very rare for that to happen. It's not impossible. But it does, having looked at this and heard all of her stories and what she's done in the past, it does make you think, like maybe there was something there. It's odd. You look at the the Daybell trial, and you've got other deaths other than the two children that are involved, and it's like, hey, not all of these seem natural. There's too much death surrounding this person for their benefit that to accept it as just happening naturally. But great thoughts.
Well,
we may never know.
It just seems like a progression. Through her whole life, it's been a progression.
Yeah.
And just with the seriousness of what happened with Gannon, makes me wonder who would have been next and what would have happened next.
Yeah.
If she hadn't have gotten the things that she wanted.
Sadly, we might never have the answers to that, unfortunately. But
well, I hope we never have.
Yes.
I hope she goes away for a long time.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your call, Ellen. I appreciate that. Good talking
Thanks.
to you.
Bye.
We'll see you. Bye. I'm not sure if I finished talking about the Son of Sam law, about that the Son of Sam law prevents people from profiting off their crimes. A lot of states, that's been struck down, and on freedom of speech issues. We do see that there's some restrictions put in place in some states on how much of your earnings the state can garnish from your wages, so to speak, or your earnings to send to victims. Like Darrell Brooks, for instance, they can take 25% of his money, and that's it. The rest he gets. So it's, unfortunately, people might still profit from it, even though a crime's been committed. But that's just where the court's decisions are on that. Okay, checking, as we approach 3 hours on the deliberation time, we're checking Twitter one more time just to see what's happening. I haven't heard anything on the burner buffer sound, sorry. So jury watch is continuing. We're 8.5 minutes away from 3 hours long. Okay. A lot of silence, man. Checking Zach's feed really quickly. He's got nothing. Zach has nothing on that. Man, getting nervous.
Belinda.
Hello, was it Belinda or Linda?
Belinda.
Belinda. How are you doing, Belinda?
Thank you for
I'm doing
everything,
great. How are
RA.
you?
Such a wonderful channel.
I'm doing great.
Chat and mods.
Hang on.
I'm feeling nervous about this hands pressed together.
Thank you, May, for the super chat. We're all getting a little bundle of nerves going right now. Belinda, what are you thinking? What's on your mind right now?
Well, I'm kind of trying to just think about you and Mrs. R.A. Can you do me a favor?
What's that?
Can you take 5 minutes? We'll be okay without you for 5 minutes. It'll be tough. But can you take 5 minutes, go pee, do what you got to do, get a cold beverage, give Miss Mrs. R.A. a smooch and then come back and join us.
I appreciate the concern. I'm actually all right. I'm superhuman in this capacity.
You must have a urinal under that desk then. Come on now.
I could show you. I don't. I mean, I literally could, but I would also show you all the cables that we have. I'm
just looking out for you. Just we're all waiting impatiently but patiently and praying for justice for Gannon.
Yeah, we're hoping here soon. It's if it doesn't happen here soon, we'll be back on Monday. I mean, I believe the result is going to come. It's and it won't be any less valid if it takes a couple more hours to deliberate. So.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well,
thanks.
Just looking out for you. Take that 5 minutes, but your eyeballs are going to float.
I appreciate that, Belinda. I'm doing okay.
All right.
We'll see you. Bye.
All right. Bye.
You guys are funny. I don't know why I am this way. Sometime tomorrow I'll have to take a break, but I'm good right now. Something's in the water in Idaho lately, a little bit. Okay. Someone said the Alex Murdaugh trial was 3 hours. Yes, Chris Cruiser called in and told us it was about a 3-hour verdict on that one. Drink more water. I've gone through a couple bottles. The thing is, I'm sweating. That's what you don't see. It was so hot. I'm sweating all the water I drink in. Mrs. R.A. has opened the window, so it's dropped the temperature a little bit, but it's still a little warm in here. Standing up is recommended at least. Miss Kim, I found the solution for that. I have an Apple Watch that tells me when it's time to stand up, but if I just put my arm down to my side, it says I'm good. Does that not count for something? Okay, because you, sir, are the camel. Thank you, Lacey, for that.
Call from
Stevie.
Stevie, how are you doing? Thank you for calling today. What's on your mind?
Hey, I just wanted to say I've been here since Daryl Brooks, and you made that trial so digestible, so I stayed. And I just want to thank you for everything you've been putting out. I've been kind of lurking and got gifted a membership, but
that is
praying
awesome.
for Gannon. This is getting hard, but I think it'll be okay.
Yeah, that trial, I had to learn so much about SOBSIT, and just there was so much craziness that I had to go to school for. Basically, hit the internet and then just start studying. And every day there was a new thing.
I swear I thought that you were an attorney explaining all of this stuff when I caught that first live stream. It was so helpful, but that was absolute madness.
I had to call a few attorneys.
Thanks for making that so easy.
I had to call Matthew Harris and say, "Hey, teach me here, man. Help me out." He was great all the way back then as well. So. That is
oh my
awesome.
gosh, that one just was so frustrating, and that just made it such a easier experience. So thankful for you and Matthew and everybody. So just wanted to give my first call.
Thank you, Stevie, or Stevie Cubed. Is that what we call you? What's the best? You have to tell me.
Stevie Cubed is great. I think
Stevie
that one
Cubed?
sounds good.
Okay.
I love Stevie Wonder, and that's just kind of what I've used for
That's
everything.
Good.
But
do you play?
Stevie's great.
Do you play or listen? As far as music?
I wish I have a harmonica, but harder than it looks.
It is very hard.
Not very successful.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Stevie, thanks for calling in. Good to hear you.
You too. Thanks, Ari.
All right, we'll see you. Bye. Goodman Law Firm has been pushing for me to go to law school for quite a while. I'll have to move to Virginia because I think I can just cram for the test and pass it. What do you think, Nicole? That's one of the few states, it might be the only state, where you can take the exam without going to law school. Might have to give that a try. And then if that's the case, and I get my bar license in Virginia, how do I then transfer to another state? Do I have to? Will they make me go back to school if I haven't done that?
Thanks for all you've done, RAN team.
That sounds nice. Thank you so much. That does sound nice. I appreciate you being here and supporting us. You guys are amazing.
Bring the jury.
There's Judge Newman. Bring the jury, please. Somebody play that over and over. This is taking too long, says Jerry. Let's see. Do you plan to follow the Nick Carter case in Vegas? I have not followed any cases in Nevada. I used to work there.
Call from
Christine Lynch.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
I have to hang up on that one to get this one. Christine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good. I have a question. I hope this hasn't been answered and I missed it. Do you remember in the one sidebar when the judge said, keep your eyes on her in referencing a jury.
Yes.
A juror. Did we ever find out what that was about?
No.
FYI, I believe that courts will be the first to tweet a notice of verdict.
Thank you, Megals, for that. Co-courts should have the notice, and then followed shortly by some of the reporters there. Christine, the question you're asking about the lady, there was a point where the judge, it was like a hot mic moment where the judge was talking.
Yes.
He's like, hey, keep an eye on this lady type thing. Keep an eye on her. You've heard about this.
Yes.
Keep an eye on this. There was another moment that was a few minutes later, or maybe an hour or so later, where they mentioned, something about an accident. And I don't know what that involves. It could have been a trip in the hallway. It could have been, some bladder control. I don't know what it was, but there was some reference to an accident. It could have been a car accident on lunch, and she's I wrecked my car and I've got this headache. It could be a million different things, and so unless we hear, we don't know. We just get to speculate and guess.
Friday tip jar.
I remember that now that you said that. I remember hearing the thing about the accident, but it at the time, I'm getting old, so
yeah, I think when they said the juror that had an accident, they used some female, like they said she at that one. So I'm assuming that those two things are connected, but they never really even told us. It could have been two different jurors.
Okay, it could have been a slip and fall, so keep your eye on her, make sure she's not.
She might have tried to get in the witness stand without that warning about watch your step, and oof, it's all
exactly.
over. So,
well, thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome, Christine. Thank you for calling. We'll see you.
Okay, bye-bye now.
Bye. Andy, thanks for the tip in the tip jar. Appreciate that, as well as, let's see. Ricky, hang on one second.
Ricky.
I've never watched a
Ricky.
YouTube channel this long. Thank you for your time. I will continue to follow your content.
Hold on one second here.
No, you're all right.
Marcia, thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate your support. You guys are amazing. This community is incredible. Charmaine as well. Can Al petition the court to have the last name from Letecia after the verdict? Charmaine, hang on, Ricky. We'll get right to you. I believe that Letecia was charged with the crime, and she's actually prohibited by law from changing her name because she was married at the time she was charged. She's prohibited by law from changing her name while she's facing charges, because that might open up doors for falling through the system as far as getting released, or if the jail thinks that the charges are for somebody else, that's a different name. So that was a sort of a safety measure that's put in place to prevent that. I think she will change her name afterwards because the divorce went through and everything. But Ricky, what's on your mind?
Well, I had a question for you since Miss Nicole's on, and she's texting you.
Mm-hmm.
But how can a feller rape a little lady for an hour? I ain't figured that one out yet.
It's probably something that's too much for this show. We don't go into that, Ricky, so we'll have to pass on that question. But we'll just take a hard pass. All right.
Oh, well, no, that's I mean, that just got me bothered right yonder.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Ricky. We'll have to pass on that one. We'll catch you later. All right.
All right.
Bye.
Sounds good.
No. All right. Do we know how long the jury will work tonight? Probably at least till 5. And they have another hour to do that in Colorado. So that's where it's at. We're watching the Colorado courts feed for any notice. The judge says we're going to get notice through the Colorado courts Twitter account when a verdict is reached, and then half an hour after that, we'll be in session roughly, depending on if family has issues getting back to the courtroom.
Call from.
Judge said we're going to get notice through the Colorado courts. Hey, this is Recovery Addict, but you need to turn down your TV. Who's on the phone?
I'm doing it. Hold it. Okay. Is that good?
That's better. Who am I speaking with?
This is May Gould.
May, how are you doing?
I'm good. I wanted to let you know I sure have enjoyed watching you. I love live trials.
Friday tip jar from Boston. Someday I'll call in to talk about Harvard Yard and the parked car LOL.
Carol, you've tipped our curiosity. We'll have to talk about that another time. But thank you for the tip for the tip jar. So May, continue. Sorry, the super chat came in over on top of you. Go ahead.
Good.
Please turn around. Your back is cute.
I just had oral surgery. I had all my teeth taken out. Ooh. And you have saved my life. Oh. You have kept me occupied. And I'm real grateful to you. And I hadn't smoked a cigarette in 3 days, and I've been smoking since I was 9.
That is awesome. That's good to hear. May, I'm sorry that it had a very that's a traumatic surgery for the body.
It really is, but I tell you what, it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah,
I had myself really worked up.
Well, but I'm glad we can help. There's actually many people. Some of them are able to share it publicly, like you are here. But many people reach out to me on the burner phone and share things that they're going through and saying, I've got this big hard thing in life, and right now the thing that's getting me through the day is being able to hang out with this community and these good people and just be around friends, and that's the thing you hold on to get through the tough times. So May, I'm glad that works for you as well. We have some amazing people that'll support you in chat as well. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And we love North Carolina. We go to Cataloosa every year.
Oh, yes. That's wonderful, May. Well, enjoy it this year as well.
Thank you. Maybe they'll come back today.
All right. Hope so.
All
Fingers crossed. Thanks, May. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay.
Pictures of the house or whatever.
Hold on.
I'm not up to this. You got to do this. Don't do that.
Hang on. We might have a little break. Okay, hold on. Hang on. We're going to put the phone on hold. I'm going to play some music. There's a guy at the door that wants to talk to us about the property and has some history here. So we're going to play some music. I might just take a break as well. Can you guys be good for just a moment? No verdict while I'm gone, please. No verdict while I'm gone. Thank you.
Talking about stuff that is not relevant. And now what Murdoch stole it.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Squirrel.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I'm not a jury. I'm not a camel.
Alex stole it as well.
There's a lawsuit.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Bring the jury.
All right. That was fun. So, yeah, I showed you. Sorry. We're still on. Is everybody working? No verdict yet, right? What happened? We had a guy come to the door, and my wife gave me a business card that had a police badge on it. I'm like, what is going on? He's like, this guy says he owns our house, whatever. I'm like, okay, this is just absurd. Turns out he's actually a descendant of the people who built the house, and no verdict. Thank you for the update. Anyway, so I need to plug the phone in again. He wanted to come by. His ancestors built the home, and so he told us he had all the right names and information. He said, I'd like to actually get you pictures of the home from back in the 1920s and 30s. So that's good. We'll do that. I feel a little discombobulated here. Just one second.
Banana.
Meanie Banana, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. So I snuck over to another channel.
Oh,
and
you bad girl.
So I know, right? So I was looking at that ICMD Mel or something.
Icked Mel.
Anyway, yeah. So he had somebody on there that was in court, and he said that one of the times the judge was saying stuff was when it was Ganna's mom had to run out because they were like I don't know, they were saying some upsetting stuff, and she actually like had to help her get out fast enough. Like she couldn't get out of there fast enough.
There's some things that are shared in court that the family just doesn't want to hear, and they shouldn't have to hear that. So it's nice that they got her out. But thank you.
So that was one of the times that the judge said something. But I think the psychiatrist, the last Lewis, had some kind of an accident or fell or something. I think they were saying.
Okay, so no, nothing really car accident wise serious.
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I didn't hear that.
All right. Well, that answers our questions. Thank you, Meanie Banana. I appreciate your call.
Sure.
All right. We'll see you.
Bye.
So you guys are thinking I was gone long enough. I should have taken that break you guys told me to get, right? Well, I stood up and I did run to the door, but that's all I did.
Call from.
I've not taken a break yet.
Does no one pick up?
Yep, we pick up. Are you there? Nope. You try. You have to say your name at that point.
Is it safe to assume if we have no verdict by 6:30 ET, we won't have one today?
Yes, I think that's pretty safe to assume. I don't know. I guess anything could happen.
Call from.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, this is Tammy Busing from Colorado Springs.
Hey, Tammy, can I have you turn down the TV? Because it's going to be really confusing.
Yep. Yeah. So I have two neighbors here that were in jail with Letecia.
Okay.
And I don't know if you'd like to talk to them or not.
Yeah, it's sort of hard to. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying it's hard to verify the story so that I can share it publicly without having some personal liability.
Okay, I understand that.
There's like a journalistic duty that I'm responsible for the information that goes over the channel, so I have to try to, as best I can, vet that information. So I would be very interested in that, but I probably have to talk to them offline before we talk to them online. If
You'd have to what?
I'd probably have to talk to them separately before we brought them on the air.
Oh, I can do that for you. Or
if you'd be willing to give them my burner phone number and have them reach out to me just with their name and their information, so I could reach out to them. That would probably be best.
Okay. Just a minute. Hello, Natalie. What's your burner? 801.
801-513. 801-513-1160.
Okay. Hey, you guys said you'd want to talk to Recovery Addict, and he said he'd have to verify with you first what happened when you were in jail with Letecia.
Oh, but Letecia Stauch?
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll have to do this later. We can't do it on air. Is that all right, Tammy?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. We'll see you.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just we didn't know that Letecia, while she was in jail, she was Mormon.
Okay. I can't do this on the air right now because I have to vet this before I let it go because it's outside the scope of the trial. It's not the evidence we've followed. Is that okay? Can we talk another time?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'll give him your number.
All right. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you for all that you do for us. Love your channel, Red Heart.
Okay. I appreciate that. At the same time, I have to be very cautious there. As much as that might be a very juicy tidbit and like a scoop on a story, there's a liability there that's outside the scope of what we're looking at that I have to be careful. You brought what? My wife is holding the remnants of a taco. Like by the remnants, we're talking about just the part your fingers would cover if you were to hold just the corner. She says, if I bring you one, would you eat them? I still haven't got to my crackers and cheese yet. But Chandra is yelling, call screener. It's struggling. We're almost to 200 minutes. 200 minutes. Sweet 65. I don't know what's going on. I'm a little bit lost. I think it is a full moon. That's what happens live. We try to answer the calls as much as we can, but it's a little bit crowded right here. So, Christine says I'm getting concerned. Me as well. May, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. This is month 2, I think, or is that month 3? I think that's month 3 for you. Wonderful.
Call from
Uber Mom.
Uber Mom, is this my kid's personal Uber driver?
This is me.
How are you doing?
I am doing great. Hang on, let me take it. I didn't think you'd actually answer.
Oh, of course I do.
Awesome. I just wanted to call. My name's Ashley,
hey,
but
Ashley.
I just wanted to call and tell you that I sent a screenshot from Zach's Twitter.
Okay.
I messaged him and asked him if the jury members that were asking the good questions actually got into deliberations, and he said most of them did.
Okay. That's good. That's good news. I would really be concerned if they all sat together and then
Right.
all of them got dismissed. That would be just
Right.
awful news.
For real, because they were asking amazing questions.
I'm willing to bet that one of them probably ends up being one of the juror foreman as well.
The four-person, I agree, 100%.
Okay, that is good to know. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Ashley, for the update, and continue with your
Absolutely.
Ubering.
Yes, I'm doing it right now.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a great day. Drive safe.
Awesome. You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, we are 200 minutes. So we're over 3 hours. We're basically all wrong at this point, and just only a slightly bit nervous as we're waiting for something to come back from the court. I keep checking Twitter directly. I know other people are checking it for me as well, but there's got to be an update somewhere. Can you yell at RA to breathe and eat? He's flustered. I was flustered because the guy at the door, he showed up with the badge saying and the message that came to me was, there's a guy at the door with the badge that says he owns our house. I'm like, well, first of all, I own my house, and it's not up for sale. And so I was a little concerned, but he's actually retired law enforcement from about 6 hours east or west of us. And his family built the house back in 1915. And he has all this history about the house that he wants to give us and pictures. And he's just a very, very nice man, was really nice. And just, his name's Danny. And he just wanted to say, I'm so close because I was in town for this other thing. And I just wanted to at least, touch base and provide this for you. Router Rules 60, welcome. Thanks for becoming a member. That is one fat squirrel. Is that squirrel from Mark Rober's video about Fat Gus or Fabulous Gus? For those that have kids, you know what that is. But I'm curious if that's the case. Zach N. DuPont is a reporter. Yes, he's the reporter that's been following the case. He's the one that had the questions for us when the audio went down. See, people who do that make me wonder. They seem never to consider how that comes off to people, but I guess he's older. That makes more sense. That would startle anyone. I was a little surprised because my wife handed me the card and I showed you. It's a police badge on there. I'm like, okay. I like talking about court, but I don't like the police coming to my house, unless I need them. There's a man at the door with a badge who says he owns our house. That was exactly how it went. Okay, I will say I'm screening the calls. I'm trying to allow new people on the call right now. So if you called before, I'm probably not going to take your call again today.
To accept, press 1. To send.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, this is Avery.
Avery, what are you thinking today?
I've been thinking a lot, especially watching the minutes go by. It's frustrating and watching everybody's comments. I think we're all a little bit frustrated here. But I've been kind of just thinking about it, and, she wasted so much of Al's time, and the way I see it now is they're wasting her time, and they're taking time off her clock, and that's kind of the way I'm viewing it, and they're just kind of, taking time off of her plate, and the ball's in their court now, and it's not in hers, and there's no more time for her to mess around and screw things up. And so that's kind of the way I like to look at, this jury time and the way that they're deliberating. But it is frustrating. I think
it is.
Once the clock hit the 200 minutes, I was like, oh no. But
Avery, you look at the beginning of this case, how it began with a missing child search, right? That's how most of the public was aware of this. Think of how many man hours, how many, men, women, and children went out and, skipped dinner and immediately just answered the call to help, to go knock doors, to go walk the neighborhoods. We're calling for Gannon, asking everywhere, putting up, signs and posters. And so much time was wasted because of Letecia.
Right.
I'm willing to let them do it right and take the time they need to get this done right. I think they will reach the right conclusion here. And honestly, even if they come back with the not guilty by reason of insanity, it's almost a more of a punishment
Yeah.
to go to a
I
mental
agree.
hospital, possibly for the rest
Right.
of her life. She will not be happy there. She will not be in control there, even less than in prison. It won't be the routine that she's used to in jail, and the regular meals and everything, and the just every day the same routine type thing. That won't happen. There will always be that question and the nervousness and the treatment that she will be compelled to go under court order. The drugs, it's not going to be fun. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But even if that's the outcome, I think it might be just. So.
Right. I mean, a lot of people talk about, how, a lot of people like the life they live in jail and how the structure and, some people are just fit for jail. And I think maybe she is one of those people, unfortunately, who may thrive off of that environment. But I completely agree. I think unfortunately, if this comes back as a non-guilty or guilty by reason of or non-guilty by reason of insanity, I'm not sure which one it is, but
the last one,
I agree. Being in a place where she has to, they're going to be checking on her mental health daily and questioning her mental health daily, and it comes out that she did lie about it, and now she's going to have to act it out for however long. It's going to be painful. Very, very painful.
And now they're going to believe her that she's crazy.
Right.
And she doesn't want, once she gets there, she doesn't want to be believed that she's crazy. She'll want to be believed that she's better now and everything's good, and she won't be believed then either. And so that's going to be a little bit of sweet justice and revenge coming back around to bite her. But
absolutely.
Avery, thank you very much for the call. Appreciate the comments.
Hey, thank you very much. Thanks for getting me through this last week of nursing school. By the way, this has been great. I'm glad I found you.
That is awesome. Congratulations. That is really neat.
Thank you very
Avery.
much. You have a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye. Nurse for God just gifted 10 memberships. Awesome. Thank you so much for the generous support. Still no verdict. We're still in verdict watch. That's the timer. That's minutes and tens of seconds. So 206 minutes and 50 seconds. Let's see who
Call from
Bad Juju.
Ooh, Bad Juju. How are you doing? This is Recovery Addict. Thanks for calling.
I'm doing well. Hopefully you're having an okay afternoon after getting to take a small break there.
It was brief. I stood up at least. I got the blood flow to my legs. I will say that the chair I'm in is really good with circulation. It is a very nice chair my kids got me, and it was awesome. It helps a ton over my old chair where I would not be able to feel my legs after a live stream. So.
I understand that story. So I have somewhat of a legal question, and I don't know if you know, or maybe Matthew might know to touch on it later, but because she has several charges that she's facing, I'm wondering if it's even possible, can she be found not guilty by reason of insanity on the murders, but still be found guilty of the other charges? And if that is possible, then if she ever were to see the light of day after being in a psych institution, would she then be required to serve time for those charges that she was found guilty on that occurred after the fact?
You know, Bad Juju, that is a fascinating question. And obviously, I'm not giving any legal advice. If you take legal advice from me, it's you get what you paid for, basically. But it sounds like, sorry, let me think. Just one second. Let me organize my thoughts here while this talks in the background. I'm paying you to eat a cheese and cracker.
I am paying you to eat a cheese and cracker, face rolling on the floor laughing.
Blackbird speaks. Thank you very much. Hold on. If they split up the decision, I think first of all the not guilty by reason of insanity is a single page. There isn't one for each charge. So
okay.
I don't know how they could come back and do that. Even I don't think it's a possibility, is what I'm saying. I believe it's just going to be the one question they answer, and that question will be looking at the overall time frame of the crimes from when he was first killed, the 2 murder charges, to when she destroyed the evidence and dumped the body. So the window of time for her sanity period is going to be that window, and that's going to be answered in a single question. If there was a charge, if there was that question for each of the charges, then you definitely could have a situation where we say, we think she was insane for the murder, but sane for dumping the body or for destroying the evidence. And then you would have an interesting dilemma where you go first to the mental hospital, because anytime you need medical care, that comes before, that takes priority over, incarceration. So it'd be first to the mental hospital, and then when you come out, there would be the question of, is time served? Is mental hospital time served against those sentences? That would be fascinating to see a case where that actually came through. But great question.
Yep, and that's kind of what I was curious about the time frame there. If they could consider it that she was at the time of the act, but then by the time she got around to the other stuff, she wasn't. But I appreciate your insight on that.
Well, thank you, Bad Juju. Thanks for making the call. That's I love that people can think outside the box. I would never have thought of that. And now that you bring that up, I'm like, these are possibilities. That is really neat. So thank you so much for calling.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Bye. I'm nervous. I'm checking Twitter again. Inquiring Minds, welcome. Maud's on the phone. Amber, how are you doing, Amber?
I'm good. I'm sorry I've called more than once. I promise I was trying not to call at all today.
I realize sometimes mods need to get a hold of me, and so we're going to make an exception for you. But what's up?
We're seeing a bunch of questions in chat. We were just trying to see if we could answer a couple of questions from chat in between calls.
Yeah.
But I know your burner's going off like crazy.
It does not stop. It was ringing in my pocket the entire time I was out there on the porch with Danny. The phones was buzzing.
Grateful for this
I'm like,
channel and this
Danny, I'm not
amazing
sure if you
community
understand
and
this.
all my friends that love true crime as much I do. Blue heart, hands pressed together, blue heart.
Thank you, Mammy P. Love that you're here in this community. Thank you so much for joining us here. And thanks for your support. While I'm out there talking to Danny on the front porch, my phone's ringing, and I'm like, Danny, I'm not sure you understand. I'm live streaming. I'm on YouTube right now, and there's like 6,000 people who are waiting for me to get back to my chair. And he's like, "Oh, let me just tell you a little bit. When they first walked through the house, we shined a flashlight in this corner. We found a license plate from 1937." I'm like, Danny, I want to hear this. I really do. So I got his information. We will be in touch with Danny. It's awesome that he actually reached out to us and has information about our home, about the history of the home, because it is a historic home. It's awesome. So. Anyway, what questions do you want to answer, or are you just want to answer them in chat?
Well, we're trying to answer them in chat, but there's a few that are actually tagging you.
Okay.
And one of the questions was, can you answer chat questions in between calls?
Let me answer that in short form. I can answer chat questions as long as the answer does not include the letter B. Because the letter B does not work on my keyboard.
Well, no, you don't have to answer them in chat.
Oh.
We're saying, can you pull them up on screen and answer questions like you normally do?
I'm trying.
Do you need some food? You sound
Here's the thing. We've got a lot of people here, first of all. There's a lot of people. And the phone, because it's making noise, tends to take precedence. And so we take a phone call first. When there's not a phone call, I'm trying to catch up on the super chats because, the people that pay to have a comment said, I'd hate to have them be skipped over when they went to that effort to support financially the channel as well. You do not have to support me financially for your comment to be read. Unfortunately, when there's this many people and so many phone calls, I'm having a hard time getting to the chats. But now
Welcome to 19K.
Yeah, it's awesome. Here's one from Susan. Maybe that's what they're debating, which would be the best punishment for her. They actually were instructed by the judge not to consider the punishment or what the punishment might be. So that should not be any of the consideration by the jury at this time. They just have to focus on her sanity, and basically the decision about guilt is a done decision because she's confessed. Her confession was a little deceitful in that she said it happened differently than it did, but she has admitted to killing Gannon.
I mean, even in defense's closing argument, they're not disputing that she killed him.
Yeah,
they're
disputing
her sanity at the time that it was done.
Defense is pushing not for not guilty. They're pushing for mental hospital because that's the only possibility for her to ever get out. So that's the best thing they could hope for. They've already said, their opening statement said, this is a done decision. You guys, the facts are on the table. It's not a whodunit, right? Nobody's sitting around here going, like, I wonder if it really was her type thing. That's not the question. So yeah, it's Christine says, turn the phone off for a while. We might do that. We might ignore the phone for a little bit.
Diet Coke Mama, I can see your comments. I just saw your question if anybody could see your comment.
Diet Coke Mama, if you called, I would answer. I'm serious. I'll answer your call.
I know you're serious.
I know who Diet Coke.
I
know who Diet Coke Mama is. We'll put everyone else on hold, but if Diet Coke Mama wants to call,
right now and crushing
we can take it.
Well, I was also hoping for, my track record here might now be broken because the track record I have is every time I call in, the judge either comes back or we get a verdict in. Yeah. So, crap.
You're letting us down. You're letting us down. I know that the call coming in right now is not Diet Coke Mama. The area code is wrong.
I still got 22 minutes before it's 5 o'clock Colorado time. So maybe, just maybe.
It's cutting it really close. It's cutting it close.
I know. All right. I'm going to get off the phone so we can focus on some other questions. All right.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you.
Not a problem.
All right. Bye.
All right.
Okay. Richard, thank you. It is
new keyboard.
A lot to
Some
juggle.
funds to hell.
It's my laptop is the problem. It's the MacBook. Remember that day when I was pouring the water and I poured a nice mug of water and then I reached for something and I knocked it over on my laptop and then I continued the live stream, and at the end of the live stream I sort of shook the laptop out and dumped the water out. The keyboard stopped lighting up in the center and it took a few days for the keys to start working. All the keys work now. All the lights work except for the B button. The B button you have to sort of push from the right angle and you really mean it, but if you push too hard then you get like 6 of them. That's the only thing, but I love the comment with the keyboard. Thank you for that, Lizzie. Appreciate that. We can get through this. I have other options. Let's see. Newman was ZA. No, Newman was Alex Murdaugh. Judge Schroeder was ZA. He's the one that listened to our live stream in his court over the air. That was awesome. I'm getting more nervous. Yes, I'm getting nervous as well. Let's see. Hey, Ricky, I can't take your call again. I've got to only have new calls. I'm only accepting calls from Diet Coke Mama right now, if she wants to call in. Is the backpack lawyer that was dramatic the first day, like he was going to go back? Wasn't it? I thought it was the other one. I don't think it was Cook. Cook didn't do the open.
Bring the jury.
At least I don't think so. Cook would have walked out the door and left. Here we go.
Call from
Diet Coke Mama.
Diet Coke Mama, how are you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
Just fabulous. I've heard from the grapevine that your comments always get ignored. Is that true?
No, they don't always get ignored. I just put a few in today, and I just didn't know if they were being seen by anybody, so.
They are there, but as you can imagine, they go very fast across the screen, and so it's difficult for me to catch them. The tool I use to track the comments can hold about 100 comments at once, and then I'll pause it to read something, and then it will update, and I'll skip like 300 comments that happened between then and now. So it's crazy.
I understand that.
What's your take on the trial?
I just thought it would be done by now. I thought that we would have our verdict and she would be on her merry way to jail.
That's all of our wish, I think. But it's been a little bit longer. We're coming up on 4 hours. By the time they end tonight, it'll be 4 hours of deliberation. And that's not bad. That's still very fast when you're looking at a murder trial. But we thought it was more open and shut than it appears.
So did I. I'm worried that it won't be done tonight. We won't have a verdict.
That would be sad. But then that means we'll be back again on Monday. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, that is. I have something else to look forward to on Monday.
That's awesome.
Well, not forward to, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Why are we still waiting? Yep. Hurry up, jury.
The jury, unfortunately, cannot hear us. If they could, they would be done by now.
That's right. They know they have us on the hook. They know that.
Well, Diet Coke Mama, you're welcome to call anytime. Thank you very much. I think Mrs. R.A. might call you as well. So
I would love that. I will call her too. I love your channel. You're doing awesome. You
Thank
rock.
you so much. Appreciate it. We'll catch you later.
Thank you.
Say hi to everybody.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
I will. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. I knew Diet Coke Mama before she was Diet Coke Mama. Let's put it that way. At least before I knew she was Diet Coke Mama. Let's see. Pamper Glamper, thank you for the super chat. When are you bailing? Kiefer, we're gonna bail. I want something from the judge, is what I want. Di Fiore. I think we've got Di Fiore on the phone. Just
Call from
Di Fiore.
Di
to
Fiore.
accept.
Di Fiore, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Nervous a little bit.
Well, yeah, you need to eat. You need to drink. I don't know what's going on.
I'm good. I've got food storage.
Yeah,
I can survive for quite a while. This is probably good for me.
Is there like a little door? Her hand comes through and sets it down, and
yes, just like this camera is right over here. The other hand can reach and touch the door because that's the size of the room. So she'll come through and she'll just hand me something, and it just shows up on the table with like just a plate of food just arrives.
What a team!
Yep.
So why aren't they going to sequester the jury?
I don't know. It usually a sequester jury happens at the request of one side or the other, either prosecution or defense. And generally they do that in a high-profile case. It seems to be more popular to do that. And the concern is that while you're deliberating, you might hear, discussion, news stories, people talking on the street about the case, and they don't want that to tarnish or to work its way into your discussions where you're only supposed to be considering the evidence presented in court. This is a pretty high-profile case. And so
that's what I thought.
You'd think that maybe sequestering would be on the table, but so far we haven't heard any talk of it.
Wow, that just blows me away because you wouldn't want them seeing or talking at this point to any outside source.
Yeah, but if you look at it, the instructions for when you're being sequestered are almost identical.
I feel this is close to another Casey Anthony thing, but she will be found guilty.
It's almost identical to the instructions they received throughout the trial, where they got to hear evidence, and every time they went home for the weekend or for the night, it's like, don't talk to anyone. The judge just trusts the jury. And so it's not a huge step to say, I'm continuing to trust you during deliberations to not break any of the rules. You haven't broken up to this point. They've sort of proven themselves. And maybe this judge is just, it might be something he leans towards. He trusts the jury and doesn't want to sequester them unless he has to.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, well, thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate the call.
Talk to you later.
Yep, bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Let's see. Jennifer White says maybe the jury got a really good lunch, decided to stick around for supper. We've gotten used to fast verdicts. It's rarely that way. I think you're hitting the nail on the head. We've had a couple very quick verdicts where the seat still is just getting warmed up. Yeah.
To accept.
Hey, Krista, how are you doing?
Hey, Recovery Addict.
I'm doing well. I just assumed that's what your question was going to be, but you just said hey, so I apologize for guessing at that. What's on your mind? It's been a long day.
You're fine. There's a lot of people in chat saying that they've heard that deliberations will go until 7 o'clock in Colorado, so that'd be 9 o'clock our time.
Well,
I didn't know if you guys had seen that or if we'd heard anything other.
The only issue I have with that was that would conflict with our podcast, which starts at 8, but 8 my time. 7 o'clock their time.
Would be 9 o'clock our time. I'm in Ohio.
Yeah, so that would be. That's pretty late. We can do it. I mean, I'm fine staying open till that. If they're going to keep deliberating, obviously the judge thinks they're making progress, or thinks that they're going to be productive up till that time, and he'll keep them there. We've heard that several times before, though. We've heard the judge say, you can be here till 10 o'clock if you want to. And then as soon as it comes to the 5 o'clock bell rings, he's like, hey, on second thought, we're out of here. because
Yeah.
everybody has to stay. You need all the bailiffs to stay. You need all the court facilities people.
I sent a
the tech
screenshot
people.
to the burner phone of what could happen if the find and agree.
So yeah, once they consider that again, I think they'll probably say we're not going to stay too late, at least later than the building would normally be open.
Correct. I know. We were trying to figure out if they can't deliver or come to their
Hang on.
conclusion tonight, whether or not they'll get them hotel rooms instead of sending them home, since this is such a high profile case.
Yeah, the sequestering thing, it has to be requested, and it's usually the jury's informed of it the day before. They'll say, hey, tomorrow when you come to court, bring a go bag, bring a change of clothes, bring whatever toiletries you need, bring your toothbrush. You're headed to the Hilton or something like that, And we haven't heard that in the instructions when the jury's been released to this point. So I don't think they would just say, hey, you all get one size fits all PJs. We'll see you back in the same clothes tomorrow. I don't think that's going to happen. As funny as that would be.
Okay.
But no. Alrighty.
All right. Well, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Krista. Appreciate you calling. We'll see you.
Uh-huh.
Bye.
Yep. Bye.
Okay, we've got a couple comments here I want to talk to first. We're going to leave the phone for just a second. Michelle says, I sent a screenshot to the burner, which I'm going to look for right now. I have so many calls. Okay, so the one from the burner from Michelle says, the insanity defense in Colorado negates criminal liability. If the defendant suffered from a mental condition that prevented him or her from knowing right from wrong or from being able to formulate the criminal intent necessary for the crime, defendants found not guilty by reason of insanity may avoid prison and instead be committed to a mental hospital or evaluated as an outpatient. That is crazy. I don't think in her case she would be an outpatient. But that is just absolutely bizarre. Thank you, Michelle, for sending that and for the heads up that was there. Ella Cole says a family member psychologist worked with Bronson as he desperately tried to get out of Broadmoor after thinking a mental institution would be better than prison. A silly move. They end up insane if it weren't to start. This is my vision of a mental hospital. If you're not crazy going in, you will be when you come out. Can she appeal? Maria, if convicted, she can appeal. If she is found not guilty by reason of insanity, I don't believe that's an appealable finding. That becomes, it's handed over to the medical side. I don't know, maybe we can find out if that can be appealed. Maybe it is. The more I think about it. Can you appeal a not guilty by reason of insanity? Because it's not a conviction. This is crazy. Make me think.
Mrs. H.
Hello, Mrs. H. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing great. I'm loving these questions. You're keeping my mind sharp, making me think. What question do you have for me?
I don't know if I'm keeping your mind sharp. I just wanted to tell you real quick. I'm back on slow mode. My membership expired, so I'm in the fog now.
Well, you got the burner phone number, so you're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, the gentleman that showed up at your door.
Mm-hmm.
Be really, really careful about letting them in. We had some people show up on our porch who said they were from the power company. They had our information, and they said, we need to come in. We can talk to you about your energy usage and save you money. And I said, no, I don't think so. So I called the power company, and they said they didn't send anyone.
Yeah.
So they said that there's people out scamming and trying to case people's houses. So just be very, very careful.
Yeah, this guy handed me his state ID, handed me his law enforcement retirement membership card. He knew all the information some inside information about the home as far as construction and developments and things like that. That way, had all the family names for who owned the home and the history of it. And all he wants is to send us photos of the house. So I think I'm good here, but I appreciate the warning.
Yeah.
If somebody else does, if somebody knocks on your door, generally you don't have to make a decision. You shouldn't have to pay anybody any money to do anything, and run it by somebody else. If it seems fishy, it probably is. This guy seems a little fishy. I think he might check out though.
I'm a very, very hard skeptic anymore as I get older. So just stay safe. Take care of your family.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. H, for that. The longer it goes is concerning. I think we're still good. I think the previous comment that said we're just used to fast verdicts, I think that's what's happening here. Our is well rehearsed with scammers. I love to mess with scammers. I really do.
Tiffany Rose.
Tiffany Rose, how are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing great. What's on your mind today?
Just as somebody that's followed the case since day one, I just can't believe how long it's taken.
You're talking about the deliberations specifically, right?
Everything. There's the waiting, the way the defense played it, and the length of the case, and waiting until the last minute to submit reports. That's a ploy that Dr. Lewis has done before.
Yeah, we heard that this is a script that she's played exactly in a previous trial.
Yes, and I just hate that the jury doesn't know that.
Yeah, it's painful sometimes when we have information that we think is pertinent to the case and it's not included in the trial, and the jury goes in making a decision without that information. The judge really is responsible for finding those boundaries, for setting the boundaries and saying, I'll let you bring in this, but not that, and this is admissible, but that's not. You're like, how could this information not be admissible? It's critical to the decision, but really, from a legal standpoint, some of these facts that we know that the jury doesn't aren't to be included in the decision-making process. And it's frustrating that way, but that's actually preserves the whole process and the justice that we're seeking.
I hope they get her. At this point, I want it to be over for everybody.
Yeah, I want it to be over, but I want it to be right as well. We've got to have that justice delivered, and I think we'll get that.
Yes. Also, I did send you a text that's kind of confidential on behalf of a whole lot of people.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Did you put in there that it's confidential? I mean, I've got like 150 texts in the last 2 hours. But
if you know it's me and you see it, you'll know. You'll know.
All right. Thanks, Tiffany. I appreciate that. Thanks for the heads up.
All righty. Thank you.
Have yourself a good night. We'll see you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Meg, let's see. Meg Osborne says, when do we call it a night? Amber tweeted in chat, or just posted in chat, and said it's confirmed the judge has said they can go till 7. Weather Watch, are you out there? Weather Watch, where are you at? Out of curiosity, let's see. Hold on one second. Out of curiosity, I broke down and watched Doctor's HBO documentary, and she played same antic. Oh, there's Thomas. Okay, hold on one second. Hey, Thomas, are you there?
Mr. Scott, I'm here.
Hey,
it's funny. I just texted you, and as soon as I stopped it, I hopped into the on my phone onto the channel, and I saw you read Amber's message, and then you called for me. So what I was saying was, if having heard from the court, have they said how long they'll go? If it bleeds over to the podcast, obviously, let's not quit the stream and go to the podcast. I can just hop on with you a little bit and hang out later in the evening while you wait for Verdict Watch.
That would be awesome. Or
you can take more calls from others if they want to call in.
The calls are sort of a mixed bag. It's always like, it feels a little bit like gambling. You never know what the result's going to be when you roll it. But we have so many people who have insights and experience and just great information that it's awesome. Let's see. Let me decline that one because we're still in the middle of a call. But yeah, maybe have you hop on. We'll probably use Zoom because I can't switch to StreamYard midstream.
Okay,
no
problem at all.
Okay.
Yep, so. I will just plan on around the time we usually kick off, not our pre-time get together to discuss the podcast. Just when we go live, I'll plan on hopping on Zoom and being around to hang out as we all wait for this verdict to come in.
Sounds good. I could use somebody to help me fill some air while I'm screening some calls. So.
Well, I'm full of hot air, so I can blow up a lot of balloons for you.
Awesome, Thomas. Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to adjust a little bit.
Absolutely. I know it's what everyone wants to see, and it's what Gannon deserves as well for everyone that wants to see it smart. So
that's right.
Cool. Well, I will see you and everyone else here in a little bit.
All right. We'll see you, Thomas. Bye.
All right. Sounds good. Bye.
That was Weather Watch. His actual name is Thomas. He's my podcast partner. We were scheduled to start a podcast tonight. Let's see.
Call from
Rebecca. Bye.
Hey, Rebecca. How are you doing?
Hey, Scott. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Talking to some wonderful people today. I really am.
I know I've noticed that there are a lot of different people calling in.
Mm-hmm.
And congratulations on your 19,000.
Thank you.
I also, and you sound so tired. My electricity just went out. Goodness.
That's no good.
Okay. No, I know. I'm watching you on my TV and talking to you on my phone and looking at chat on my phone. But what I did want to tell you is that I think, so right now it's almost 6 o'clock here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 4 o'clock their time.
Yep.
And he said he's going to give them a half an hour once verdict comes in.
I think it's 5 o'clock their time, right?
Aren't they 2 hours before us?
Someone has to do the math. So I've got 7 o'clock here right now.
Right.
Which puts it
and
5.
It's 6 o'clock with me. So it's 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock there, yeah.
There,
mm-hmm.
by your time. Isn't that crazy? It's 4 o'clock there by my time.
Yeah. Why can't we all just have the same time? You'd have to adjust to mine because I don't want to have 5 o'clock in the morning be in the middle of the night. But no, it's fun.
I'm thinking if they don't come through by 6 o'clock, then it's going to be a Monday thing.
The longer it goes, the higher that likelihood is. Obviously, I'm still not seeing anything on the court's page. Oops, let's go back there. We need CO courts. There it is.
My generator kicked on.
Hey, at least you've got the generator. That helps. So I've got nothing. They talked about an hour ago saying the Colorado Supreme Court's hearing arguments on something else, but nothing.
I hope it doesn't go through Monday, but and I would think that they would feel like we've been here all this time. Let's just do it and get it over with.
Yeah, but they were at the beginning of the case. They were told it was 6 to 8 weeks, and it has not been 8 weeks. So all of them were basically on board with if this has to go 8 weeks, we will. So they might still be looking at it as, hey, we're getting out early. Monday is still early based on what we thought it could be. So maybe that's how they're looking at it.
That's true. That's true. Well, Scott, I know your anxiety is very high, and I'm going to get off the phone.
But imagine how G's family
thank you, Rebecca. Thanks for calling in. I appreciate it.
And you take care. We love you, and you're the greatest.
Thank you so much. We'll see you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Jesse P. says, we're anxious, but imagine how G's family feel. Jesse, I would not want for a moment to feel what they're feeling right now. And not just that, what they've been feeling for these weeks as trial has gone on and on. It is just awful.
Cheryl Cody.
Hey, Cheryl. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. What are you thinking about?
I'm getting a little nervous.
Don't be nervous. It's all going to work out. It really will.
I have two questions, and I was hoping that the panel could help me feel better about it.
Yeah.
Question number one is, in the state of Colorado, if they decide that this was not premeditated, did they leave that open? Because I know in some states, first-degree murder is premeditated. Could the jury be having trouble deciding if it's a first-degree murder if they don't feel it was premeditated? And I'll tell you why. Mm-hmm. The only thought I can think of is if they have planted the defense in the jury's mind that she went on that hike the day before.
Right.
She could have pushed him off a cliff. She could have done many things, and she did not. And my fear, and I'm like shaking inside because I'm thinking, is there a holdout on that? So that's my question. I'll hang up so other people can call in.
Awesome.
But maybe you can answer that.
I will try. I'll do my best.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my call.
Anytime, Cheryl. Thanks for the call. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so the question is a great one, and what she's asking about the legal term for that is a lesser included charge. So when you charge someone for first degree premeditated murder, does the jury have the option to come back and say, we didn't find for the highest offense, but we did find for involuntary manslaughter, which is a lesser included. And I don't know the answer to
Call
that for
from
Colorado.
Tracy Peyton Watson.
Ooh.
To accept.
Hey, Tracy, how are you doing?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Can you hear me?
I can. It's a little bit echoey, but like we're on speakerphone or something.
Let me get rid of these things. How about now?
Sounds great. What's on your mind?
Okay. So here's where I think that the jury is getting a little hung up. I'm a licensed professional counselor in Texas.
Okay.
And the definition of borderline personality disorder, yes, okay, is the borderline of psychosis and neurosis. And there are moments when they can go psychotic. However, they do know right from wrong. So here's where I think they're getting stumped, is that, yes, she went psychotic. What are we going to call that time of the murder? Insane? So that's kind of where I think they're getting stumped up. And if anyone is, on the jury is even educated about that borderline personality, that's probably where the hiccup is.
Well, the defense used that. They tried to pull that in as much as possible to equate that borderline personality to insanity and psychotic episodes to insanity. And they just tried to group that all into basically any mental sort of defect at all.
Exactly.
Being you have to vote insanity if you find for that. So they did a good job of that in this trial.
That's tricky. Yeah, that is tricky because I can totally see how they could justify she was psychotic at the time.
Yeah. Tracy, I imagine you could probably tell us quite a few stories about people you've dealt with, obviously without breaching patient confidentiality.
And I used to. Oh yeah, and I used to work for a forensic psychiatrist in Dallas, very, very famous, who did lots of mother killing children cases in 90s and 2000s. And, it's a real deal. As awful as it is, and how they may not be guilty like everybody else, but,
crazy.
It's wild, but they do know right from wrong.
Yeah, and
that's where I could go back on the jury and say, no, she knew it was wrong.
And luckily, we have evidence to see that. We can see that there was, even if they don't buy the premeditation, we can see that there was a thought process there where she knew what she had done was wrong.
Got to cover it up.
Yep.
Got to cover it up. Got to lie. Got to cover it up. But DID, absolutely not.
Yeah,
that's very rare. I worked in the mental hospital in Dallas and in the trauma unit, and we had very, very few true DIDs.
Yeah.
There's no rhyme or reason. They just come out. They usually have different voices, different body movements even. And no, that Maria, that whole thing was faked.
Yeah,
all that was faked.
I agree. Thank you very much, Tracy. I appreciate that.
Yes,
thank you for your analysis. Your professional
your
background helps a ton. Thank you. Call again sometime. We have to talk some more.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Renee says premeditated was not read in the first degree charges. You're right. The term they use in Colorado is not premeditated. They said murder in the first degree after deliberation, meaning that she chose to kill after thinking it over, which is sort of also saying premeditated, but just using a different word. But Colorado does have a different terminology for that. Thanks for pointing that out. Let's see. I don't remember the names of the prosecution attorneys right now. Anna, thank you for the G-Man. Appreciate that. Cheering for Gannon here. Let's see. Murder in the first, murder second degree, insanity, tampering with dead body, and not guilty, of course. Those are what they have to deliberate. And they've also tampering with evidence is the fourth one, but it's the lightest of the charges. The prosecutor said it was irrelevant. I'm trying to remember what that had to do with. I remember that, but I don't recall. Mrs. H, good to have you back in the gallery as well. Thank you so much. Let's see. We just had one of the other channels drop to their feed. Hold on one second. Continue the verdict watch here. We're over 4 hours. No verdict tonight per insider. That's from Elizabeth. Grace is saying no verdict. This is what I say. They always say, "Oh, we're going to go ahead and follow the case all the way through 7 o'clock, however late you want to study it." But I don't think they will. So we might actually be breaking for the weekend, which means that we might be able to have our podcast after all, which is great. Our podcast is not about true crime. It's Weather Watch and I. We get together and we talk about just some funny stories in the news. We just swap stories. It's kickback. It's basically just a fun, relaxing time to talk about things not that aren't important, but are generally not relevant to things like this. So we have a good time. It's live. It's on this channel as well as I think we're also going to have it on our Not Relevant podcast page here on YouTube. We'll try to dual stream it to both channels. If not, we'll put something on this channel to point you over to the other one. Okay, we're waiting for official word here. Docket's just tweeted. Oh, that's something else. If anybody sees anything coming out official, let me know. But Twitter's going nuts talking about it. There's an insider that's saying there's not going to be a verdict tonight. No verdict yet. We've had over 4 hours of deliberation. One of those hours might have been lunch, so count that as you will. We know that the jury was together for lunch, so I'm including that in deliberation time because they could have talked about this over whatever they were eating. Court TV is reporting the jury's going home. Welp, now we rest up for Monday, says Lucy. Can we do a dive into what Dr. Lewis did in the Shawcross trial when she claimed she didn't get the test she wanted and the defense asked for mistrial due to their own witness? I'm not prepared to talk about that tonight, but it sounds like her playbook was almost identical to what happened in this trial, where she asked for things and then didn't get them, probably on purpose, didn't get them, and then claimed that it was a problem. And it seems like she has used this exact playbook once before or more. WebEx just turned off. Mine is still up. I'm still getting, I still have connection. So I think some of the other channels have killed their WebEx side. People are saying WebEx is being taken down. I can show you it's right here. It's still up as of this moment. Let's see. Here's my participants list. Show me. Let's see. We'll see. I'll try to do a refresh on it and see if it gets any better. Okay, it might have just died for me as well. Mine was just slow and dying. We're going to go back and try to join the webinar. It was slated to run until 10 p.m. So they were supposed to keep it open longer. Will judge announce jury's going home for the day? He should. I'm just going to reconnect right now. See who's on the burner phone.
Call from
Deanna.
Hey, Deanna, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, doing pretty good. Man, I'm a little disappointed you couldn't fix their audio for them from online those last couple of days.
There's so much I can do, but that is not one of it. That's not one of the things.
We're supposed to be wizards, right?
Yep.
But no, one thing I was thinking about with all of this, and I was calling, so I don't know if there was a latest development, but one of the biggest things I was thinking about with this was kind of what we heard in what came out after the Paltrow trial, where they were talking, like there was a lot of, kind of getting in, like they've all gotten to know each other, but they haven't been able to talk about this. This is a lot to process.
Okay.
So there's probably
Deanna,
a lot
hold
of,
tight.
I thought that too.
Hold tight for just a second.
Yes, sir.
Ashley Portillo, who was one of the reporters in there, says, update, the jury in the murder trial for Letecia Stauch has been excused for the day. They'll return on Monday. Docket just tweeted, jury's going home. So we finally have word. It is down. The WebEx is down. Mine has stopped responding as well. It just froze on my screen as well.
Oh, I just have bad timing. Okay.
So,
but
here's what we're doing.
Was thinking that might be part of it, is they want more time to kind of process while they're figuring out how they're going to respond, you know?
Yeah. Yep, I agree. I'm pretty sure the judge probably stopped the timer right at 4 hours. That's my guess, because that would put it right at 5 o'clock there, and they called it quits. So we can safely say we've got 4 hours of deliberation under our belt, and we'll start again on Monday. But
sweet, awesome. Well, I'll let you go. I remembered that being such a big point from one of the jurors in the House Rose trial, and I was like, oh, this obviously, for these guys.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Deanna. Thank you so much. Love talking to you. We'll have to do it again sometime when we're not anxiously waiting for a verdict.
Absolutely. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. We'll see you. Bye.
All right. Bye.
All right. So that means we can wrap up here. The jury is going home for the night. They're going home, not to the hotel. So they're not being sequestered. We have had no questions from the jury during this time. They obviously they're able to do their own work right now, and they haven't needed the court's help at all. So it's crazy. It is a little bit sad. At the same time, this is a good thing. This is the process, and it's working the way it should. Today has been absolutely incredible. The amount of support for Gannon has been off the charts from all across the world, and having you guys express that here through many different ways and other channels as well. It's been incredible. I do apologize to all the people. I cut a few people off. We tried to have all new people on the phone just because there was so many people here. We wanted to make that be as engaging for everyone as we possibly could, instead of having some of our more traditional callers on multiple times. So I apologize. I did not mean to offend anyone. Please don't be offended if that was you. Thank you very much. The mods today have been absolutely unbelievable. I don't know how many of you have had the privilege of modding on a YouTube channel that has a lot of people talking. It's not an easy job, and we have less than a dozen of them from around the world. Some of them are up very, very late or early in the morning doing this, and so just a big shout out to the mods who have done such an amazing, amazing job. We're gonna wrap it up here. We have a podcast tonight. It should start in 45 minutes. So we're gonna get that ready. We're gonna get that ready now. I'm gonna take a break between the podcast and now. I really will. I'm not gonna take any more phone calls because that's gonna just delay things just a little bit. Thank you all very much. Thank you to all the new members. Thank you to the people who subscribed. If you like this, we're gonna continue it on Monday. So click the subscribe button, and we'll be back on Monday. We'll start at we're gonna start at 10 a.m. So hang on. We got in a buffer sound here. Let's see who's telling me. Official tweet from the court is out. I will read that here right now before we go, just so you can have it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Colorado Court says, People versus Stauch. The jury has left for the weekend. Deliberations will resume at 9 a.m. on Monday. So we will be back for that. We'll be back at 10 on Monday, and we'll pick it up for an hour beforehand so you won't miss anything. And then we'll join them as soon as that starts.
I just received a tweet that the jury has gone home for the weekend.
Debbie, thank you so much.
Via court. Jury is going home.
Thank you. You guys are exactly right. I appreciate that. Tricia, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as well. Thank you for that. Thank you to all the new members today. It is wonderful to have you. This is the most amazing job in the world, and to be able to spend my days with you guys is a pleasure, and I truly mean that. House of Thrift, thank you for the super chat as well. Looks like we all got the message right about the same time. Appreciate you keeping me informed. So we'll end this for tonight. We'll be going live in 45 minutes with the podcast. We'll put on the community page here. I'm going to put a link to the other page. Does that work? Just because I'm not going to have time to switch over to the other tool we use to run the podcast. So we're going to have to run through this tool just because we're on a deadline, and I need to take a break. So we'll do that. I'll put a page. So if you know how to get to the community page on my channel, you go to my channel on YouTube, and there's a community page. I'm going to put a post up there with a link to the page where the podcast is going to be. It's going to be a little more relaxed. I'm probably going to change out of this shirt into something that's not quite so sweaty. Thank you all very much. We always end with this music. And let me just say thank you. This has been amazing. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. We'll be live for the podcast in 45 minutes or less. Thank you all. Have a wonderful night. I look forward to spending time with you on Monday, where I do anticipate the verdict coming in. I don't see this stretching through the week. It's not going to happen. Thank you all. Have a great night. We'll see you.
In perspective, I think we all think this was a lot more clear-cut than Murdaugh. There are some really smart jurors, a lot to talk about,